All right, getting ready to go here. Let's see. Welcome, everybody. Checking in on YouTube. Thanks for watching on YouTube. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson. Checking in on my Facebook page. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson. Checking in on the weather app. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson. Hello, everybody. Live severe coverage now beginning on my channels, all channels, whether you're watching on the YouTube stream, if you're watching on Facebook, or if you're watching right directly on my app. Keep things in mind. Some volatile weather will be making its way across the northern plains tonight. In fact, a lot of watches and ongoing conditions across the valley. Storms are just now working their way through eastern Montana and pushing into southwesternmost North Dakota, southwesternmost South Dakota. A few showers and storms here in the northern plains, and a tornado watch is active. We're going to get started right now, but one of the things I want to make sure that you're aware of when it comes to Hutch's weather is the fact that you are a part of this broadcast. You make it important. You give me feedback on what we see. What you see on a radar image is a radar's rendition of what it sees at cloud level, and it does not mean that's what's hitting the ground. So you could see green over your area and nothing's hitting the ground. You could see red over your area and nothing's hitting the ground. How can that be? That's supposed to be heavy rain, but as far away as these areas are from radar sites, we're looking 1-2 miles up in the atmosphere. So a developing thunderstorm cloud, or cumulonimbus anvil type cloud, if you will, with hail in it, with big raindrops in it that shows red, well, that's up in the sky. And we need your reports to confirm or deny what it is we're seeing on the radar. So let's go. Today, here's what you can expect in my broadcast. Number one, storms right now. We're going to go over everything. We're going to go over the watches, warnings. We're talking about safety. We're talking about the risks that are out there for tonight. And we do have a tornado watch, so that's at least one of the risks. And some dangerous straight line winds could be going on. Your reports have yielded a few hail reports in southeast Montana as well. We're going to talk about the forecast, where these storms are and when you can expect them in Williston, Dickinson, Rapid City, Bismarck, Minot, all the way from Jamestown up into the Devil's Lake Basin, Grand Forks, Fargo, and Lakes Country, Minnesota. We see already a couple of thunder showers pushing through west central parts of Minnesota as we speak. So a little bit more as we continue with this is your questions and answers. So as I go through, I will scroll through your feedback right here, and it's welcome. Drop a comment, let me know where you're watching from and what you're seeing. Better yet, you can always upload your content on my website, hutchesweather.com. So if you're new to the channel, welcome. For the better part of the last 30 years, I've been covering weather as a chief meteorologist on broadcast television here in the Northern Plains. And now I'm streaming for you with my own company, Hutch's Weather. It's a privilege and an honor to have you trusting me with your weather information. So make your voice heard. Let me know where you're watching from. I see them coming in right now. Thanks, everybody watching from Minnesota, watching from around the region. Thank you very much. A little bit more about me. I grew up in Billings, Montana, was born in Glendive, Montana, and as I was a young person, we moved to Brainerd, Minnesota, and I moved to Denver, Colorado, which is where I studied meteorology. And I got my degree as a meteorologist, worked with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration as a research meteorologist for a few years, helping to develop and refine the use of Doppler lidars, laser radars that actually can give us information about the atmosphere. And then I had to work in broadcasting because I love talking about the weather, and teaching is a part of what I do as well. And for about 17 years, I taught meteorology at the college level here in the region. So, active tornado watch in the area. Let's get you caught up with where those watches are and why they're there and what it is we're concerned about. And also, I will keep you up to date with what's going on with regards to the storms for the rest of the weekend, because it's not just tonight, Saturday, but Sunday and Monday, severe storms will be working their way through. So I will go through this ordinary rotation. There may be a time during the broadcast tonight that you see some information that goes across your screen that is basically just some music and weather information. That's me catching a break, getting a drink of water, examining the situation, and going back to it. And I'm going to put that screen up here so you're familiar with seeing what that is. So from time to time, I will set up shop and, go get a drink of water and watch for stuff going on. Here is a look at model guidance. This is a forecast model guidance. Here's a look at the radar up top in the upper left-hand corner. It will be scrolling through various views from across the northern plains. Some forecast graphics showing up in the top corner. Those will be adjusted as well. So familiar with my content, and also you want to stay informed. And if you are out in the path of these storms, right off to the other side, off to the other side of me here on my left side and your lower right panel, those are some links, some QR links to my brand spanking new weather app, and it is exclusive. The only one here in this area that'll give you alerts to things like hail, approaching lightning within 15 miles of you on the golf course or on the lake. And then you can go push on that alert and you will get the latest information on these storms. And also, it's the only one with an exclusive alert to twisting storms. So if there are storms out there showing signs of rotation, you may know about it with a notification from my app, sometimes even before a warning is issued. So let's go ahead and get started with this full coverage right now of what's going on. And again, thanks for your comments. I'm going to take a look here. We've got Bemidji on board. Thanks for watching. Well, my goodness, I got to get better glasses here. We've got Minnesota on board, Grand Forks on board, people wondering about Turtle Mountains. You're wondering about questions, Lake George, Minnesota, Harvey, North Dakota. I see all of you, and thank you very much. Lake Park, Minnesota, lots going on out there today because we have some concerts going on. We have an air show going on. We have races going on. Hey, it's the weekend in the Northern Plains, and it's, two seasons up here. It's called winter and construction season. And we're in the middle of construction season right now, but it's also that week of the year where we get an opportunity to go out and enjoy the great outdoors. And then, well, things can sometimes change fairly quickly. Let's go ahead and put up your watches that are in effect right now. The red, that's the tornado watch. The storms are just now crossing into the territory here. A couple are developing by themselves. Isolated thunderstorm cells are the ones to watch, and I will do that with my expert view of these storms that I've had over the last 30 years, and I will tell you no nonsense which ones are rotating. I don't issue watches, I don't issue warnings, but I'm here to tell you which storms, with my experience, look to be the ones to be watching. This cluster of storms here, the National Weather Service has a plethora of thunderstorm watches in the yellow boxes, those thunderstorm warnings rather, this yellow box that extends down into Nebraska and also parts of northern Wyoming, that is a severe thunderstorm watch. So on Hutch's graphics, this yellow, that's a thunderstorm watch. Here is a tornado watch. So those are the things that are in effect right now. These are in effect now. My clock up here is Central Daylight Time, and I know my big sky viewers out here, you guys are in Mountain Time, so make the appropriate adjustment. This is in effect for 8 Central, for 2.5-inch diameter hail, 80 mile per hour gusts. Storm tops could reach 50,000 feet for those of you flying around the area, and it does look like the storm motion is expected to be a northeasterly direction at 35 miles per hour as we go through. Is this a particularly dangerous situation? Nope. The Storm Prediction Center and your local National Weather Service says no. Now, as we take a look at that tornado watch adjacent in the western Dakotas, extending down into northwestern parts of Nebraska, that's in effect until midnight Central Daylight Time. So for any of you out here in Mountain Time Zone, that would be the 11 a.m. time frame. 90 mile per hour gusts. Look at the hail size here. Redonky-donk hail. 3.5 inches in diameter possible. We're talking about the possibility for tornadoes tonight, and tornadoes that form could be strong ones. We won't see them everywhere. We won't see a lot of them, but if they do start forming, we could have a few strong ones out there. What's a strong tornado? What's the difference, Hutch? Well, most tornadoes are EF0s and maybe EF1s, and most of them fall in that category with lower wind speeds that can still do ridiculous damage. And if you don't have a secure shelter that's attached to its foundation, it can cause significant damage to those. Now, when we get to EF2 and larger, those storms become a little bit more serious with their wind speeds, more destructive, and more people lose their lives in EF2, EF3, and even the violent category tornadoes of greater. Not expecting widespread tornadoes tonight, but there is a chance for them. So this is where the areas are. They do reach into parts of central North Dakota, by the way. So from the Montana border all the way out towards Bismarck, we're also including you folks in center in Oliver County, Mercer County for Beulah and Hazen, sneaking around Lake Sakakawea, going up through Kildare, up here toward Newtown, also straight out towards Crosby, Williston, Dickinson Beach, and Medora. A lot of folks out there with a big time black sky heading your way from the far southwest near Rame right now, near parts near Buffalo, South Dakota. Severe thunderstorms there. So let's go over what's going on right now, and we'll get to that forecast. That's what we have, and we'll go quickly through these storms. There's so many to cover that I will go through them methodically. I will try to get to your questions. Hey, everybody on Facebook, I got to tell you what, there's another thing I'd like for you to help me with. Many of you have been watching me for years. I was a broadcast meteorologist in the Bismarck area for the better part of a decade and the better part of 2 decades here in the Fargo area now. And I got to tell you what, I'm honored to be your meteorologist, even here on my own platforms. So thank you for following me. If you're watching on Facebook, please click the follow button. I have gotten up to, and I want to get up to 90,000 followers, and we're well on our way. And you can help me by hitting the follow button. Why? Well, you help my videos go out to more people, the more people that follow. Number 2, you'll see more of my content if you interact with it. So hit the like button if you like it. Hit the heart button, drop a comment. All of those things help. And you know what you can do? Tag a friend who might be out at Medora and tag them in it. And they'll have it on their cell phone, on their Facebook feed, and they'll be able to join this broadcast as well. Now, if you haven't heard, I've got a brand new weather app, and you can search Hutch's Weather in your app store today. And if you happen to lose power, like sometimes can happen with 90-mile-per-hour winds, you can still watch good old Hutch from my weather app by going to the weather app, and right at the top of the page is the video link, and you'll be seeing the same daggone feed right now. So again, thanks for all of you who've helped do that. I am approaching serious numbers as well on my YouTube channel. If you're watching on YouTube, drop it in the comments and let me know. You get the full 1080i experience. Let me know whether you're watching on a big screen TV or otherwise as we go through as well. Now, let's get to these storms. Southeast parts of North Dakota, Ekalaka, Hutch's family down there, enduring a hailstorm that's working its way to the north right now. This storm here has a severe thunderstorm warning on it, and it is in effect until 6 o'clock for the next 16 minutes. North movement, 25 miles per hour, radar indicated 1.25 inch or 1 1/4 inch hail and 60 mile per hour gusts moving through Medicine Rock State Park and Willard. And my family out there in Ekalaka, let's see what that report says as far as the hail size goes with this 1-inch diameter hail from a train spotter out there in Carter County, city of Ekalaka out there. So all of my family in Ekalaka, again, thanks for your reports. This storm is now crossing up to the north and pushing up towards Baker as we go through. But now let's take a look at what's going on in the vicinity of Camp Cook out here and heading towards Buffalo. Do you see the purple on there? This particular cell is in the tornado watch area. And let's go ahead and get the specifics on this one. Roaming off in northwestern parts of South Dakota. We're talking about you folks up here near Camp Cook to Buffalo. This storm is on the right side of this polygon here as it's moving to the northeast at about 25 miles per hour. 1 1/4 inch diameter hail is the main threat from that bad boy as it's working its way up. So seek shelter, batten down the hatches. These storms are just really getting rocking here as we go into our early evening hours. Here is another cell that's just firing up down in parts of west and northwest South Dakota. Here it is, 6:15 is where the warning is in effect until Central Time. Moving northeast, it's moving at 30 miles per hour. We have 1-inch diameter hail and 60 mile per hour winds in that storm. It's heading towards Harding, Gusts, as well as the West Short Pines and East Short Pines areas. If you happen to be camping with these, now is a good time to review and know, even if you're anywhere in the watch areas that we've been covering, where you can go to stay safe. Now, here's a line of storms that has made its way through Broadus, and it's heading right towards Ekalaka. So another round of storms here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Numerous thunderstorms in this huge box here that does include you folks near Ekalaka. But again, this looks like to be the big kahuna here making its way through. Look at the hail reports there with that one. What is the history on this storm? We're talking 1 3/4 inch diameter hail in Powder River County, 2 miles east of everybody's favorite Biddle. I didn't say Piddle, I said Biddle. So in Biddle, Montana, and working its way up to the north and east right now, that one is moving at 33 miles per hour. And again, we have a multiple cluster of cells in that zone that are working their way through. That warning is in effect until 6:30 p.m. That is Central Daylight Time. Another standalone thunderstorm cell west of Faith, making its way right on the county line here, just off to the east of Newell. This one's moving north, and a new warning because you can tell this polygon shape here, the yellow warned area, has the storm still at the lower base of it. Now, this storm is moving off in a general northerly direction at 20 miles per hour, 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Locations of Mud Butte and Zona could be in the path of that particular thunder boomer right there. Now, in and around the Black Hills, mainly south of Rapid City, a cluster of storms from Custer, heading through with one wind report there. Let's go ahead and see what this storm has produced. This is a 50 mile per hour gust. So gusty winds in the city of Pringle out there as we're working its way now through and around Custer. So not far from the monuments out there at the area of the Black Hills. And now as we look, those are heading in the general direction of Rapid City right now. But Hot Springs, you have a cluster of storms heading your way. This one here capable of some sizable hail. Note the blues and the pinks. What does that mean? That's where the radar is detecting the biggest sized precipitation particles up at cloud level. This is moving northeast at 21 miles per hour. The warning is until 6:30 Central Time, gusts to 60 and 1-inch diameter hail. Looks like it's on its way to Hot Springs because there is a city in the path of this one. Let's go ahead and give you the latest on when the hail core will be making its way towards you, moving northeast at about 20 miles per hour. So here we go. I'm going to put it about 24 miles per hour because it takes about 5 or 6 minutes for us to get a new composite scan, and I'd rather have you be ready early than late. 6:14. 6:14 is the ETA, estimated time of arrival in Hot Springs, Buffalo Gap, by 6:32. So rural areas south and west of Hot Springs and the Highway 18 corridor here will be impacted first with that particular thunderstorm cell. That's what's going on in these parts out here. Lusk, Wyoming, if you've driven through there, you do have your Wyoming areas out here as you're trying to sneak across from the Black Hills out towards Douglas with a smattering of storms, but most of them now are crossing over the state line and pushing into western South Dakota. So that's what's going on here. We did have some big time heavy rains make their way through Billings. Those storms work their way through. Now moving off to the east, there's Hysham heading towards Forsyth. This backward C tells Hutch we have some wind problems with this. Storms tend to take this backward C shape called a bow echo when they are accelerating and punching with increased velocity because of winds from the collapsing storm. Forsyth, you could be getting some fairly strong winds right along there, and those winds will be coming at you directly from the west, pointing in the direction that this bow is being created. So a bowing line segment making its way towards Forsyth right now. Hey, Coal Strip, we got a shower and thunderstorm working its way in your general direction. Hutch went fishing out there as a kid. All right, now let's take a look at this area as we go ahead and see that we have a thunderstorm warning, northeast movement, 18 miles per hour, considerable damage threat. What's the damage threat from this one? Well, we have confirmed 2-inch diameter hail and 60 mile per hour winds. 2-inch diameter hail. Those chunks will give you a headache. That's headache hail as it's working its way through. Now, most people don't get caught out in hail, but if you do, it can cause serious damage to your property, your vehicles. So if you're in that Coal Strip area with the movement of this storm only moving at 18 miles per hour, it's going to put down a lot of rain, and we'll talk a little bit more about the rainfall potential from these storms as we have increasing sticky air. The kind of air you get from being down in the Gulf Coast states has made its way all the way up into the northern plains, particularly here from my home base in parts of eastern North Dakota. But here's a look at this storm. Again, moving east to northeast at 18 to 20 miles per hour. Let me time it out for you as we look into that Coal Strip area. Whoopsies. Let me go ahead and try that one more time here. So here's a look at the storms. Again, the main core of the hail is all I'm really going to track here, moving off to the northeast at about 20. So this will be in Coal Strip and in the Coal Strip area, ETA 6:22 p.m. And there's some big time hail potential from that storm. A cell here not quite as strong, moving through Busby, heading toward Lame Deer. That one is moving to the northeast, also likely at a very similar clip of close to 20 miles per hour. Let's ask, 25 miles per hour. 1-inch diameter hail and 60 mile per hour winds from those cells. So we've perused a lot of these severe storms right now. Let's check in on northern parts of Montana here. This is Scobie north of Wolf Point on the Highway 2 corridor here. So you go north of Wolf Point from Hutch's family and friends out in this area. We do have a pretty good size hail core moving into Scobie right now. Flaxville, all of you should be preparing for some pretty good size hail. We're talking about 1 1/2 inch diameter hail and 60 mile per hour gusts from that cell. Now I am going to switch this this over, as sometimes I do, and take a look at single site data with this particular cell. What does that mean? You just looked at a composite scan. It's the type of a radar scan that you would be typically used to seeing if you were watching maybe broadcast television. It's one that's a little bit more friendly and easier to understand, but the point is, a composite scan will take all the layers of the atmosphere and take the strongest reflectivity data and plot that. That doesn't always give us what's happening down at the bottom of the cloud out there. So let me see if I can find details on where my radar site is here as we pull this up. And now let's go ahead here. Pardon me while I let my wandering eyeballs find the radar sites here. There we go. Now I can see them. Okay, so now we'll select the Glasgow radar. This will populate, and now we can see the lowest level scan only, the one that's closest to the ground. This is important because this helps us see that we have a lit scope up here heading into SCOBY. This is the hail core. There is a little finger, a dangling participle down at the bottom of this puppy. That's called a hook echo. So that little finger down there is a little hook of development. We'll keep our eyes on that. But that hail core is moving right along Highway 13, crossing Highway 13 to the south of SCOBY right now. So be prepared for some big time hail. Now, one thing I like to do with my coverage here is to take a peek, as we'll shift gears into Minnesota next and show you what's going on. But here we're going to take a look at the Montana cameras that we have available to us. Now, these are oftentimes DOT cameras that really are there to watch road conditions in the winter season. But let's get on up into the Highway 2 corridor north of Highway 2, and let's head up in this general vicinity. What's heading into SCOBY. We're going to see and look at it from the south, and let's see if we can get a decent view of what's going on. Now we see the road surface. That ain't particularly helpful. This is obviously looking in the other direction. So this is looking south as you're looking down towards the Wolf Point area. And now we can see the dark skies that are gracing the skies as you get ready to cross into the Canada area here. Some lower clouds out there, real dark skies, but not allowing Hutch to see anything too closely here with regards to the structure of that storm. But by and large, you should be seeking shelter and preparing for some big time hail with that cell. Now we're going to go right back to the radar here. And what we will do is take a look at the spin. We saw that little appendage on the south side of the storm right here. That little thing there could be a definition of a hook echo. So let's take a look at the velocities that the radar is picking up. Here we have motion towards, in green, towards Glasgow. That's where the radar is. And the red is motion away. So we do have a couple of areas here where there is some shear, but this shear appears to be a little bit more of the clockwise fashion. So there is some spin or shear in the environment. What we're looking for is greens next to reds from one beam to the next, not greens next to reds farther away and closer to the radar. This would be more of a rolling of the atmosphere here, which does include or mean there's some shear in the environment. It's just a more of a horizontal roll than what would be seen if we saw side by side. Now this is motion towards and this is motion away. So not really going to be what we would typically see with a counterclockwise rotating funnel. But we do see a little red here, so that's motion towards, and again, motion away right in this area. So we'll keep our eyes on that. The main threat from this is going to be some big time hail. Let's go to North Dakota, shall we? Turning on the Mayville radar, we do have some lakes area showers and storms pushing their way through. Let's get you caught up, and then we'll move on to some ideas about risks as we go through the nighttime hours here. Here's our single site radar data, and we'll time it out with your forecast. Just off to the east of the Devil's Lake, Detroit Lakes area, rather, we do have a stout thunderstorm cell. There's nothing severe here. We have thunderstorms and showers, I should say, moving into the Fargo Moorhead area. So this is Hutch's home base. Expect some garden variety rain showers here. I am not expecting these to be severe whatsoever. Even what we just saw from our neighbors off in Lakes country here, it looks a little bit more stout, if you will, but I am not seeing the risk for severe now. Overnight, that could change, and we'll talk about that. But if you're in the Wolf Lake area and the Highway 10 corridor here, 34 corridor, as you're going up towards Park Rapids, so height of land, lakes, and all of these areas, a good heavy rain amount. Now, here is a look at our region and what's going on with regards to the setup. We do have these scattered showers. They're going to be lifting to the north and east tonight. Quiet in the northern Red River Valley, and anywhere north of I-94 right now is quiet, but it's going to get loud from the south and west. Now, in the tornado warned areas, I will keep a very close eye on these storms to let you know what's going on. But let's talk a little bit about your hour-by-hour forecast. And to do that, we're going to look at a computer model. Now, a computer model can be out to lunch, and this one is updated every single hour. And what I don't like about that is sometimes it changes its mind every hour to way different solutions. But let's go ahead and take a look at this particular model and see how it's starting out. That's one of the better ways to tell if a model is out to lunch or not. We have storms in southeast Montana, not too far from Ekalaka, another cluster up to the north. It's starting out pretty good. Here's a low pressure center down here, moving through parts of eastern Wyoming and parts of northeast Colorado. And then up here, we have strong south winds. This is transporting humid air into our area. And we also have that heat starting to build here where we see the red lines. That's air with different thicknesses, and that means warmer and warmer air. So we have warmer air punching in from the south with these storms, fueling these storms with hot and humid air. And that's what's going to allow them to live tonight. Now, as we take a look at what's going on with these storms, we see the low pressure system stopping here. Your wind is going to travel somewhat parallel to these isobars. It's going to be coming from the south and then curving around and then back down the other way. So there is some increased shear in the lower levels of the atmosphere and the air just above it in and around this area right here where we have this air curving back around the other way. So I'll be watching that even though you're not in the tornado watch. The greater risk for tornadoes tonight is going to be out to the east. When do they move and where? Let's go through your timing, shall we? And again, thanks for watching. Western parts of North Dakota. This includes Williston straight up to Minot is right here. But if you're out here by Crosby, if you're up here by Culbertson, Montana, these storms will be moving through a little bit of a different time zone here. I cannot change this, but you subtract 5 hours from this to get the central daylight time. So essentially what we're looking at here is 24 plus 3, that's 27, that's 22, this is 10 p.m. You're looking at 10 p.m. and the storms are not in Bismarck, but they're right over the Lake Sakakawea area of western parts of North Dakota. Also in central South Dakota, storms will be fueled by this direct south flow here. These could really be strong, really strong. We'll go over some threats here in a second. Now, as we continue through the overnight hours, many of these move into southern Manitoba, southern parts of Saskatchewan, and as we go through, they lose a little bit of intensity, but here in the Red River Valley, southeast North Dakota, so we're talking Valley City and Bismarck. Bismarck has an increased chance of stormy activity as we go through the midnight hour, a little bit before. This backwards C shape tells me that these are going to evolve into what could be a windy line of thunderstorms moving off to the east. Same thing goes here for you along the Highway 2 corridor to the north. Now, as we go towards 1, 2 a.m. and beyond, we'll start seeing these storms push their way into Aberdeen, also Jamestown, Valley City, as well as parts of the northern Red River Valley. Will they still be strong? Notice that by the time we get to 6 a.m. here, this is 6 a.m., it doesn't appear that we see a lot of yellows or reds on this, so the intensity will likely be a lot lower. But oftentimes, as these storms move in the morning, we still have some cells with near severe hail, so near 1-inch diameter hail, and some gusty winds. So that will be the main threat in the eastern third of North Dakota. In eastern South Dakota, I think we could see some even stronger cells because you are right by the inflow of this moisture. And 1, 2, 3, 4, these 4 little kidney beans that you see down here could all be a threat as we go through the overnight. Now, no one model is ever going to do this exactly as it turns out to be in reality, but it gives us a really good idea. Okay, so now we've gone over the forecast, you know here. Now, as we go into the mid-morning hours, we'll still see showers and storms move through Minnesota, but there's another threat on Sunday and another threat on Monday, and it shifts. So a quick look at that forecast with you here. Thanks for being with me, and thanks for letting me go ahead and give you a complete rundown of what's going on. What we're going to do now is take a look at what's expected as we go into your Sunday afternoon. So the storms that fired today will drift out in the morning hours, and as we go through, let me clean up this clock for you up at the top. There we go. So this is for Sunday and Sunday night. Afternoon storms will develop out here to the west and then move right back through the similar area. So another round of big time heavy wet storms will make their way through with all modes of severe weather possible. Tomorrow's risk: Bismarck, Jamestown, Valley City, Devil's Lake, Grand Forks, Fargo, Bemidji, Brainerd, all the way south in towards the Watertown area, out towards Pierre, the capitals of the Dakotas, and not quite out to Rapid City, so closer to Faith and Wall out here as we go through. The green area is a level 1, and that means we may or may not see a severe storm or two. 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour gusts will be possible, but in this area, more widespread likelihood of seeing some of those storms become severe. So once again, our chance of severe weather shifts from the Montana border and Wyoming border with the Dakotas to the eastern half of the Dakotas and western Minnesota as we go through. Down here, by the way, this flashy green, that is just garden variety thunderstorms. No severe is expected at this time in those areas. What are the risks with these particular storms? Let me review that for you real quickly from the Storm Prediction Center. I think we do have a threat for isolated tornadoes tomorrow. It's not showing up here. We'll talk about that in a minute. Hail, it does look like there is an excellent chance for real large hail as we go through. This is Bismarck all the way on the I-94 corridor, all the way into Fargo. Aberdeen and the Pierre area are also included. If you're in this flashy area, hail will likely exceed 2 inches in diameter for some, not all areas, okay? So we could have some big time ping pong ball sized hail and such making its way through. The yellow area shows us the area where we'll have the best chance at seeing thunderstorms with hail in them. And you'll notice it includes most of north central Minnesota, all the way through the northern part of South Dakota and into the central Dakotas. So that's what the threat is. This is Sunday. What about gusty winds? Yes, still a problem, and it's a similar area where we could see some gusty straight line wind potential with these storms as we go through. Day 3 will be your Monday forecast. As we head into your 4th of July week, we start out with a risk of storms here that start in the eastern part of the Dakotas and move through most of Minnesota. So from Omaha, Sioux Falls, Fargo, and straight off to the east into Duluth, Superior, Lake Superior, Thunder Bay, we're talking Lake of the Woods and most of Lakes Country. Monday could be a severe weather day. There will be a chance for all modes of severe weather in this area. And again, I am concerned about that tornado threat with this system as it's really slow to move through here. And it has a lot of heat and a whole bunch of moisture with it. So let's talk about that really quickly. Why is Hutch's elbow cracking? Why am I worried about tornadoes? Let's talk about a couple of different things. Number one, temperature. We're starting to really warm things up where you're seeing this ash color out here. Look at Denver, the mile highest city at 97 degrees. And you look back here into the mountains near Butte and Idaho Falls, and we're near 60 degrees. So the heat is building. Triple digits in and around the panhandle of Oklahoma. Here in the Red River Valley, in Minnesota, we have 70s, and it is sticky. I'm telling you right now, Hutch having a hard time cooling off. What does the sticky come from? Well, many of you will answer, Hutch, that's humidity. I'd say you're right, but dew point temperature shows us where that moist tongue is. Let's talk about this. The dew point temperature is the temperature we have to cool the air to for a cloud to be made, or for dew to be made, or for the air to become saturated. So remember, triple digit here in Oklahoma, we have to cool the 100-degree air to 40 degrees. That's 60 degrees of cooling. Clouds there would be probably 2 miles high before we even get started making them. Look at the dew points in the west out here. This is extremely dry air. You ain't getting much rain when you have dew points like this. You ain't even getting clouds that are anywhere close to the ground, so the threats for severe weather go way, way down. But along this boundary between the dry air and the humid air, we have that called a dry line, being an area where the thunderstorms can redevelop. So keep that in mind. South winds across the Central Plains are grabbing air from the Gulf, and it's got dew points in the 70s now to our south. Right now, I mentioned I'm feeling sticky. Are you feeling sticky? Is it humid where you are? Let me know in the comments, because we have dew points in the 60s. That's not unusual up here, but it gets to feeling pretty humid out here for the northern plains. Rugby, North Dakota up here is, well, in part, the geographical center of the North American continent. So you go from Rugby all the way up. That means you are as far away from an ocean as you can possibly get on this continent, which means Well, we don't get air this humid up here that often. Now, it's coming from the Gulf. It's working its way up into South Dakota now. We got mid 60s and 70s through Lincoln and all the way through Sioux Falls, South Dakota. And some of these 60-degree dew points are punching up into Bismarck. Humid air, it's like hot air. It actually rises faster. It makes the air even less dense than this drier air off to the west. So that adds to the instability of our atmosphere. Now, as we look at the forecast for these dew points, they're a changing, and these 60s and 70s, they're on the way. So that is one reason why we're going to add to the instability, which makes those thunderstorm updrafts possibly rise faster. So as we take a look at this model now, and we look at the forecast for these dew points and how they're going to change, it impacts your weather. So let's talk about that really quick in this full first section of Hutch's weather coverage here, and then we'll get back to some more questions of yours. Now, as we go ahead and take a look at the dew point temperature forecast here, the colors that you see here are a little different than the plot that I just had, but we can see these 60s on here, and we see out to the west the dry air infiltrating most of Wyoming. This moist flow coming out of the Central Plains, you're looking at Omaha, Sioux Falls, and here's Bismarck, and here's Dickinson and Medora. Now, if we see these purples coming up here, that's not good news for our chance of storms. Oops, I'm going to have to make sure this model goes out a little bit farther than just a few hours. That is the brand new model run coming in. So let me get to this one here. This will be a good one. So as we go through the forecast period, we will start to see those purples make their way up into South Dakota. And notice how things dry out in Montana. So the storm risk really sets up shop in the Red River Valley or the I-29 corridor here, all the way from Kansas City, Missouri, straight up into the northern plains. So we do have some extremely humid air pushing its way up and into our region as we go through the next several hours. And I'm going to make sure that this uploads with one that goes out as far as we can here. Okay, there we go. So again, a lot of humidity means a lot of instability in our atmosphere. So give me one moment here, and now we'll go ahead and answer a few of your questions, and I will put the radar up behind me to make sure our coverage is complete. Now, I do think that weather can be pretty scary. We have a funnel cloud report out here in Montana, so let's go out to that right quick. Weather can be kind of scary, and someone like me who is interested in making sure I do my best to inform you, one of the things I like about my streaming platform versus working on TV, you can be watching TV with a tornado overhead and a program is still showing. I can stay here with you through the storm, and that's what I usually do. Now, keep in mind, these storms out here in Montana are in some air with some spin, and we already have a funnel cloud report out here in southeast Montana, not far from Ekalaka. So we're looking at Ekalaka. The time of the report was 5:45, so let me plop that time back up. Yep, there it is, 6:09. So moments ago, a funnel cloud was sighted down here to the south and to the east of Ekalaka, right over Highway 323 out there. This was by a trained spotter, and a report came in from the emergency manager out there. So again, some funnel clouds being sighted with these southeast Montana storms out there. As we go through. Popping up the composite radar again so we can see the whole region here. I am going to now review a couple of your questions. I'm going to start with my viewers here on my, let's go with this one, YouTube channel. So if you're on YouTube, hi everybody, meteorologist Hutch Johnson. I'm here covering the weather for you, just getting an eyeball view. Linda Nygaard says, Wahpeton, North Dakota. Good to have you on, Linda. It does look like a morning series of storms for us, and then a repeat afternoon performance is possible by the atmosphere. So keep that in mind. It's not a guarantee that we're going to have severe weather on your Sunday, but storms that do form are going to be in a hot, sweaty, humid environment. Big time rainfall amounts if storms form. And we'll be in an environment where there'll be some spin. We'll be in an environment where we'll have that potential for some huge hail thanks to the energy the atmosphere will have in it. Thank you for your coverage. You're welcome, Taylor. Thank you very, very much for watching. I appreciate all of you. If you do like the coverage, please consider following my page or subscribing on my YouTube channel. Thank you very much. What time for Fargo? We're looking at closer to daybreak out here, 4 to 6 a.m. for storms moving through. The main risk for us in the morning will be gusty straight line winds and some isolated hail. I think South Dakota, you could have stronger storms as we talked about in the forecast. Thanks for sharing. Judy, thank you. Watching from Northeast Minnesota. Wendy Hall, thank you for watching. David says, howdy from Tucson. Hey, from the desert Southwest, thanks for watching. Are you from the area, David? Thank you so much for joining the broadcast. Thanks for the information, Emma. Thank you for watching. I see stars coming in from Patty. I sure appreciate your support of stars on Hutch's Weather. And I appreciate any way you can support me by sharing the name and the word that Hutch is out watching the weather for you in your area. And also, for those of you who head to my website or app, I've got a shop button, and you can order things like my 14-inch rain gauge here to keep you advised of how much rain has fallen in your area. This measures to the nearest 1/100th of an inch, and by ordering, you support Hutch's Weather. So thanks so very, very much to all of you who have ordered my rain gauge or shirts or other, we'll call it Hutch swag, working its way through. Hey, Kelsey, thank you very much. Stay safe, everyone, is your wishes, and that's something we should all talk about. 103 to 105 in Tucson. Oh my goodness, David, that is some hot business down there. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be hot and muggy here, but at least it's a dry heat in all likelihood for your area. Linda, thanks for your information. You're very welcome. I remember hearing on the Weather Channel as a kid, the storms in Medora were wild. Stephanie, thank you very, very much for watching. And if you're anywhere in Medora, you do have some strong thunderstorms heading your way. So the musical going on here, you got that old pitchfork fondue going on, and I'm a fan. But these storms are kind of moving in the general direction. There's a tornado watch out there. If you happen to be camping at Medora, if you happen to be camping at Fort Peck Reservoir, mean old storms out here with gusty winds. Now, a camper's not attached to the ground, nor is an RV, so it's a good idea to get out of those and know where you can go to find sturdy structure in storm situations like this. So do it now. Think, where is that shelter? And if the alarm goes off for a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, then you have an answer and you know exactly what you're going to do. And that, I hope, is the power of keeping you informed. Storm approaches. You check Hutch's Weather app. Warning. It's a thunderstorm warning. Gusts to 70 possible. Oh, that's not good. You don't want to be in a camper under a tree that could be felled by the winds. You don't want to be in a camper in a tornado warning. Get to your safe shelter. So that's just some ideas out there to keep you and your family safe. Hey, Hutch, awesome job, friend. Thank you. Mike Seeberger, good to see you. A good old childhood friend from Montana, Big Sky Country, Montana. And as a Bronco fan, we used to talk football as kids all the time. Good to see you on board here. Les, good to see you. Frazee, 3/4 of an inch of rain. We'll talk about that. I got a report of 5 inches of rain in parts of northeast North Dakota today, and I cannot believe just how soggy that doggy of a storm was. Let me show you the rainfall reports that came in from the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network. Do you see this? This is today or this morning's rain. That's what I mean about these dew points in the 60s. If storms form, there's a lot of wet in the air. Numerous reports already today of over 1 inch and even over 2 inches of rain near Devil's Lake and Crary, near this Towner County area here. So Rock Lake, can do, pushing onto the county border. 2.06 inches of rain. Langdon, Walhalla, all the way up to Pembina got soggy soakers. We're calling for, these are worm stranglers. These are the ones that put buckets of rain in your yard, and those worms are coming up for air and they ain't getting none. And it's really hard on those worms. But the birds, they seem to like it. Now here's a view of a photo uploaded to Hutch's Weather. This is the other part that makes your reports so beneficial to all of us. We can see what is coming when these storms make their way through. Now those thunder showers and showers from this morning are long gone into Manitoba and probably into Ontario. But look at the piles of rain. Now, this is from Munich, North Dakota. Steph, thank you very, very much for uploading this photo today. 5 inches of rain from a storm earlier today. Multiple homes with basements filled with water. And this picture is just down 2 houses from where Steph lives. So thank you very, very much for this report. Our thoughts are with you. That is terrible. And I got to tell you what, soggy rain Big time heavy rain is going to be a possibility from these storms because it's so sticky out here. Steph, thanks for your report. A lot of cloud photos coming in today. I'll share one more with you before I get back to your question. Hillsboro, North Dakota, that's not far from Fargo area as we look at there. Franco, thank you very much for sharing this photo here. You see the dark skies moving overhead. Now, with the humid air, these clouds tend to form a little bit closer down to the ground, and that's what also increases threat for things like large hail and things like tornadoes, because if a tornado does not have to stretch too far to the ground to make contact with the ground, that makes it more likely, not likely, but more likely that it could make contact with us on the ground. Thanks for all of your photos. I look forward to more. And now let's go back to some questions out here as we go through. I will pop that radar back up because that's what this is all about. And we'll let you know if we get some more tornado reports, and we'll go ahead and do another analysis of these storms here in a minute. Frazee, 3/4 of an inch of rain. Watching from Lancaster. Good to have you on board, Tracy. Thanks for always supporting Hutch's weather. Katie watching as well. Thank you very much and letting me know, and I appreciate your stars. Rhonda, thank you from the bottom of my heart for supporting Hutch with stars. Thank you, Kim Samuelson, for supporting Hutch with stars as well. Appreciate all of you. Does it look like Bismarck could get a tornado? I just want to point this out. Jade, and as a kid, I was always nervous about weather, but then as I studied it and learned more about it, just making sure, I want you to think of something. I'm going to grab a pen here. A big winter storm, when that comes, usually impacts a huge part of our entire region. And it's easy to say, yes, we're all going to get wind and many of us will get snow. When it comes to thunderstorms, this little guy here, the average diameter of a thunderstorm is 10 miles. Now, the chances of us forecasting that are very low. And the chances of us forecasting a tornado from that is even lower. And a huge tornado is 1 mile in diameter. So you take a pencil and you put it on the map. What's the chance of that pencil line going through any community? The good news is it's not very high. So is Bismarck getting a tornado? Hutch says it's not likely that any one spot on our map is going to get a tornado moving right through their town. But we all want to be prepared because tonight's environment is one with spin, which helps generate tornadoes, and thunderstorms, as you can see. But here we have how many thunderstorms on here? Each one of these little circles, and this area has like probably 3/4 of a dozen thunderstorms in here. And we've only seen one funnel cloud so far. Now, this is in the non-tornado watch area. There's more spin and shear in the atmosphere over here. But all that said, the chances of a thunderstorm becoming severe is only about 2%. That's 2 out of 100 storms get these little polygon boxes around them. The chances of a severe thunderstorm producing a tornado is only about 2%. So you're talking about 2% of 2%. It's pretty low that we'll have a tornado chance. Our chances tonight are elevated because of the conditions we have. But keep in mind, the chance of any storm cannot really be predicted what town it's going to move through until it gets on the doorstep. Now, once we get a warning issued, we'll have a better idea of where that particular thunderstorm cell is moving. The general movement of our storms tonight is to the northeast. That's what we're going to see. So it'll be a long time yet. And I believe we talked about the midnight hour or so before the Bismarck area has a chance at seeing those storms, but we will keep you posted as we go through. So do your best to stay calm, but stay informed. If you hear thunder, if you see dark clouds, go ahead and open Hutch's weather app. Search Hutch's weather in your app store today. See if it's a warned storm with a polygon around it. If you let the app follow you, you could be driving down I-94 into this, and if you drive into a thunderstorm warning, bing, Hutch's app will let you know what's going on with these storms. So staying informed is thing number one. When they get closer, be prepared to take action. Now the time is to make a plan. What room in your home can you go into to seek shelter? And if a tornado was a warning was issued, do you know where you could go to get there? The lowest floor of a sturdy structure is the best advice there. So thanks for your question. I feel your concern, but my goal is not to scare a soul. We have a risk of severe weather. My goal, and I think my duty, is to inform where the strongest storms are, where the ones showing some spin are, and I have not highly analyzed each and every one of these storms. That's the job of the Weather Service, but I'll get more into that as these move into the more tornado-prone atmosphere out here to the east. So stay informed. That's my best advice to you. Thank you very much. Your app says 0% chance of rain. Some other app, which shall remain nameless, says a significant chance before then in West Fargo. Is your app UTD? I don't know what UTD means, Amy, but I'm up to date. Let me talk to you this way. Every app relies on a computer forecast model, not real data. So any app you get, whether you download something from a national source or a local TV station or Hutch's weather app, is tied to one model and only one model. And there is not one model out there that gets these storms right every time. So whether my model is up to date, yes, it's up to date. The model is updated every 3 hours. Here's the difference. If you take this little pencil sized storm and you move it north, is it going to hit Hettinger or is it going to hit Lemon? Or is it going to pass right between them? No model gets that right every time. Okay, so keep in mind, there is going to be a difference. If a model that is tied to somebody's app says, yep, it's going right through downtown Fargo, then Fargo can get it. However, if a storm moves through Fargo, everybody here, if you live in Billings, everybody in Rapid City, you all know how this goes, where you hear a storm coming, a warning's issued, and the north side of town gets shallywhacked and the south side of town gets squat. And that happens because thunderstorms average 10 miles in diameter. You might be under the updraft part of the storm, which means you get squat, while the downdraft part of the storm with the heavy rain and hail falls all to the north of you. So your neighbor up just north of you by a half a mile got 2 inches of rain and you got skipped. So that's my point. It's not knocking anybody's app, but there's no app that's going to give you that. What I like to do is find an app that's working good now and then use that one and put it in my videos that you see on my app. I will tell you which model's good. And if it ain't mine, I'll tell you, this is the one I like. Val, thank you so much for your support of stars. I hope that answered your question, Amy, and I appreciate you watching. It means an awful lot. Carrie says, appreciate all you do. Marla says, thank you, Hutch from Keller. All right, way up there in northern Minnesota. Good to have you on board. Bemidji, south of International Falls, raining here off and on throughout the day and very humid. And our chance of storms, these will pass through to the north and to the east. They're behind my big old melon right now. Now you can see them. Here they are. They're moving off to the north and the east, and you can see this consistent track of rain. Because we have so many storms moving northeast, there's going to be some areas that get really ridiculous amounts of rain, like we showed you that 5-inch report from earlier. Marlis, thank you so very, very much for watching. Shane says, thanks for the info. Sunday doesn't look great for a car show. I think I'll keep it in the garage. Shane, timing is everything with car shows. I do know what you mean. Staying informed is important. You get to make the call. It's your car. I've got 2 of them classic cars in my garage, and I got to tell you what, there's days that I'd just rather leave it at home. But all that said, we are going to have these storms come at us by the morning hours from the west. Windy and rainy. Possible some hail. Then those will exit off into Minnesota, and then the next round will come in the afternoon and evening hours. It's all timing, my friend, but I hear you, and I don't want hail on my cars either. All right, Pete, thank you so much. Love your app, and you do a great job. A heartfelt thank you to you, Pete. Thank you so much. Dale, how's Mandan tonight? Bismarck, Mandan, storms are on their way. That doesn't look like they'll be here till midnight, so go have fun and tune into Hutch here. I'll have my live stream going throughout the evening with updates all night long. Munich had 5 inches this morning, Susan. That's what I heard. We just showed a picture of that. That's unbelievable, unbelievable. What is Mandan doing tonight? I think I answered that, Dale. Thank you very much. Mandan will get a chance for strong to severe storms. The best chance of that will be midnight. Right now, we got this cluster moving towards Regina. Not a problem. This cluster moving towards Bismarck will likely miss Bismarck to the north. I'm not going to say not a problem, because as these storms move off to the east, we could get more starting to form on the south side, like this little fella right down here. And then this cluster is going to be making its way towards Pierre, Mobridge, and Aberdeen as we go through the night. Some areas in between these storm clusters are going to get missed, I should say. Some are going to, now it's possible these could merge into one big huge line all the way across. Notice we got a following line of thunderstorms rolling off the high plains out here, and that line of thunderstorms has numerous severe. Again, The movement of the individual storms is to the north-northeast right now, and the movement of the whole line will be slowly to the east. Good questions, everybody. Thank you for being a part of Hutch's Weather. Why would the National Weather Service not have a tornado probability for tomorrow? It says it's all less than 2%. Jamie, thank you very much. I will go over that, and I hope you're still watching. If you are, drop me a note 4 minutes ago. I hope you're still watching. Let's go over one thing I want to show you. This changes with every model run, though, so I'm not going to try to make everybody scared, but I do have concerns that we have a tornado risk in the forecast for tomorrow and on Monday. So for that, I will go ahead and answer your question to the best of my ability, and wait, please bear with me while I load up a model that I like. Now let's see. Let's go through some Meteorology 101. I've got my glasses on and my scientific lab coat here, and we're going to talk meteorology. There's a dozen models I can look at for this forecast, but which one is starting out the most accurate? So if I go to this model, yeah, it's kind of good here. It does have a couple of cells here, and it's not, that's, you know, it's okay, but it's not what we're seeing on the radar, is it? Now let's go to another model and see how it's starting out. This is called the WRF model, by the way, for those of you following along. We're going to go back in time just a little bit. What time do we have here now? Pardon my squintiness here. Okay, so it's 6:30. All right, so as we're looking at 7 p.m., that is going to be 0Z out here. So let's go to 0Z. Does this look like where the storms are? Heavens no, not even close. This model, out to lunch. We'll wait for the next run of that model to come in. So let's go ahead and take a look at this model here, and boom, same thing goes. It has these much more accelerated and already moving into Bismarck, and they aren't there yet. So these model runs were not off to a very good start here, and that's why it's good to rerun the model. Now let's take a look at this one that hadn't been too bad. This is a look at what's going on. This isn't far. We're not seeing the stuff in South Dakota here, but we're definitely seeing this advance too far out there. So let's go back to that original model. That one updates every hour. I will look at one more because I like to. Okay, this model might be. What do you think? This looks pretty good. What's moving out of Scobie right now, moving up into parts of Saskatchewan and pushing in later to Manitoba. This is not as filled out as what we see, but there is storms here in and around Ekalaka as we have our funnel cloud report, and a small cluster down here moving through South Dakota. This is not terrible. We also have the rain showers pushing out through here. It's more pronounced here, I admit, but this one might not be too bad. Let's see what it says, but this is what I want to show. Let me go ahead and plot up here. All right. I'm going to switch back to that original model. Okay, I believe this is just coming in. Can't see that one. Let's see. Okay, there we go. This is the model run I want. Okay, so pardon my eyeballs. I'm sorry. It took me a little bit to squint through that, but here we go. This model that ran earlier said that says the storms would be about here. It's not too bad. It does have the storms rolling out of Baker, Montana, heading towards Webo, Montana, Medora, and the like as we go into the 7 o'clock hour. Not a bad start. What we're going to look at is the risk for tornadoes. That was your question. Let me address that. As we go through what we need for thunderstorms that produce tornadoes is going to be a lot of rising air that's really fast. And we need some spin or shear in the atmosphere, and that's what we're going to look at next. So if we have thunderstorm potential, hot, humid air flowing, and if we have that spin in the atmosphere that can be present in and around these areas of low pressure or warm fronts, then we are on for a chance of a tornado. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's called the significant tornado parameter. This isn't the wimpy tornado parameter, it's significant. Where you see reds here, that's where we have the most spin in the atmosphere, and that's where we could see the potential for strong tornadoes. But I advise you, this is just one model, and it's not representative of exactly what's happening right now. So let's keep that in mind. But it is showing more spin down on the South Dakota side, a little bit up in Montana as well as we cross through this time frame. So we go through the overnight, and our risk of spin stays, but down in South Dakota, southern South Dakota. Will there even be storms down there at this time? That's another thing. If there are, then we got a lot of spin with those storms down there. Now, everything kind of exhausts and quiets down as we go into Sunday morning. So the showers and storms that push through Fargo, Moorhead, Grand Forks, and into Lakes Country, I am not as concerned about tornadic activity at that time. Wind and hail, as I mentioned before, will be the main threat. And I'm not talking ginormous hail. I'm talking about sizable hail up to around 1 inch in diameter. As we go into our Sunday afternoon, the heat starts building, the south winds start rocking, the low pressure system slides a little bit to the east, and as the day heats up, the energy increases, and where does spin form? Now, this is as we go towards lunchtime and now the afternoon. Look what's going on. Spin in parts of Minnesota. Will we have storms there at all? That's a question, but there are some areas of spin down here a little closer to our low pressure system and warm front accompanying the storm system. And boom, we got some really high values of significant tornado parameter here. So there is some areas here in the northern plains that have some potential for spin, and it's all evolved around where we have a warm front and the atmosphere causing some turning with the winds as we go up in the atmosphere with height. So that is Sunday. This model does not go all the way out to Monday night. Oh yeah, it does. This is subject to change. We reload the gun as we go into Monday, and now we have a very high potential here on this particular model run for some spin in the atmosphere right over the Red River Valley and parts of central Minnesota. So that is why Hutch says, I'm not faulting the Storm Prediction Center or the National Weather Service saying there isn't even a 2% risk. That's based on what they're seeing now with is there going to be thunderstorms in the area even? Same thing goes on Monday. We have all the spin in the atmosphere we want, but if we don't form a a thunderstorm, we won't have a tornado. I hope that answers your question, but I am watching this like a hawk, and that is why. And I'm not trying to scare anybody, but our atmosphere is loaded. Now, there's a couple of things that I'd like to share with you too about climatology, but we'll do that later. Let's get to some more questions. Jasmine, I hope that answered your question. Dale, is Mandan going to have a tornado warning? I do not know. I can't tell you, but you're in a tornado watch area not too far from it. So we'll keep you posted. It'll be pretty late before those storms form. Are you just joining my broadcast? Thank you very much for joining. My name's Hutch Johnson, and for the better part of 30 years, I've been a broadcast chief meteorologist on television. And now I've started my own company and I'm streaming, and I get to talk as long as I need to answer your questions, do the best job I can of communicating exactly what the threats are and risks are as we go through. This is continuing coverage of storms tonight. And I am in the section here where I'm talking a little bit about the forecast as well. So if you're just joining, welcome. Thank you very, very much for checking out the channel. I would love for you to hit the follow button on my Facebook page. Are you watching on my YouTube channel right now? Please hit the subscribe button. That helps my channel grow and it helps more people get the content. If you like this content, please take a minute to comment, to like it, to love it, to share it. All of those actions on your part tell, well, the algorithm that, well, people are liking this video, they're interacting with it, and it must have important information. So thank you for all of you that have done that. Dale, how are you? Just to let you know, I followed you. Thank you, Dale. I really appreciate it. And again, where are you from? Beulah, it looks like. Went to Beulah High School anyway. So out in the Lake Sakakawea area. Love that area out there. Beautiful country indeed. How soon will it hit Dickinson? Sooner rather than later. Let me put the radar back up behind me here so I can keep everybody apprised of that. So we'll all watch together on that radar scene as well and see if we have any tornado warnings. They're now crossing into parts of south. We got a new hail report right here on the state line out there. Let's go ahead and take a peek-see at how big that hail is. Was it just little hail or was it more bigger hail? Oh, this is more bigger hail. 1.8 inches or 1 3/4 inch diameter hail out there, 8 miles east of Webster in Fallon County, Montana. That's big time hail pains right there. And Hutch has just the graphic to keep you up to date with those hail reports because it is important to get word from you. Now, when you get hail in your area, when it is safe to do so, you can go outside. If you have a quarter, great. If you have a ruler, that's even more better. We want you to measure the diameter of the largest stone you can find. So it's best to measure it and get us as close of an estimate as you can. If you don't have that handy, then compare it to things. Well, You know, I've met a few hens in my day, and they all lay different size eggs. Limes, go to the grocery store, there's different size limes. So that's why I like measurements better than comparisons to things. Even tennis balls and baseballs come in slightly different sizes, but it does give us an idea. So we just had a 1.8 inch diameter hail report. I'm going to double check that puppy. 1.8 inch diameter hail report in Fallon County, Montana. So that's approaching 2 inches in diameter. We're talking more bigger than golf balls, but not quite tennis balls out there. That's a golf ball, 1.75. We'll round that up to 8. So those are some, what do they call them? Titleists. So we got some Titleists falling from the skies out there on the Montana line with North Dakota. Again, a measurement is best. You find the largest stone. Why? Why are we only measuring the largest? Because that tells us what the radar is showing as the peak hail size potential. You can confirm that or deny that for us by your report. I mean, grapefruits, they come in different sizes. I like the big ones. Softball definitely comes in different sizes. Large apples come in different sizes. But if you don't have something handy, then whatever you got to compare it to, like a coin, like a nickel, a penny, those all have known diameters that we can compare to. So back to the radar and back to your questions real quickly. Tornado watch in the red boxes here. We have a thunderstorm watch in the yellow boxes for eastern Montana, northeast parts of Wyoming, and parts of eastern Nebraska. There's northeastern Nebraska here that's in red. That is the tornado watch. That extends all the way through western South Dakota, including the Black Hills, including the folks out here in the Badlands, straight out through the Badlands of North Dakota, and also all the way up in toward the Williston area. If we zoom in just a pinch on this puppy, we'll go ahead and take a look at what that's looking like with regards to, pardon me, I got to find the right map. There it is. Bismarck, Mandan. Mandan is in the tornado watch. Bismarck is not, right? Morton County, Burleigh County line here. So that doesn't mean that it's impossible to get a tornado from these storms, but you are not in Bismarck in the tornado warning. Mandan is, but it doesn't guarantee there's going to be a tornado in Mandan. That's just the line where the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center chose to delineate the difference there. So all right, so that's what's going on. Let me put up the radar one more time here, and now we'll go ahead and continue with our discussion and your questions and answers. I'm answering my YouTube ones. I'll get to my friends over here on Facebook as well. Thank you all so very, very much. How soon will it hit Dickinson? These storms are moving north-northeast. We can do that analysis pronto, Skippy. So let's do that right now. If you're in Dickinson, these storms are moving at an average speed, mainly north-northeast, and they're moving at a speed of only 25 miles per hour. Let's take a look at these Montana storms because they're moving a little bit more northeast. Yeah, northeast at 30 miles per hour. So what we do is we take an average. We'll go ahead and use 30, but they will accelerate sometimes. So let's keep that in mind. Now, Hutch will go ahead and measure how far away is Dickinson from this line of storms, and which ones are most likely moving north-northeast to impact Dickinson? No, maybe down here. Yeah. So let's look at these suckers down here by Buffalo, South Dakota, and let's go ahead and give us an estimate. And that's all it is an estimate. It's Hutch's best estimate. Let me see. Let's try that one more time. Okay, so there's the Buffalo, South Dakota area. There's Dickinson. It's 85 miles, nearly 90 miles. They're moving at 30 miles per hour. That's about 3 hours or less. So we're talking about 9:27, okay? 9:27 p.m. Central Daylight Time. These storms down near Buffalo will be in the general vicinity of Southhart. You folks in Stark County, all the way toward Dickinson, maybe even out towards Richardson and Taylor and Regent and Mott, you guys will get them before. So that's a little bit of an idea for you. And thank you for your question. It's spectacular to hear from you out in the Dickinson area. And beautiful country. I just made my way through there on my way to Montana to visit some family and visit with some folks. Oh boy, let me see. I just clicked on the wrong thingy. Okay, there we go. All right, I have kids in a camper in 10 Strike, Minnesota. What will the weather be like? Greg, thanks for your question. The showers and thunderstorms right now out in your general vicinity are not severe, and I don't expect them to be. Good old-fashioned rain, but it could be heavy. Could it have lightning? Yes. So not particularly gusty wind, not particularly severe. These do not arrive until we get closer to daybreak. So about 3 to 5 a.m. for Fargo, and then moving off towards your area in the afternoon. It did look like on the model that I just showed that they lose some gusts and energy there. My advice to you is the main risk is going to be a gusty wind, and the main risk is going to be some hail up to around 1 inch in diameter at that time of the day. But then as we go into Sunday later afternoon, another round of storms is going to be likely with a new timing and a new set of circumstances. So stay informed. If a warning is issued, just know where you can go to stay safe. And again, thunderstorm warnings, if these storms do congeal and become very windy overnight, I'll be here and let you know. So you can always have my weather app handy, Hutch's Weather, at hutchesweather.com. There's a download the app button on there, and I'd love to have you, or search Hutch's Weather in your app store today. There's versions for Apple devices. There's versions for Android devices. Sammy Joe in Williston, North Dakota, good to have you on board. There are a few storms meandering in your general direction. Those will be moving out of the Big Sky country of Glendive, Montana, Webo, Montana, and heading your way generally. In about the same amount of time here. It's going to be a couple of hours yet before they make their way through. Always watching you, Jasmine. Thank you very, very much for watching. I appreciate you. Thanks for watching, Nathan. It's good to see you, and I hope you're having a wonderful weekend. Jake says, higher risk of severe weather tomorrow and Monday. Thanks, Jake, for helping me answer questions here. I appreciate the teamwork involved. Sammy, excuse me, what about Williston? Just spoke about that. It's these guys moving out of Montana and this area here that'll be moving in your general direction. And it's going to be about 2 hours to 3 hours before they make their way up. So I'll keep you posted. All risks of severe weather are possible in the Williston area at this time. Okay, Ashley, when is the main event for Shelley, Minnesota and Hillsboro? In the first thing in the morning, we'll have some burps of wind and some possible hail the way it looks now. That's going to be coming in somewhere between 4 and 6 a.m. is the current timing. Remember, these can speed up. Jennifer, thank you for your stars of support on my page here. I do appreciate it. Looks like I'm answering questions on Facebook right now. Raining in Park Rapids and a little bit of thunder. Okay, good to know. Thank you. Just curious. That's why I watch you. Thanks, Jasmine. I appreciate it. And it looks like I'm catching up here on these comments. Thanks, Hutch. Hope it doesn't wake me up here in Valley City. If it does, if you hear thunder and lightning, if it's severe, I'll be here. If it's not, get some rest. That's the plan. And again, you can have my app. And it's another way. It's like having another little Hutch, but it fits in your pocket or by the bedside. You just grab it, open the app and say, nope, that storm is not severe right now. And it doesn't look particularly nasty to me. And if I'm still live and talking about it, then could be different. All right, let's see. Justin, good to have you on board. You rocking it, man. Thank you. And thank you for joining Hutch's Weather. Sheila says, got all vehicles in, just now watching. Thanks for thinking of us, Kelsey. You're welcome, Sheila says. Thank you very much. I'm in Valley City and have a son in Oaks. What time will it be if it gets hit at all? These storms are not making their way into the eastern third of North Dakota until after about 3 a.m. So Oaks will have a better chance at seeing it a little earlier. I think the storms in Oaks could be a little stronger than the ones north near Devil's Lake, but that's just a gut feeling based on some of the model stuff we were looking at moments ago. Aaron, when's it going to hit Fargo? We just covered that. It's going to be probably after 4 a.m. before we have to worry about it here. Medora, we're in Medora. Courtney, good to have you out there. Beautiful country. Hutch was just there. Teddy Roosevelt National Park out there. Beautiful buffalo. The bisons are out there all over the place having a good time. And we got some weather coming through. If you happen to be out there in Medora and you're in a camper, just be advised we have severe storms that have produced some golf ball sized hail on the border. They are moving in the general vicinity of you in Billings and Golden Valley counties here. So Medora, you folks in Beach, definitely roll up the beach towel and, get to shelter when these storms arrive. So know where your shelter is. It's no guarantee you will get hit, but the chances are we have a line of pretty windy and haily thunderstorms moving your way. And we'll go ahead and analyze these storms again for rotation momentarily. Stay safe, everyone. Anita, thank you for your concern and I appreciate you watching. Sherry says Turtle Mountain, the Turtle Mountains area, a long way from any storms right now. So as we go through, it's going to be somewhere after midnight likely, where those storms cross through the central Dakotas, maybe closer to 1 or 2 a.m. Can't wait till winter, says Brenda. I am not in that camp. I am still enjoying the fact that you can go outside in the Fargo area, which is my home base, and they're still not getting attacked by mosquitoes out here. We've had a pretty cool spring here for the last few days. Just wanted to let you know and say that you do a good job. Dale, I truly appreciate your kind words, and I do not take any of your trust lightly whatsoever. Scott, thank you very much for your kind words as well. Thanks for tagging friends I see on Facebook. A lot of you doing that. Rock on, says Gina. You're welcome. Friday night, Hutch is usually rocking on, playing a little guitar and having a little bit of fun. But tonight I'm here for you because we have a pretty serious weather situation here. Not everybody's getting hit, but we got big time hail potential. Wind gusts that could hit 90 miles per hour. So if you're camping Lake Sakakawea, if you're camping here on Green Lake, down there by Wishick, if you're camping anywhere, I'm here for you. Lake Oahe, okay? Lake of the Woods in Minnesota, wherever you are, Fort Peck Lake outside of Glasgow. We're going to check in on all of you. Thanks for watching. Brenda, I appreciate it. All garbage containers inside. Yeah, I don't want my neighbor's garbage in my yard either, and that's something that sometimes I forget to do, but it happens. Oh, appreciate it, Aaron. Thank you very much for watching. Brenda says, will the wind take care of the mosquitoes? Maybe. Right now we got a stout south wind, so wave goodbye to those mosquitoes and make sure they have their passports ready to enter Canada. All right, now let's take a look here from my friends on my YouTube channel. If you're watching on YouTube, welcome. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson. It's a pleasure to have you here, covering severe storms that now extend from Poplar, Montana. That's heading into the Brockton, Montana area. I was just there on Highway 2. Glasgow, Montana, you're seeing a strong thunderstorm. Jordan, Montana, severe thunderstorms. Hail and gusty winds are the main threats now, but we'll keep our eyes on it because here on the North Dakota line, the South Dakota line with Wyoming and Montana, there's more spin in the atmosphere and a better chance that we could see some tornadoes tonight. We cannot rule out strong tornadoes as well. All right, bear with me while I go ahead and pop up a question or two from my page here on YouTube. I really appreciate you taking the time to hit the subscribe button to my YouTube channel. It means an awful lot to me. Make sure you're interacting with the video if you like the content as well. Hit the heart, hit the smiley face, and drop a comment. Let me know where you're watching from. If you have a question, please, now's the time to do it. I'm going to breeze through. Cheryl says, occasional thunder. Nadawash, thank you for checking in from Monoman County. It's good to have you on board. What's up, Hutch? That's Deb. I say, what's up, Deb? Hope everything's good, and I hope your weekend's going swell. Let's see, it looks like Ed says Park Rapids, Minnesota. It's going to be a while before we have serious storms in your area, but we do have some rain showers making their way through, maybe a rumble of thunder as well. Thanks so much for watching, all of you. Deb, thanks for watching from the Fargo Moorhead area. Lonnie says, what's the chances in Norman County Fair? Okay, the Norman County Fair right behind my melon here. I'm going to move the map over and we'll get right down. We got rain coming in to Norman County. So if you're in Ada, is the Norman County Fair in Ada? I think it is. But at any rate, here we go. We got a line of showers and not severe storms, but it looks kind of soggy working its way into Norman County from the south. Northern Clay County, Pearly, all the way up towards Shelley. We're seeing these showers pass in. And it could be some showers that contain some significant moisture. Here's a look at the storm total precipitation estimates. Now, we did get about 0.2 of an inch move through earlier today. And we can see here that these showers that are moving out of Halstead and pushing in, they're going to add to your rainfall totals as we go through. What do these colors mean? Let me show you. We got a couple areas here that earlier today, Hillsboro picking up 1.3 inches of estimated rain in your general vicinity. And in Ada, it's been a little soggy out there as well, with 0.2 of an inch or so estimated by the Doppler radar. More on the way. And now let me see if I can take a look at the latest precipitation amounts in the last 12 hours. Let's see. That may skip some of the morning ones here. Let me see if that loads up. If it does, great. If not, you got some soggy soakers coming their way through, and another couple tenths of an inch will not be out of the question. Moving over Norman County, central Norman County. And hey, Gary, I see you on the map here. Good to have you on board. Not the individual. Of course, we're talking about Gary, Minnesota. All right, that's a look at what's going on across parts of areas in Norman County with the Norman County Fair. Now back to the action going on out to the west. Single site radar data. Let me grab here the Oh, what's going to be the most goodest radar? Let's go to Bismarck here and see. That's a long ways away. Glasgow might be better to see some of these, as well as Rapid City. So it's going to take this just a second to think while it's loading up. We'll pull Glasgow up. So severe storms working their way along the Montana border with North Dakota. Another line of severe storms south of Lake Fort Peck Reservoir, rather, and in Jordan. But it's heading north toward the southwest arm of Fort Peck Reservoir out here. So that would include you folks in and around Fort Peck itself. So that's what's going on right now with the radar there. I'll put up the composite radar so we can kind of get a view all over the regional map. Okay, thanks again for watching. Let me see if we got some more questions coming in from my friends right here on my YouTube channel. So let's see, where are we? There we are, there we are. There we go. Pardon me. I had to look for it. Okay, so we did the Norman County. Thank you very much for your question, Lonnie. ND Knight Rider, great job. Thank you for watching. I appreciate all of you. Sent Flow State for 200 joules. Wow, that's good. I think that's good. I'm not a good speaker of joules, but I will tell you I like them. All right. Hello, says Max. Good to have you on board, and lots of crazy weather, flooding in the Indiana, Kentucky areas. ND Knight Rider, yeah, a lot of wild weather across the nation, and a little break for some in parts of the central and southern plains where it's been extremely active. And I got to tell you what, it's unbelievable how many tornadoes have hit in Indiana this year. Unbelievable. I think it's over 200. Steven, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Hutch in the clutch. I got to appreciate those comments. Thank you much. Cheryl says, I'm from YouTube and with you on my phone. Thanks for watching on the phone. I appreciate it. Hi, Hutch, says Britt 10. That's good to have you. KC says, watching from Bismarck. Good to have you on board. In the same storm that's in Montana, heading towards Grand Forks, question mark. Well, the Montana storms will be making their way in the general direction of the Devil's Lake Basin and Grand Forks, but it's going to be pretty early in the morning hours before they get here. They're saddled up and they're riding our way. I'll keep you apprised as to whether they'll maintain their severe levels. In all likelihood, they're going to be decreasing in intensity. Appreciate it. Sent 67 for 67 joules. All right, I get it. I think that's good. Thank you so very much. Lake of Fire. I'm on the eastbound Amtrak train going through Montana right now. How does it look? I've been on that train. Not too bad at the moment. I don't know what part you're on, Lake of Fire. Sorry about that. But I rode that puppy all the way from Minnesota through the highway, along the Highway 2 corridor, right out to the Wolf Point and Brockton, Montana area as a kid. So I know the exact route you're on. You're going to go through the storms depending on where you are. If you're going to head in towards Wolf Point, you're going to go through them, and then it should be pretty quiet for the majority, but it depends on what time you intercept the storms. These are going to be moving off to the north and east as we go through the night. Safe travels to you. I hope you enjoy your ride. They tend to go through this part of the country when it gets dark, so I'm imagining that you might be a little farther out to the west. But enjoy the trip nonetheless. Deb says, yo, good to have you on board, and Independence Day coming up. Yes. It's going to be kind of hot as we go through that part of the forecast period. That part of Montana is on Montana time, 1 hour earlier than you. You're right. Mountain time is the bomb out there. Amber says, sent a sun balloon for 500 joules. Shazam! Thank you, Amber. I appreciate it very, very much. Lake of Fire. Howdy from the Amtrak train heading to Grand Forks. What does Colstrip look like? Okay, Colstrip, let's get in on your area. We do have some showers and thunderstorms that are making their way through, but it looks like you're almost done. These are not severe at this particular time. They're moving off to the north-northeast, so the Interstate 94 corridor between, say, Miles City and Hysham will see more showers and storms, but you're on the edge of the end of things for now. Now, there's another little batch out by Red Lodge, Hutch's skiing learning location. When I grew up in Billings, beautiful country there, some much-needed rain. We'll take it. This hill country, the wet weather we're having, that rain runs off pretty quickly. So we could have some flooding problems. Earlier, there was a flood warning in Billings. It looks like that's expired. Down here south of Hardin, I still see a flash flood warning. This is mainly for rural areas in Bighorn County out there in the central part south of Hardin. So I believe we're down in that vicinity of, well, Crow Agency. And as if you go down into that region, some heavy rain potential went through that area. In fact, let's take a look at the storm total precipitation estimates for these storms. Oh, you got a highlight here. The blue color means big time heavy rain there. And so if you're talking about some areas in and around Custer, let's take a look here. Boom. These rainfall estimates are 2 to 3 inches of rain. That water is running going to run off in a hurry with the terrain out there in Montana. It's a little bit different than the terrain we have here in the eastern part of North Dakota, where you can watch Pedro run away for 2 weeks. Pedro, if you're not familiar, is my dog. And there's not many trees, so you can see him for a long ways when he tries to run away, which I'm thankful he doesn't run away often. Right, Pedro? Yeah, he's taking a nap. Good for Pedro. All right. Let's see. Storm chasers are in western North Dakota at this time. Thank you very much. I bet they are. They're keeping their eyes on the skies. Let me switch the radar back. We'll go do some analysis on these storms, by the way, that are coming through. It's been a little while since we've done that, but let's go ahead and answer your questions. Okay, so sent some jewels. Chris says, what is the FM looking like between tonight and tomorrow? Morning time showers and storms, probably between 4 and 6 a.m., somewhere in that time frame. They could be windy with some small hail is the way it looks right now. Thank you very much, Paul. I appreciate it. Paul, Linnell, thank you very, very much. I appreciate you guys for watching. You are the very best. I appreciate you. Samantha says, any storms in Minnesota tonight? It'll be a long ways before these puppies get there. These are the puppies with some bite to them. The showers moving through the area right now in parts of Minnesota, east of Fargo, not so much so. Not a lot of bite with them. Thank you so much. All right, let's see. Ham Lake, Minnesota, when do you get storms? Well, I got to tell you what, that's a good question. Let's go on and take a look here. How many lakes are there in Minnesota? It's more than 10,000. So as we take a look at your particular area here, yeah, it's going to be a long drive and a long while before that area near the cities gets showers and storms. So we're quiet right now, but the forecast is that as we go through the day tomorrow in the afternoon, there'll be a better chance. The activity that's in Montana now will move into northern Minnesota most likely. We could see some storms move into the Twin Cities area. And by the time they do, there will be a risk of some severe storms for your area as we go into the day on your Sunday. Here's Sunday's risk of severe weather. You see that you're in green in the Twin Cities and southern Minnesota, basically from I-90 and points north to the yellow zone. The yellow zone is a better chance at some more active severe weather, but we're saying there's a chance as we go through your afternoon tomorrow. So that's a look at that, and I hope that answers your question for your area. Thank you so very, very much for being a part of Hutch's Weather. Prediction for Minot this evening, much later here as we go through. So we got this now what looks like a solid line forming here from basically not far from Medicine Hat and out here and towards areas of northwest South Dakota, and the Rapid City area seeing a smattering of storms rumbling through that area. These are all moving north and east. Minot, it's going to be around midnight or a little later before they make their way through there. Seems like these are advancing a little faster than this north cluster of storms is. Excuse me. And do you see the sharp thunderstorms that are heading north here towards Glasgow from the Fort Peck Reservoir area out here? Behind it, we have this big rain shield. Behind this, we have a big rain shield. Sometimes we can get some pretty ridiculous winds out of those too. So I'll be watching for that. All right, let's take a look at a couple more questions and then we will get more going tonight. All right, Dracoon prediction for Minot. I think we just went over that. Oh, thank you for all you do. Appreciate the dedication I show. Thank you very, very much for being a part of the show. And thank you for your dedication and supporting me, helping me to advance Hutch's Weather into the future and beyond. Tina says, Dickinson here. Thank you for keeping us updated on the severe weather. It's only going to get more detailed analysis coming up here in the coming moments as we go through. But I've tried to give a very good picture in this first update with the exact situation going on. Watching from Fargo, what's the timeline? It's going to be first thing in the morning and then afternoon and evening storms again. First thing in the morning, isolated severe, can't be ruled out. Gusty wind and hail will be the main threat when you wake up. Probably will be here somewhere between 4 and 6 a.m. Might be a little delayed. We'll keep you posted. But the afternoon storms could once again be severe. They form in the central Dakotas and move towards us. It won't be so late tomorrow. All right, Samantha, good to have you on board. It's a county, Ham Lake. It's a county, Ham Lake, Minnesota. Yep, I got you, Samantha. I hope that's right. Let's see, I'm just making sure. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at Ace Jack. How much of the dew point is affected by corn sweat? Also, what's MJO forecast look like? Those are some big time questions that I won't be able to get to all of them right here. But I will say this, Ace Jack, we do have crops now, and those crops have had recent rains across parts of North Dakota, Minnesota, southern Minnesota, several rounds. And those crops, they bring that moisture up out of the soil, and the transpiration is crops that evaporate some of that moisture into the atmosphere. So yes, from the Central Plains where it's very hot right now, moisture is added to the atmosphere, increasing the dew points by evaporation from our crops that are going on right now. And even though we're not to the 4th of July, where the old corn is supposed to be knee high by the 4th of July, there's some added moisture to the atmosphere because of it. Okay, all thunderstorm warnings right now, where you see the yellow flashies here. No tornado warnings. A lot of hail reports starting to come out of southwest North Dakota and northeast South Dakota and southeast Montana in this cluster here. These are the strong ones right now, just based on the early onset. We have some wind reports all the way along the path of these storms through Gillette, through the Devil's Tower area, now into the Black Hills. Making their way through. What are these gust reports doing down here in parts of South Dakota? Bear with me. We're going to go take a look now. And now we're going to pick up our analysis of these storms. Thank you all very much. Is the rain going to stop to get some fishing in at Maple Lake by Mentor? Well, tonight might be a decent chance of seeing a little bit of a break from that, but I can't guarantee that we won't have some morning showers and storms coming in. Okay, analysis. We're going to take another look now at a glass of lemon water. All right. Wall, South Dakota. Storms are on your doorstep. You have a severe thunderstorm warning along the I-90 corridor. 1-inch diameter hail and gusts to 60 miles per hour. Ellsworth is in the path. Box Elder, New Underwood, Hermosa, and Wasta, all in the path of these storms right now. And there's a pretty healthy hail indicator right here to the west of Wall, where we see the blue and the purple right here. So this is a very strong storm. That hail core moving to the north and the east right now is a threat for travel along the highway or Interstate 90 corridor right now. Again, another look at the speed of movement, only 16 miles per hour. So we're talking about some worm strangling rainfall that'll be falling. If it's only moving that slow, this is a machine making rain, making hail, and it's going to dump heavy rainfall on the terrain here east of Rapid City. So that's heading toward the I-90 corridor right now at 16 miles per hour. Because of that slow movement, I want to track the leading edge of this ridiculous looking hail core right here, making its way to the northeast, 16 miles per hour. I'll put it at 20, and it'll be near Wasta by about 7:31. So that is a real soaker right there, and that's the hail core, the most likely area that the hail core will move through with a very heavy rainfall as well. That storm, again, very soggy and making its way to the northeast at 16 miles per hour. Down to the southwest of you, we got more storms out here that are off towards, well, let's see, east of Buffalo Gap. So Hot Springs, the storm's rolling out of here. We got another hot one right here that's starting to pull. So this one, a warning was just issued by the National Weather Service, but now this one's really starting to pick up some strength. Let me turn on the single site radar data here from our friends in the Black Hills, and it'll give me a better look into these storms for analysis here. So bear with me while I clear out that. Okay. I got to pick the right radar site here. So as we go out in the general vicinity of Ellsworth, here we go. Boom. Okay, so now we got a new warning. The one I was just talking about has just been warned by the National Weather Service down there, and we got this one here. So this polygon, it gets confusing, and if it's confusing for a meteorologist, it's probably confusing for you. There's a hail core down here that's moving to the northeast. Let's analyze that one individual hail core. That is moving northeast at 35 miles per hour, 1 1/4 inch hail. And 60 mile per hour gusts are the main threat right now from those cells. Now, as I take a look at this cell, I'm seeing the hail core right here. It's going to move mainly over rural parts of the area, and we'll go ahead and time it out and see if there's any communities in the general path of it here, but I want to redraw that. My drawing skills sometimes a little bit, but using a mouse, I have a hard enough time with crayons. Should ask my kindergarten teacher. Okay, so moving to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Has no towns being picked up in the path. So that's a rural wobbler there as it works its way through the region. Now this one down to the south that just really started firing up is another one. There's one big hail core here, another one. Do you see this area right here? This is kind of an inflow notch from the storm. So this area might be an area where we could see some spin developing. And there's another one between storms here where we have what we call a low reflectivity area in the area there that can sometimes be caused. Let's look at the shear and spin in these storms. Storm relative velocity is what SRV stands for. And what I'm looking for from the airbase radar scan here is greens immediately next to reds. And I am seeing some motion toward the radar here and motion away from the radar here. There is a little bit of shear on the leading edge. Maybe right in here is some shear, but it's not particularly strong. We're not seeing bright greens here. We're just seeing kind of faint greens in that particular area. So keeping our eyes on this because it is a tornado watch is going to be important, and that's what I'm here for. Now, as you take a look at this one, we do have some stronger outflow here and stronger inward or inbound wind here. So if these two get together here, there could be some increased spin or shear. Right now, this is what we would call broad shear over several miles. That's not necessarily conducive of a tornado out there, but there is some shear in the environment that these storms are forming in. So keep that in mind. Some of these wind reports, by the way, let's go over a couple of those in and around Rapid City as the storm approached 55, 55, 53. So near severe level winds. Here's a 61 mile per hour gust. That is severe. 61 mile per hour. I must have moved the mouse here. So where'd it go? I know, I saw one. There it is. So a 61 mile per hour gust at the Rapid City Airport was measured. So that is severe. 58 is the magic number where it's deemed to be severe. Those winds are making their way out toward the base now as you look at New Underwood, 5 miles west-northwest, 67 mile per hour gusts. So picking up some intensity to the wind gusts there. Now, analyzing some storms moving in towards Bowman in North Dakota, Dickinson. Where are they? I need to switch radars for this. I'm going to go to the Bismarck radar, but you can see the problem here. It is a long ways away. So by the time the radar beam goes from Bismarck, North Dakota, and it's pointed up at an elevation angle, it's pointed way up in the sky, upwards of 2 miles high in the sky before it ever gets to measure anything. So it doesn't necessarily mean what's going on, or we're not able to always see what's going on at the top or at the bottom of the cloud there. So let me see here. It's not loading up right away. So let me just try to make my computer think. Okay, there is the radar from Deering or the Minot area. Here's the Bismarck radar. Okay, now we got data. So we got a heater right here moving out of Buffalo, heading in the general vicinity of the state line. This one here is moving off to the north and to the east, and it's moving at a clip of about 33 miles per hour. 2-inch diameter hail moving through that area. Ludlow, North Cave Hills, South Cave Hills in the path of this storm. Where's the hail core? Well, you can find it with me. It's the flashy McFlasherson right here. Now that is an area of hail. We do have a little bit of a notch out of the storm right there that I will analyze, and another hail core developing. So what you have are multiple thunderstorm cells forming in this one little area here. One little thunderstorm cell, another little thunderstorm cell. This hail are there, that's the one the warning was issued for. And again, that's moving to the north and to the east at a pretty good clip here of about 35 miles per hour. Double checking my math here before I analyze the movement. Considerable damage is the wording from the National Weather Service possible from this storm. So put the vehicle in the garage and be ready for some big time hail making its way to the north and east. Again, here is the leading edge of the hail core moving to the northeast at that 35 mile per hour clip. Scranton, 750. It's going to be in your general vicinity, very close to Bowman as it works its way off to the north and east. So anyone in this area, we could get some big time hail. Notice it's going to be a pretty narrow hail swath making its way through the area. A lot of heavy rain also that will be more wide and encompassing. And as the hail collapses, we could get some pretty significant wind gusts as well. It'll be close to Bowman. It'll be close to Reeder. You are in a severe thunderstorm warning for this same storm as well. So please batten down the hatches and and be prepared for some severe weather in your area. Thanks for the stars. Thanks for the questions. We'll go through a round of those. Once again, 2-inch diameter hail has been confirmed from the cell moving through the Buffalo area. That was reported 6 miles to the west of Buffalo, South Dakota, heading toward the state line. In rain, we got a couple of hail cells making their way through and towards Bowman. Let's get you caught up on those. Here is one where we have a 1-inch diameter hail report from Mud Butte, 6 miles west-northwest, reported by the emergency manager out there, and also reports rain and winds up to 25 miles per hour. So not terrible wind speeds from those particular storms. But look at this. You wander over the Montana line right here. I mean, that's just a short horse ride across the boundary there. 1 3/4 inch hail falling out there, Fallon County, Montana, 8 miles to the east of Webster. So that's what's going on there. So anybody in Rame, Marmarth, Amadon, how long will it take this cluster of storms? You got a lot of storms in here. So sometimes these storms will move and it looks like one solid wall of thunderstorms. That's not what's going on. The radar beam expands as we get farther from the radar site. And so it makes it look like we have a solid wall of storms. In all likelihood, we have an updraft core here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 thunderstorms. And as they move northeast, some towns are going to get missed. And that's a good thing. Okay, but the warning is for the whole area, this cluster of thunderstorms moving to the northeast. Let's check their speed and give you an idea in Amadon, Bowman, and Rame and Marmarth when they'll be there. 2-inch hail, 70 mile per hour wind threat with these, moving north at 20. I want to check that. Sometimes we have to check that because sometimes the radar will automatically attach a speed to an individual thunderstorm cell. So let this load for a second. What I'm seeing is a general movement to the northeast, not straight north. So I'm going to buy this movement, more northeast, not straight north. So let's use that, northeast. Okay, and because it's moving northeast, it's probably not going to be 60 miles per hour here. Let's go ahead and stop that if I can. Go to the most recent scan. And let me see if I can put some, now I need to use some analysis. And if you're new to my page, this is what Hutch does. I'm going to analyze. I'm not taking word for word what this polygon says here, the warning polygon says for the speed of each individual storm. Each storm is moving at a slightly different speed, so I'll do my best to analyze these. Now, there's a bunch of different thunderstorm cells in here. The radar's detecting all of them. It's going to take just a second for this to populate. And what we're going to do is we're going to look at this one moving northeast, this one moving northeast, this one moving more north. And we're going to get an average rate or speed of movement here, 28 miles per hour. 46 miles per hour is probably not accurate. That's probably a cell that collapsed with another one forming on the other side, fooling the radar. That's too fast. We haven't seen any storms moving at that speed. Oh, this one says 31 miles per hour. So I'm thinking that the average here is going to be close to 30 miles per hour from these thunderstorm cells as we work our way through. Now let's turn those bad boys off and let's get you an estimate of time using about a 30 to 35 mile per hour speed of movement with these storms. So here we go. My crayon ain't working. There we go. Okay, tell you what I'm going to do. Give me 1 second. I think my software sometimes gets grumpy with Hutch. So I'm going to put the temperature up and then I'll go back to the radar here so we can give you guys an accurate timing estimate for these storms. Okay, so let's clear that. There we go. All right, accurate timing estimate, I hope coming up. See if it lets me draw with my crayon. There it is. Moving northeast, we're going to use a speed not 47. We're going to go with about 35 miles per hour. If you happen to be in Rame, it's on your doorstep right now. But if you're in Bowman, 7:28 Central Time is when the storms will be moving their way up towards you. There's a little hail core here, but gusty straight line winds are going to be possible. See all these little backwards C-shaped things here? As a hail core collapses, that cools the air below it by evaporation. It falls even faster. It hits the ground and it pushes forward ahead of the storm, pushes out in all directions, as a matter of fact. And that's what causes some of these thunderstorm wind gusts that are straight line winds. They can be as damaging as a weaker tornado. Bowman, it's coming towards your area. Not everybody's getting a heavy wind. Not everybody's getting big hail, but the risk for 2-inch diameter hail and gusts to 70 miles per hour. Amadon, 7:49, that storm will be in your neck of the woods. So this is the line of storms that's heading towards Dickinson. And just to give you an idea, moving at 30 miles per hour, we're going to draw the linear path because it'll be these bad boys near Bowman that are heading your way. We got a storm out here to the west, a new warning. We'll get over that in a minute. 30 miles per hour means 1 hour and about 20 minutes before it gets to Dickinson with this line of thunderstorm activity. Dickinson, South Hart, and you folks in general vicinities between there and there, including New England out here. So as we go into this area here, we are going to see these storms moving through about an hour and a half. That does put it at about 8:45. We'll see if that's anywhere close. I have drawn a little bit faster. Let's go with 8:36. Okay, 8:36 for Dickinson. I think we'll have a chance for some severe thunderstorms moving their way in to your neck of the woods. Let me turn my line off. Now, we got a warning up here west of Dickinson. This is right on the Belfield area out there. So right on the Highway 85 corridor here, as we look through this storm moving northeast, it says tornado possible. We got this little hook shaped here. We'll go through that. 1 3/4 inch hail, golf balls, and gusts of wind that could be less than 50 miles per hour, but tornado possible. So this is the first tornado possible tag I've seen from the National Weather Service. Let's analyze the spin and tell you where it is. So right now we're looking at the lowest elevation angle possible. Let me double check what I'm saying is true, and it is. Now, at the lowest elevation angle, this radar is a long ways away from Dickinson, North Dakota. It's in Bismarck, so we all know that's a good 100 miles away. Now, how high up in the atmosphere is that? That's about 12,000 to 13,000 feet up. So 12,000 to 13,000 feet up is not the bottom of the cloud. The bottom of the cloud is a lot lower than that. So there must be some information that the National Weather Service has, because I'm not seeing shear or spin in this scan at all. I'll let it loop and it'll load up for a second and see if it's got a history of it. There's a little bit of motion toward the radar here on that other end of the storm over there, and then over here there's some. Let's go up 1 elevation angle and see if it's, yes, there is some spin. Right here, do you see the greens and reds? So a little higher up in the cloud, we're seeing some pretty tight shear north of Belfield on 85 right now. Now let's go out and take a look at our compared camera network that we have. And I'm going to look at one from the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network out here. And let's see what we're looking at with regards to the storm out in Stark County out here. And that's out near Belfield. So let's look in this area. There we go. Okay, so here is a view right now from Belfield from the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network, and we're seeing a thunderstorm base. This gives Hutch an idea that these bases are not terribly high off the ground, so that's what we would expect, a little higher than what they will be as they move into the more moisture-rich area near Bismarck. But all that said, we've got the updraft part of the storm because we're not seeing rain behind it right here. Here, you got rain. That's the downdraft part of the thunderstorm, and that's where we got the rain and the hail potential. And this camera is looking in what direction? Northwest of Belfield. So you're looking northwest of Belfield in the Highway 85 corridor right there. You got the downdraft side of that storm in the distance. You got the updraft part of this one, and this is where we would be looking for a lowering of the cloud base, maybe a little evidence of that in this scuddy looking area right here. But that's our front row view right there of what is taking place as we look into the Belfield corridor, Highway 85 corridor there in parts of western North Dakota right now. Are there any other views that give me any other details with regards to this storm? Let's have a look-see. All right, now as we go into Dickinson, let's go right here and take a look from Dickinson. This is looking to the west, so we can see the storm to the west. Hey, there's the anemometer telling us about the winds. Big dark clouds out there that are working their way through. Again, we can't see the detail underneath these clouds that we would need to analyze too much more than that at this particular juncture with that storm. Now let's get up here by, let's go up towards New Raddick and take a look at that. Here we got New Raddick, and again, dark skies. We're looking in a westerly direction, so not in the direct meat of the storm. Rotating thunderstorm in and around Belfield right now. There's some elevated rotation and shear showing up on that storm on the radar right now. I am going to the NDDOT site out there. We don't have a ton of cameras out in this area, but more than we do in other spots. Let's go north of Belfield and look down and see. This is a look at the Highway 85 corridor, Fairfield. I remember a tornado out there way back in the early 2000s, but by and large, big rain shaft in the distance. Let's look at another view from that same camera. Looks like some nice wet rain out there, and it's producing some green pastures out there in western North Dakota. So those are the only views that I'm going to get from that camera. Now let's look at what's heading towards Belfield from this direction, from Freiburg out to the west of it. Now we're looking at some very dark skies there. You can see the Badlands terrain as you get into western North Dakota. Always exciting. Not seeing a lot of, okay, here we go. Now you're seeing this. This is the base of a thunderstorm out here as we're looking in this direction. Doesn't tell me on the image here what direction I'm looking. And it's real hard to tell even with the shadows. There is some bright light back there. So that could be the western side looking out to the west. So again, we have a rotating thunderstorm in the Belfield area. Let's go ahead and take that radar data and put that right back up here. I want to time this puppy out for you and let you know when and where it'll be and how long it'll take to get there. So let me pop up the latest single site radar data. Okay, that is not it. My apologies. I missed it by that much, Chief. Okay. New severe thunderstorm warning. Belfield rotation in the storm not far from the hail core, right where we have the bite taken out of the storm. That's called a hook echo. And we have that puppy moving off to the north-northeast. Now, as we take a look at the radar weather service indication, moving north at 30 miles per hour is that particular thunderstorm cell. I am going to confirm that with a look at the latest cells that we have in the area here. So we're going to let that load up, and it does look like most of these cells here in this area are moving a little bit more northerly as opposed to northeasterly in some of the others. And we have 1-inch diameter hail detector here with 1.5-inch max hail size possible. So big time hail just north of Belfield showing up right now. Now, as we take a look at these cells, they're generally moving north at about 30 miles per hour. So let me go ahead and time these puppies out here. Okay. All right, so the rotating part of the storm and the hail core located right here. I'm seeing why I'm getting that. All right, I might have to do my temperature trick again here. Load up temperatures. Oh, this is dew point. Now let's go back to the radar. My apologies. And now let's see if it'll let me line it up. Boy, that is a... Yeah, there we go. Hail and rotating part of the storm moving north-northeast, moving north-northeast at 30 miles per hour. We'll put it in the general vicinity of rural portions of the county here. So no immediate town in the impact area there. But if you happen to be up north of Belfield on 85, traveling the oil routes up here, you got to make sure that you're aware there is a rotating thunderstorm that has a tornado possible attached to it. I'll keep my eyes on that closely. Beach, North Dakota, Medora. If you happen to be out in Medora, you are on the doorstep. Sentinel Butte, straight out here. This is not a severe storm at this particular time. So the concern for real strong gusty winds not there. I'm not seeing a big hail core. These are moving in a north-northeasterly direction at an average speed of about 30 miles per hour. Here's the leading edge of the heavy rain, even though you might get some sprinkles before it. Moving at 30 to 35 puts it in Medora by 7:40. So again, strong thunderstorms making their way through. There is a cluster of more severe thunderstorms down to the south of that area that'll be heading later, but your first round, not severe at this time. So we'll keep our eyes on that for you. Now, if you happen to be in Webo in the beach area here, there is a severe thunderstorm warning for these cells moving through Webo. We got a hail report we'll get to in a second. 1-inch diameter hail, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and this warning's in effect until 8 o'clock, moving north at what? 56 miles per hour. Is that real? That's a real fast mover if it's moving north at that pace. Let me take a look at the radar data here and double check that estimate. I don't think so. I think it's moving northeast. Yeah, we're not at 56 miles per hour here. So let me switch radars over to Glasgow. They might be a pinch closer, but not much. Again, this area here along the state line is called radar no man's land, really. And essentially, we got a flash flood warning taking place south of Culbertson and a rotating storm showing up right there. We're going to get to you in a second. So beach, these storms are moving north. Let's see what the storm trackers are showing here. Okay. I'm going to use the same northeasterly speed that most of these storms are showing right now for this line of storms. So again, here it is. moving north-northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. Beach, it's going to be very close to you by 7:31. So it is on the doorstep. You're seeing these move out of your area. This cluster is moving in. That's just the rain moving in. The hail core will be there a little bit later. Let me analyze that for you as well. So here's the hail core, whoop, moving north-northeast, and it's starting to collapse a little bit, meaning wind might become the most prominent threat. Webo 747 and Webo and Beach are right pretty close to each other. So that's where we go. And the hail size that's been reported, 1 inch from a trained spotter of hail up to the size of quarters from the storm moving through that area. So that's what's going on there. Let's cancel that. Now let's go to this rotating marker that we've got out here. This is out west of Sydney. We got a couple of thunderstorm cells out here in Ritchie area, and we got to go up towards here, and we see Culbertson with these storms moving up towards Brockton as well, out of that circle area as well. So now let's take a look at what these storms are doing. Number one, this warned storm is not inclusive of Sydney, moving north at 12 miles per hour. They're slow, creepy crawlers, so we're going to have some beneficial amounts of rain coming from them. And the severe thunderstorm warning with a hail marker at 1 inch in diameter, showing this storm has a probability of some 1 1/4 to 2 inch diameter hail as it makes its way north towards Culbertson. And again, only 12 miles per hour means it's going to take a little while to get there. So let me go ahead and analyze this particular thunderstorm cell right here, moving to the north at about 12 miles per hour. It's going to take an awful long time to get up there. So we'll let you know in Culbertson if this storm will make its way up to, but look at this bad boy right here. Huge area of updraft, and it's such a strong updraft. We've got what looks like a very pronounced hail core in that stretches for miles and miles south of Brockton, south of that area of the Highway 2 corridor. Fort Kipp might be in the area and impact area of this storm. This is a rotating thunderstorm marker out here, meaning it's a mesocyclone. What's that? That's a rotating thunderstorm with a rotating updraft. That's what's been detected by this. We're going to take a look at the rotation inside that storm, and it's very clear here that if you go towards Glasgow, which is off this way now, right? So we're moving towards Glasgow in the green, moving away from Glasgow. Here is the rotation. It is right there, and it's very evident on the radar at this particular time. If you're in the path of this storm, I think it would be a wise idea to seek shelter in an interior room away from windows on the lowest floor possible. This will be crossing over the Missouri River Valley here as you approach the Highway 2 corridor south of Brockton and south of Culbertson. As we go through, this is rotating. There's probably not very many good camera views I can get from this area. Unfortunately, I know we have one in Poplar from the DOT there in Montana, but otherwise no good ground truth measurements here. But we do have spin right here, and it's pretty evident. A rear flank downdraft coming off on this side, inflow up on this side, and a spin right there that's pretty evident, even from a high distance from the radar. How high is this spin off the ground? That's another good question to ask. It's 8,000 feet above ground level here, so keep that in mind. We're looking into the lower section of the cloud, but not what's falling out of the bottom. It doesn't mean a tornado is on the ground, but that is a rotating storm, and of all the storms we have, this one has a possibility of producing a tornado with some increasing shear in some areas. See this wind? Pretty strong next to it. So still some shear markers on that moving in toward the Brockton, Montana area. Let's go ahead and mark the timing. Moving north at just 12 miles per hour is this thunderstorm cell. So let's go ahead and take a look at this rotating part of the storm here. And in fact, I want to be using the single site radar data here. So right now in Culbertson and Highway 2, heavy rain looks to be showing up over the top of you. It may or may not be hitting the ground now. You're right in the Missouri River Valley here that runs just south of Highway 2. And now this hail core is making its way through. What size hail reports are we getting from our friends out here? 1.5. Public report in Sproul, 12 miles to the southeast rather. And then as we look at Brockton, 20 miles south of Brockton, 1 3/4 inch hail, golf ball size hail falling from that storm. And that still has a very, very strong hail signature on it. Moving into the areas just south and just east of the Brockton area. So we're going to calculate this motion, the hail core right here, moving north at only 12 miles per hour. I'll put it at 15. It will be very close to Brockton by 8:03 p.m. Central Time, 7:03 your Mountain Time zone there, 7:03 Mountain Time, Brockton, Fort Kipp, and near Culbertson, a big time hail core is making its way north. So for my family and friends in the Brockton, Poplar area, big time storm moving through, big time hail and shear. A tornado cannot be ruled out with this particular storm. I'm not trying to scare you, but if you happen to be out enjoying life out here, make sure you call a friend, tag them on this video, and let them know we have a rotating thunderstorm with big time hail heading into areas near Brockton. So that's again Fort Kipp, just off to the east of Brockton, right down here south of and off to the west of Culbertson is where this hail core looks to cross the Missouri River Valley right here, and of course the Highway 2 corridor as it works its way to the north. So hopefully no hail, but prepare for hail. We also have a flooding concern. There's a flash flood warning with this storm as well. Let's go over that. Heavy rain and very slow movement of this storm has caused a flash flood warning to be in effect for northwestern Richland County until 10:15. Big time rain. How much, you say? Well, let Hutch go ahead and load up his estimates from the Doppler radar. I don't have a rain gauge up here, but if I did, this is going to give me an estimate. These estimates can be skewed like a broken arm, okay, if there's hail, and we know there's hail. So this might be a little too high, but it does give us an idea of how much rain the radar estimates, between 2 and 3 inches of rain moving its way up. Now, not everybody is getting the hail core. Isolated places will get that hail, but it could be quite large. More of you will get very heavy rain under the downpour of this storm. So that's an idea of where things are impacting right now. This slow moving storm is heading right up towards Brockton on the east side of town and right through town, and it will be moving north. And I see we have a new warning up to the north, or another warning up to the north, that we will address promptly right now. So let's go ahead and switch this back to the regular radar view. And thanks for putting up with my wandering eyeballs. And we'll get to more coverage here in a second as we take a look at Montana and cover what's going on north of Brockton, to the north and to the west of town. So northwest of town, we have a pretty good sized thunderstorm here that is capable of some severe weather. This warning is for this area north of Brockton, north of Highway 2, until 7:45 p.m. But at 6:45, well, wait a minute. It expires at 7:45 Central Time or 6:45 Mountain Time. So in the next 15 minutes here, it will be expiring. North movement at 12 miles per hour, 1 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds. There's only a small hail core left with this puppy as it's been moving north of Poplar, and it's moving up to the north of that area. So are we talking about areas like Freud, Flaxville? Those areas will be in the path of that slow moving puppy right there. Let me go ahead and get to the hail core of this storm. Moving north at only 12 miles per hour, we'll put it closer to 15. Rural portions of the county here, just north of Brockton, heading towards Flaxville, and not far from Scobie, where we earlier had hail reported of 1 inch north and south of the Scobie area. So bear with me. We'll keep you informed here. Lemon water does good for the old vocal cords here when you've been talking for a long time. See this area on the back side as you go towards Jordan. Here's Glasgow, here's Fort Peck. These are some serious heavy rain showers going on in the Jordan area here. We do have another flash flood warning. So if you're in Jordan, be advised that there'll be some rapid moving water up and down the terrain there in beautiful Montana here. This is excellent and beautiful country, all Badlands-like, and usually it can be quite dry there, but this is some very slow moving, heavy rain producing stuff here. So in and around Jordan, Montana, that does include the Highway 200 corridor through this region here. Very heavy rain. Rainfall estimates from the area. Let me get that for your area too, so we can cover it for you, because that's why I'm here. Storm total precipitation estimates, Jordan, Montana. Taking a look at the rainfall estimates just out of town, over 1 inch to 2 inches of rain just off to the east of Jordan, Montana right now. Okay, so back to the radar, and now we take a look. No new warnings for these storms. Let's go to the Bismarck radar and see if we have any. Okay. All right, so we're seeing a line of storms punching into southwest North Dakota right now. 7:34 is your time. Looking on the east side of North Dakota, couple of lightning strikes here in Richland County starting to show up on the old display. I'll switch the radar over to the Mayville radar on the other side of the state here and see what we're seeing over here. Again, I do not anticipate any severe weather in this area as we go through the evening, but we're getting persistent rain showers here. This is right along and not far from the Highway 200 corridor through parts of western and northwestern Minnesota. This does go through beautiful Hubbard County and the headwaters of the Mississippi River here, south of the Bemidji area and Cabacona Corner right here. So these areas, including Cub Scout Camp at Camp Wilderness, some heavy rain is all we're seeing. I don't expect severe right now. So that is a look at what's going on. We'll keep you apprised of information. I have a tornado warning in effect right now. A tornado warning has just been issued. Let's get back out to Dickinson, North Dakota. That's that Belfield storm we were analyzing earlier. Tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service for radar indicated tornado and 1.75 inch hail now as it works its way to the north. It's moving north at only about 14 miles per hour. So there is a look at that. We are going to look at the velocity data with this. If you're in the area or the path of this storm, a more clear and evident signature here of a tornado right on the edge of the thunderstorm warning. Moving north, it should be in rural parts of the county. This is all off to the west of the Highway 85 corridor. A tornado warning until 8:15, so about the next 40 minutes or so, as this storm moving at a very slow clip. So we're talking about rural areas north of Belfield, and let's rock over to a look at the cameras. We do have a Belfield camera here from my friends over at the NDON sites, the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network, and let's take a look at those. So as we get into Belfield, which is right here, let's take a look. Okay, so here we have a flat thunderstorm base. You can see it right here. It has this flat perspective, and then there's a lowering. Now, I can't tell if that lowering is attached to the thunderstorm or not. It looks like it is, but if it's not, that's called a scud cloud or an SLC, a scary looking cloud, but it is ominously low. There's another little lowering of the cloud base right there. So there's rotation on this storm. You're looking from Belfield. The direction of pointing is to the northwest, which is where the storm is. So we got eyeballs on it right now. And there is a look at what we're seeing, a lowering of the cloud bases there. I don't see any contact with the ground. This is not video, so I cannot tell you if it's rotating or not. From a still picture, it's impossible unless you see debris or something like that to indicate a vortex making contact with the ground. But this is a view northwest of Belfield. It's to the west of the Highway 85 corridor running north and south through Belfield and across the Interstate 94 corridor. And a tightly rotating thunderstorm is working its way in that general direction at only 10 miles per hour. So seek shelter in that interior room of the lowest floor. Put as many walls between you and the storm as you can. Let's see if we can take a look from Dickinson and see. And I've got wild views up here of some dark skies. Again, too mixed and too far away to really get a good view. You're looking west from Dickinson. Let's take another look out here at this storm that's kind of north of the Belfield area. This is from New Raddick out here, 6 miles northwest of New Raddick. This camera is pointed west, so it will see the storm cross. See how we see kind of what looks like rain making its way through a raindrop, but you see a clear base here. This is the updraft part of this particular thunderstorm that's reaching out away from the severe thunderstorm, which is likely back in that general vicinity there. So a couple of different views of that severe warned storm. Let's go to Fairfield and see if we can see if it's looking south. That'll be a good view. This is Fairfield, but it's looking west. So if we're looking west from the Fairfield area here, we're going to have a harder time seeing that. So we'll keep our eyes on some of these cameras out here. Let's go to this one here. This is pretty close. Sully Springs. Okay, madness in the skies, dark clouds, very flat bases out here. So a thunderstorm cell developing there. That's a rain-free base. So that's all updraft, and that's a new forming thunderstorm cell there. Still pretty far away from what it is we're looking at, and this is looking west. So that would be in the wrong direction to see the cell that is moving in the tornado warning cell, that is. So that's what's going on those cameras. I will take a quick look at the North Dakota DOT sites and see if there's a camera up here that we can see north of Belfield. And as we take a look, we are north of Belfield with this view, and oh my goodness. Okay, look at this dangling participle right here. That's probably part of what we're looking at. This is a rain. So the downdraft coming down out of the cloud and the updraft right here going up in. Now, if that's rotating, that could be a funnel, that could be a low-hanging cloud. I can't see the top of it from this image. And unfortunately, these DOT cameras, I say unfortunately, are meant to look at road conditions in the winter months and keep us apprised of what's going on out there. But we love to use them for weather, and now you can see why. Big time low hanger of a cloud out there viewed from the Fairfield area. Here is this view. And again, very wet streets, but nothing ominous from the cloud cover above on that view. Here behind my melon, you can see we do have this little rain shaft on this side, but with some more sunlight or light going on there. We got us a smiley face on the pavement somehow. I don't know how that happened, but maybe that's a stroke of good luck and it'll keep the tornado up in the sky. So that's what we got going on there. New thunderstorm warning for Belfield as well. And that area, including Medora now. So we do have some Sentinel Butte storms working their way through. Tornado warning does continue for the Belfield area. I'm going to take a look from a long ways away and see if there's anything that this camera offers. Mean looking thunderstorm clouds. No smiley faces on the street. Okay, that's what's going on there. Let's look here. This is Freiburg, a little bit closer to the Dickinson area here, or excuse me, out to the west, and you're seeing very dark skies, flat bases on the thunderstorms and vehicles passing through. Here we got this pretty neat looking thing, but that could be just an extension of that cloud, and there is just a big time gully washer of a heavy rain event going on beyond the bluff out there and beyond the butte. So that's what's going on out there. Big time dark skies right here on this view from the Freiburg I-94 area out here as you're looking in the Badlands of North Dakota as well. So big time strong and severe storms working their way through. Watching from Grand Forks, North Dakota. Thanks for watching, Psalm. And it looks like we have Ray out there. Are we going to have anything in Crookston? It's going to be a long time before we get into Crookston's area tonight, but the best chance will be first thing in the morning, other than what you're seeing right now, which is just garden variety, non-severe thunderstorms in your area. Back to the radar, here we go, and we do have an active tornado warning north of Belfield, looking right here. The storm moving north at a very slow clip, 12 miles per hour, 1 3/4 inch diameter hail. That's some bigger than golf ball size hail that'll be working its way up there. The spin in it is still evident, but it's not quite as bright as it was, but we can't pay real close attention to that unless that condition persists. So that's what we have going on with this. So looking a little bit higher up in the cloud, we see a brighter green and red back here on the back side. So sometimes these storms will cycle and one rotating area will give way to another updraft and another storm on the tails of it. I'm seeing another area of rotation just north of the Belfield area there. So dangerous storm again in rural parts of the county. Let's go out here to Bowman. We got a big time blowhard of a storm going into Scranton. Here's a wind gust report out there. Let's see what that is. That's 82 mile per hour gusts bopping their way in right through the Griffin area, and it's bowing. You see this backward C shape here. Now, what do these colors mean? This is radial velocity. Let's look at straight velocity. This wind is blowing straight towards Bismarck right now, and the brighter the green, the stronger the wind, and it's causing this storm to accelerate out and give it this bow shape. So we got a bowing line segment, big time wind, Bowman, big time wind on and near Scranton and north on 67 here. Some serious wind gusts being reported there. Unbelievable. We're talking 82 mile per hour gusts from this storm as it works its way east. So batten down the furniture. Do not stand. This wind will be coming at you from the west-southwest. Don't stand in the window looking out to the west, and stay in an interior room, because trees with 80+ mile per hour winds, this is stronger than some weak tornadoes produce. Keep that in mind. New tornado warning just issued. Let's get to that. You're looking just across the border, Lemon, South Dakota, not too far from you, but let's take a look. Big time rotation showing up in this cell right here. And the National Weather Service's warning says we have a tornado warning for a radar indicated tornado. This one's moving east at 20. So here's the motion away from Bismarck. Here's the motion towards. It's pretty clear. This is the rotating part of the storm, mainly in rural areas of Harding and northwestern Perkins County as it continues its movement to the east at 20 miles per hour. If you're in the path of that storm right on the North Dakota, South Dakota line, this is off to the west of Hettinger. This is the area of concern right here, south of Reeder, south of Scranton, rotating storm right here with capability of a tornado there with that particular cell. So that is a dangerous storm. Seek shelter, again, in the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. Reviewing a couple of these severe weather precautionary things to let you know about. Number one, in a tornado, sometimes we're at home, sometimes we're not at home. So it depends on where you are. But the number one thing is it's that debris that is the problem. Once tornadoes start picking up big debris and lofting it through the air at 80, 100, 300 miles per hour, it's deadly. So being below the ground level is key for surviving strong tornadoes. Now, in this case, you want to seek shelter in a sturdy structure that's anchored to the ground. If the structure you're in isn't attached to the ground, like an RV, a camper, a mobile home, then it's a good idea to get out of those vehicles or things and get into something more sturdy. So be thinking tonight as these storms approach your area of where can I go to seek shelter. So let's take a look at the area here. Let's see. All right, let's go here. If we take a look, we got our risk area, baseball, softball size hail. Let's go here. All right. So this is tornado season. June is the busiest time of the year for North Dakota and South Dakota in some cases here, with averages of about 10 to 12 or 13 tornadoes, 14 in Minnesota as we go through the month of June. This is since 2001. So it is that time of the year to really be paying attention to what the weather is doing. So do keep that in mind, and I'm going to effort to load something up, so bear with me while I load up this graphic here. It's going to take just 1 second, and I apologize I didn't have it prepared, but here is some pointers for severe weather coverage. You want to know what you can do to be safe, and I want to pass along the technical information from the crews at the National Weather Service and from emergency managers around the nation. And here you go. Let's see, where is it? And we want to make sure. I don't know that I have that here. Okay, I do have it here. Just give me one moment. And thanks for your patience with old Hutch here. So if you're in the path of these tornadic storms, they can be very dangerous. And sometimes we're indoors and sometimes we're not. Let's take a look at this graphic here. All right, so what you're looking at, sheltering guidelines, bad options and worse options. Mobile homes, get out. Vehicles, worst option. Don't sit in a vehicle. A thin little layer of glass or metal is not going to stop a 2x4 traveling at 200 miles per hour. You need to get out of those things or any underneath highway overpasses. Do not stop and get under an overpass to shelter from a tornado. Why? Because the winds get enhanced as they go through that underpass. And if you're seeking shelter up higher, you're getting higher off the ground. You could be sucked right out of there. Terrible places. Bad options are large open rooms and gymnasiums. So if you're in a shopping center with a big roof, not the best place to be. You want some sort of a wall next to it and get down low. Again, in that interior room. Manufactured housing, a bad option out there. You want to make sure the building you're in is sturdily attached to the foundation. Good options is the interior room of a well-constructed building. And that's a home or a building, and a basement is the best place to be. If you happen to live in an apartment building, by the way, in a community, you want to make sure you get to the lowest level possible during a tornado warning. The best options are specifically designed tornado shelters, which, pardon me, here in the Northern Plains, we do not have a lot of tornado shelters that are built. But if you happen to have a building made of brick that's attached to the foundation, and it happens to be a basement, that's a good thing. So for instance, taking these guidelines, get to the lowest floor possible and put as many walls between you and the storm as possible so the debris has to go through more walls. Hope that makes sense. Bear with me while I... Okay. All right, there we go. All right, so sorry about that. Back to the radar we go. We do have 2 active tornado warnings right now. One north of Belfield, still having rotation, seeing the greens and the reds. One here in the South Dakota, North Dakota County area. It is just into South Dakota here. It's making its way in the general direction of you folks in the Lemon, South Dakota area and Hettinger, North Dakota area. Now we just see that there's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for a huge area, for a line of thunderstorms. There's multiple thunderstorms in here, and I want to let you know, not every town is going to get smacked by the worst of the worst here, but there is a warning now for all of southern Stark County, for you folks out here as you go down into Slope County and you get down into Hettinger and Mott, Regent area. These areas here, severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for the area now. The details on that thunderstorm warning are for damaging and destructive winds. A tornado is possible. 1-inch hail, 80-mile-per-hour gusts will be possible from the line, a wind bag of storms in a rotating environment. Now we're seeing, with looking at just the plain old velocity, a huge towards velocity here, pretty strong near Amadon velocity away. This is a pretty good area of spin in this storm, but we definitely have a punch coming down that backside or the rear side of this particular thunderstorm cell here. That is an area of very strong wind potential, as well as right here on the south side of Scranton, moving towards Reeder, we do have some stout shear in there. Let's take a look at the Amadon report of wind gusts, 68-mile-per-hour gusts there from an end-on site. That's measured from a surface location, I believe. Doesn't say it's a 10-meter measurement. It's probably closer to the surface. Bowman, 69 miles per hour. West of Bowman, 82 mile per hour. So gusty winds are going to burp out of some of these storms. A lot of energy in the atmosphere, folks. Take the warnings seriously, please. All right, going back up into Montana we go, and then we take a look in the Glasgow radar here to get to the storm moving into Culbertson, Brockton area. There is a lot of areas of spin and shear along this very ugly edge of the storm. This wind here in green is blowing towards Glasgow, Montana. The reds are blowing away. There is some spin and is some shear in the storm just off to the east of Brockton. This has to be close to Freud as it's making its way across the Missouri River Valley here, just south of Highway 2, so west of Culbertson. This storm is going to skirt pretty close to Culbertson with some pretty strong winds as well. The movement of this storm is almost due north though, so keep that in mind. This is what it looks like on a regular radar display here. We do have a couple of hail cores left. Remember, moments ago when we were talking about this storm, there was a big time hail core south of Brockton here. That's now crossing right here. That has to be close to Fort Kipp and moving right across the Highway 2 corridor there. And just off to the west of Culbertson, we have another hail core that will be blasting its way up to the north at 12 to 15 miles per hour. The strongest hail core now just crossing north of Highway 200 between Ritchie and Sidney right now. This storm here has the capability of some more sizable hail as it works its way northward. Let's take a look at the National Weather Service remarks on this particular warning. There's too many of them. There's one here. There's one here. There's another one right over here. This spot right here has 3 active severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for it. So let me try to make sense of it. This storm is moving north-northeast, so it's moving away from Highway 200. This storm moving towards Highway 200 right here, and that is just off to the west of you folks in Sidney. So Sidney, you do have a little cluster of a cell moving up 16, working its way towards you, but by and large, isolated thunderstorms will have the capability of isolated, very large hail from these cells out in eastern Montana. So that's what's going on there. We will go ahead, I did just have the velocity on, but let me look at the storm relative velocity where we take into account the motion of the storm. Look at this. This is pretty strong rotation right here north of Highway 200, north of the Sidney to Ritchie line here. And there's some pretty good shear in that storm right there. There's another area of pretty good shear as you go toward the Highway 2 and the Missouri River Valley here, south of Brockton and south of Culbertson, that's working its way through as well. So keep in mind, tornado is a possibility even though you're not in the tornado watch area of the storm. We have had some reports of hail, golf ball size, 20 miles south of Brockton. As the storm moved closer to Brockton, we got a 1.5-inch diameter hail report out there near Sproul, and a new warning just issued for the Sidney area, it looks like to me. Tornado possible, it says. North wind, north movement at 12 miles per hour and 60 mile per hour gusts from this storm as it works its way across. So now this storm here, where's the rotation? It says tornado possible. The Sydney warning that I just read off to you goes here. That's this polygon. There's so many. I know it gets confusing, but there is a bunch of different thunderstorms. Here is a thunderstorm here. There's motion towards the Glasgow area and away. So there is some shear here, and there's some more shear right over here as we're looking up on the south side of the storm, working its way towards the Highway 2 corridor up closer to Brockton. But for Sydney, let's take a look at the normal radar data. The shear or spin in the storm is right up here, north of Glendive, and it's making its way to the northeast. These were not moving very fast, only at about 15 miles per hour earlier. This is moving at 12 miles per hour to the north. So let me take a look in and around Sydney, Montana, as we go ahead and look at what's going on with the regular radar display here. Pardon me while my eyeballs are wandering. There we go. So here we go, Sydney, Montana. There is one hail popper right there. Another one that looks like it might be collapsing there, but it is heading towards Sydney. And this one right here. A lot of very clustered storms together here, so it gets a little bit more difficult to depict exactly what's going on. This is the strongest cell. This one does have some signs of rotation. It's moving north in the general vicinity of you folks up in Culbertson. So we'll keep our eyes on that as we go through. Just know a tornado is possible. It's not guaranteed and it's not likely, but be prepared to seek shelter. I see a couple of questions coming in. Watching from eastern Montana on the Amtrak, heading to Grand Forks. Good to have you on board, Lake. Thank you for watching. See if we have any questions here. Sammy Nygaard, thank you, Mr. Nygaard. Tornado north of Brockton, Montana. That report, tornado dropping near Belfield. Okay, good to have. So we're getting some visual here. Sammy says north of Brockton, there was a tornado north of Brockton. Okay, so that was a storm we were covering just moments ago. And, you know, I know this area quite well, not as well as Sammy, but I do know Sammy, and I hope you are doing well. And I hope all of you Nygaards up there are doing well. But this is the family farm up here where my grandfather grew up. My dad was born, and I spent a lot of time in this area up here. Storm moving to the north of Brockton. There was a report of a possible tornado there. I don't know if the National Weather Service has got that information yet, Sammy, so I'm going to pass it along to Glasgow. Bear with me here. Where are you at, Glasgow? Okay. Okay, I passed along. Thank you. It's important for me to get the word out to the National Weather Service when you have something. If you have someone with a photo, please ask them to upload it to hutchesweather.com because I will pass that along to the Weather Service as visual confirmation. Thank you for your Belfield report as well. Strong storms in Grand Forks. Are we expecting them? Christina. I'm sorry, Christina. My glasses are bugging me here. So at any rate, thank you all for watching. Thanks for your questions. It's going to be a long time before any storms make their way into Grand Forks, closer to morning, but I'll be here keeping my eyes on them. So what are we looking at for rotation around these storms near Brockton and north of Brockton? Here we go. So this first cell that moved up north, these are only moving at 12 miles per hour. So if something did hit down in Brockton, we have more right here on the yellow. This is the pardon me, the Missouri River right here, south of the interstate, and there's some spin and shear right there, making its way north. And this is pretty strong right here, making its way in toward Culbertson. So as these storms approach places like Brockton, you folks up here in Fort Kipp and out towards Culbertson, I would get into the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. These are pretty mean thunderstorms out there with rotation. And I'll be straight out honest with you. These are so far away from the radar, I can't tell you what's coming out of the bottom of them. I can't see, I cannot tell you. I do know that from time to time, I like to take a look at some different sites that I have to look at these storms and see what's going on. The closest one I have is in this area would be Poplar, Montana, but I'll take a look at the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network. Notice there's a site right here. Let's take a look and see what it's seeing with regards to the storm moving in. Now this is Freud. So as we're looking in the Freud area out here, we see The fields out there, they probably could use a drink. We'll take the water, we'll take the rain, that's for sure, but not a lot of structure showing up. This is looking east from the direction 5 miles south of Freud. So it's looking east, and that's in the kind of in the wrong direction for the storm that we're wanting to analyze here. Let's see if we can look at another one. Let's look at from across the border, Pioneer. Pioneer in North Dakota, a lot of dark skies, and we're looking west. This is the correct direction. No way at all we're going to be able to see any clarity there, but let's go ahead and take a quick look at the Montana DOT site and see if we can take a peek at what's going on in the general direction of Brockton, Highway 2. Here we go. Poplar, and how about right from the state line out here. So the US Highway 2 state line, looking in some different directions here, we can see that this view pretty quiet, this view not quiet. Very dark skies out there, the oil patch out there hard at work, but mean storms crossing through. No ability for me to confirm or deny anything with regards to a tornado. Waiting to hear from Glasgow and see if they've heard anything. But I do appreciate the report very, very much, Sammy. Thank you so very much for that. And we'll keep our eyes on these storms. Just know that as they move into northeast Montana, well, there's not a lot of people. There's not a lot of radar data that's close. There's not a lot of cameras up here. So your reports are very, very, very critical in covering this round of severe weather that we're having tonight. Thank you very much. Now let's take a look at what's going on elsewhere in the region. Let's take the big picture view. Still, tornado reported here near Belfield. So let's get down. I see the icon there. This tornado report was made by Storm Chaser. Relay of the video from a brief tornado north of Belfield has since lifted, no damage reported, and location was based off of radar data from the National Weather Service. The time of that estimated report there, 7:28. So that was when the warning came out. Tornado, brief touchdown. Now, as we take a look in this area here, this is from the Glasgow radar. So I'm going to have to switch over and get to a radar that's a wee bit closer. Going to the Bismarck radar. And now this one shows that the shear and the spin, there's still just a little bit of weak shear showing up in this area here, north of Belfield. It's just kind of been persistent, but this area here is the blowing out of the storms as they're making their way off to the east. So keep in mind that there's still some rotation showing up on a few of these cells as they work their way off to the north and to the east at this time. Here is the composite radar. This lets us take a look at the big picture. Again, what is composite radar? This is where we sew all the individual radar sites data together, and we take every pixel point on the radar view, and we grab all of the different layers of atmospheric scans that go through. We grab the highest reflectivity at any point. So it's not always reality, but it does show us the reality of the strongest reflectivity or strongest return shown up by the radar. So we can identify where there is a hailstorm brewing or a hailstorm happening, because we don't know what level in the atmosphere the hail is depicted at. This tornado warning cell is the hot spot on the radar right now. That's big time hail potential with that cell as it's working its way off to the east. Tornado warning. It's a radar indicated tornado. 2-inch diameter hail is possible with this. And many of these storms along this path have had a history of 60 to 80 plus mile per hour winds. This is a 58 mile per hour gust out there near Ludlow as that storm made its way off to the east. So that's what's going on there with that tornado warning storm. And we have another hailer out here south of the highway here between Buffalo and Bison out here, and just exiting the Highway 28 corridor. So in the rural portions of our county out here, we do have this severe thunderstorm warning for 2.5-inch diameter hail from these cells here. Mainly this cell is probably the big one of concern, and gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour. So seriously, not everybody along this entire area that's covered here with this severe thunderstorm warning is going to see the strongest of the winds, and that's good news, but we want you to prepare. It looks like the strongest hail cores right now are on the north side of the warned area and the south side of the warned area. In between, we could have intermittent areas getting gusts. See this backward C shape heading towards Hettinger? That tells Hutch we have some mean gusts working their way into your general vicinity. And let's take a look at these storms, shall we, as we take a look at that front row seat view again from the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network out here. Now we get down here in and around Hettinger, and we want to be looking to the west, hopefully. This doesn't tell me the direction it's looking at. Look at the storm though. Isn't that amazing structure? Here you've got what appears to be a shelf cloud if it's attached to the parent thunderstorm cloud. Down here is a little lowering of the cloud base as that outflow from the storm develops new clouds. So you're looking at a very mean storm. These ugly looking clouds here are just ugly looking clouds out there. They can look scary, but they're formed by air that's humid rising up into the storm, and it forms new clouds. Sometimes those can roll, and sometimes those can spin, and sometimes they can take the shape of a funnel cloud. So this is the storm that's heading towards you. This whole cloud here, this whole shelf is being caused by that wind, that backward C shape that I was talking to you about. And that's causing this cloud to form right now over your area, and it's moving towards you. This is 1 mile northwest of Hettinger, and I assume that we're looking in a westerly direction at the leading edge of the storm that is right here on the radar display as we take a look right now. So again, comparing what we're seeing with our eyes, Shelfie McShelferson cloud, backward C shape is the edge of the Shelfie McShelferson cloud. So we will go back to the single site radar data. We got to get into Bismarck to have the best look at this storm. Not the best look at this storm, though, for measuring or estimating winds. Look at the hail core twisting its way up in towards the Highway 22 corridor here, south of Reeder. Big time hail core there. That's where we could see the strongest upwards of 2.5 inch diameter hail heading towards Hettinger. Backwards C shape as this hail collapses out of the storm. Big time gusts coming from the storm as well. And we do have this area right here where there's the concern for rotation, and we're going to get the latest on that right now. Looking for shear from the Bismarck radar. Yes, there's reds next to greens here, not the problem area. Here's the problem area here on the south side. Motion toward the radar, motion away from the radar. So mainly right up here is the what we would call the cyclonic spin. That's normal. This is backwards. This would be a spin that's going clockwise. That's not typical, but it's not impossible for having a clockwise rotating tornado. So we're picking up clockwise shear on this side of the storm, counterclockwise shear on this side of the storm, right on the state line right now as it's moving towards. And we just looked at this backward C shape that you're seeing here pushing in towards Hettinger. This is bright red. We could be having some of the strongest gusts right now in this bright red area, but we might have a view of that with the velocity channel here, getting a pretty good idea of those winds. So we do have some stronger winds here blowing towards Bismarck. Look at this. We got winds big time strong blowing towards Bismarck on this side and away here. This is some pretty good bet that we got some spin or shear right along that boundary. Here's that opposite directional shear that's more clockwise, like a high pressure system in the northern hemisphere. Still a tornado threat in that area. Still a tornado threat in and around and north of Belfield. This hasn't moved for an awful long time. I am now seeing a brighter return right here with possibly another development of an area of spin right where the original warning was. So this storm cycling here. Look at this area, a little bit more broad, farther apart with the brighter colors, but there's some shear on that side of the storm as well. So this is all taking place north of Belfield with this tornado warning. Let's take a look. There was one tornado that made contact with the ground here. Hail size with this storm still 1.75 inches, golf balls. And the warning is in effect till 8:15, so 8 more minutes. Here's the newest scan, and we still have an area of shear and spin associated with that storm right there on the north side. So that's what's making its way through. Aerial view here of the area. Huge surface confirmation of winds over 80 miles per hour blowing towards Hettinger, blowing in towards New England. You see this area with straight velocity. This is called radial velocity. It's how fast this wind is blowing towards Bismarck. Now, if the wind is blowing not towards Bismarck and it's blowing to the southwest, the radar can't measure how fast it is as well. But if it's moving to the east-northeast, it's going to be blowing right into the radar beam. That's what the radar measures. How fast is the wind blowing towards or away from the radar? This velocity that we're seeing down here, pushing in towards Reeder, north of Reeder, we're getting some pretty strong 65 to 70 mile per hour winds blowing towards Bismarck in this particular area. And then we got this little 70 mile per hour incoming wind here. So yes, this area here, just south of New England by a hair, and it looks like it's going to burp right into New England here with some potential for 70+ mile/hour winds. So this is Hutch using my experience with Doppler radar, but also Doppler LiDAR for measuring winds. And this is right toward the beam at the Bismarck radar. It's going to be a very good estimate. However, this is what's blowing in the atmosphere well above the ground because the radar beam goes up at an angle. So above the ground, we're getting measurements here, or estimates from the Doppler radar. They're actually measurements of 70 to 80 mile/hour winds. 70 to 80 mile/hour winds off the ground. Now, how high off the ground is that wind being measured? Well, we're looking at the lowest elevation angle we can, and it's 11,000 feet above the ground. 11,000 feet above the ground, the wind is blowing towards Bismarck at near 80 miles per hour. If there's rain and hail with that, it can drag that energy back down to the ground. So in isolated areas, I think we could see winds in excess of 80 miles per hour with this storm. That's moving towards Regent. So you're talking about the beautiful highway here corridor as you go down south again. Okay, we got some spin starting. Well, no, that's not shear. Excuse me. There is some shear here moving right over New England. You got wind blowing away from Bismarck and then wind very strong blowing towards. So this could be an area of concern for a possible spin up there. If you're in New England, gusty wind will be coming at you momentarily. In fact, if it's not hitting now, it'll be hitting very soon. So keep in mind, the winds that you're looking at here, I'm not telling you everybody's getting 80 mile/hour winds, but up aloft above the ground, about 2 miles up, 11,000 feet or so, we're seeing the winds blowing very strong, 80 miles per hour towards Bismarck. And with rain and hail, we could have winds. Now look at upwind from that near Amadon. We got a measurement of wind speed up there that was quite high, pardon me. Let's see, that was a 68 mile/hour gust there. 69 mile/hour gust 3 miles west-southwest of Buffalo Springs, and west of Bowman here, a gust that was 82 miles per hour. This is now here, moving into New England, moving in towards Regent at this time. There is shear along the leading boundary, and let's see if this Weather Service warning has a tornado possible verbiage to it. Let's see here. All right, so let me clear that. There we go. Okay, so this latest warning that includes New England, Mott, is for a storm moving east at 45. Damaging wind is the main threat. It's destructive. A tornado is possible. Along the leading edge, anywhere in here, we could see a spin up. 90 mile/hour gusts, what the National Weather Service is calling for. And I showed you exactly where I think that we're seeing the strongest winds right now, pushing into New England and point south, right on the bend of Highway 21 here as it works its way up toward New England from Regent. We do have some shear along the boundary here near New England. There's some shear here north of and west of New England. There's some shear. I want to take a look at a camera there and get to the latest. If you're still here and if you're liking the content, my name is Hutch Johnson. I'm a meteorologist. I've been working the Northern Plains as a chief meteorologist on broadcast television for the better part of 30 years, teaching college meteorology for the better part of 17 years. And I got to tell you what, we have wild weather here tonight. So if you like the content, please hit the subscribe button on my YouTube channel. I'd be honored to have you subscribe to my channel. It helps more people see the videos, so you're helping me out. Also, if you're following on Facebook, please click the follow button. Let's go ahead and take a look. So one of the things that we're looking at here with regards to the storm is the movement and where it's going and when. So I'll go ahead and track this for you, moving east at 45 miles per hour. And the leading edge of the storm, we'll go ahead and redefine that here by looking at the single site radar data, Shazam, and boom, let's take a look. Big time wind heading into Hettinger. This cell part here only is what I'm tracking, 45 miles per hour. You can see it's moving fairly good clip. Hettinger 822. This is central daylight time. Hettinger 822. So the very gusty winds could get here prematurely a little before that. Prepare for those winds to blast at you from the west. Let me know what you get. Also down here into South Dakota, the storm's moving in. Haines, 833, and on towards Lemon, South Dakota by 853, if it indeed continues to travel along this path. Now let's track another cluster of this thunderstorm cell heading in the general direction of Regent and Mott. So This cluster does not have the hail threat, but it has the backward C shape as I just drew right there. Now, moving off to the north and east at about 45 miles per hour. I think this one may not be moving quite as fast, but we'll give it that speed. Region 830, it will be in your ballpark here. A lot of lightning starting to pick up on this storm near Regent as well. Well out ahead of the huge thunderstorm rain going on. So watch out for some lightning with these storms as they're making their way through. And Mott, this storm will be in your area by 8:43. New Leipzig on the way towards 9:08 as it pushes in towards the Elgin area as well in the upcoming hour or so. So we'll keep our eyes on that. I'm really curious to see what New England had with regards to the storm. And pardon my wandering eyeballs here while I pop up a look at some more information from the National Weather Service here. Okay. One of the things about continuous coverage is I need to stop and gather a little bit of information. Scobie, Montana. What do we got? Okay. Thank you for being a part of Hutch's Weather. New England, North Dakota, Dickinson, North Dakota, Killdeer, North Dakota. This line of thunderstorms has a huge, it's becoming linear, big time tornado warning just issued for Hettinger. If you're in the path of this storm here, we just spoke about that wind coming towards Hettinger and the shear. 2 areas of shear along with this storm. Let's go ahead and look at what the Weather Service says. And we're going to get to a camera look at this as well. But let's see. Tornado warning is radar indicated 1-inch hail. And so Hutch has been talking about that risk of spin along the leading edge and pretty strong shear. And my estimate would be 80 to 90 mile per hour gusts. The National Weather Service says anywhere in this area, 90 mile per hour gusts. It's moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and tell you, Hettinger, you are directly in the path of the tornado warned storm. So please do what you need to do to seek shelter in a sturdy structure. Get out of a mobile home, a manufactured home, if you're camping in this vicinity or anything like that in an RV. Get out of those subjects right now, objects, and get into a sturdy structure that's attached to the foundation. Get to the lowest floor possible and put as many walls between you and the flying debris that this bad boy could make. So now let's go ahead and look at the storm relative velocity and let's look at the spin. There it is. How can you help me find it? See this little nose on the monster here? That is wind blowing towards Bismarck. This is wind blowing away. There is strong shear along this entire area. This is what's called a downdraft of the storm. And as long as it's working its way through this way, it's going to create areas of spin and shear here. So there's shear right here. It's moving off to the east-northeast towards Hettinger right now. So please seek shelter in this area. It's moving at 31 miles per hour. Here's the leading edge of that rotating couplet, moving 31. I'll put it at 35 miles per hour to make sure you're in your spot in time. 8:26 p.m. 8:26, it should be near Hettinger. Please be seeking shelter now. Now is time to go to your tornado shelter safe place. Haynes, it'll be in your area by 8:39. Kids, are you home alone? You watching Hutch? Not trying to scare anybody, but if you're home alone and you're in the Hettinger to Haynes area here, or out towards Lemon, South Dakota, what you want to do is to be in a building that has a sturdy structure. And what that means is you want the house to be attached to the foundation. If you're in a mobile home or a manufactured home, if you're in an RV, you need to get out of things like that. Now, in your home, you may not have a basement. Then the best advice is to get to the lowest floor possible and put as many walls between you and the debris as possible. Doesn't mean a tornado's on the ground here. We don't have that confirmed. But what it does mean is you want to get into that interior room and you want to get low. And you want to just protect your head and just wait out the storm. Now, it's not going to be too awful long before it reaches Hettinger here. So you plan on being in this safe place. In my home, I'm in a basement, but my basement has windows. Does your basement have windows? That's okay. But you don't want to be next to windows if debris is flying around outside. So again, think of a hallway. A hallway sometimes has 2 walls and you're protected a little bit there by the hallway. Maybe there's a closet and you can get into a closet if there's no windows in your closet, okay? And you're not right next to an outside wall. A closet can be a safe place. So think of where the inside most part of your house is. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can in your home and get down low. And you know what? Plan on being there for a little while, about a half hour in Hettinger, a little more. I'll keep you advised. It's moving in towards Haines as well. So storm impact is significant. This gives you an idea of the countdown of time for the rotating part of the storm to push into areas in Hettinger. And my mouse pointer is pretty big, but we're talking 7 minutes here. So it's not too long. That rotating part of the storm is working its way towards you. So thank you so much. Be safe out there. Is Stutzman included in the wind warning? Nope, there's no warnings for Stutzman County at this particular time that I'm aware of, but I'm going to confirm that right now by taking a look at that. And I do want to get, oh, this is getting brighter. Do you see the brighter colors here? So heading into Hettinger, this is stronger wind blowing towards Bismarck. The wind blowing away isn't as impressive, but the whole storm is moving this way. So it's harder for the wind to blow away because the whole storm is moving this way. So that's why it's called storm relative velocity. It's relative to the movement of the storm. If we look at the straight out velocity data on here, we might be able to see that we have ridiculous winds blowing right towards Hettinger now. And on this side, there's wind blowing away. So a dangerous storm. I'm going to take you to a camera right now, and we'll have a look at this storm as close as we can from the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network. This is a wonderful, as you can see, very dense and populated network of cameras. And here you go. And this is not even fully in yet because I don't even see the bottom part of the image. I don't know exactly what direction we're looking at here. I may need to reload this in a second. But what I am seeing here is dark skies, big time downdraft here of rain. And then we've got kind of some weird looking swirly things on this side where you're in an updraft part of the storm. So that could be the outflow of the storm right on that side. So that's a mean looking storm right there. Let's see if we can get a different view of it from just down the road. This, oh, nope, not going to be able to see it from there. Let's see if we can look from the Cedar Lake area. Probably not. Nope, looking west. That's the wrong direction. So now we're going to use the DOT sites. We got more than one way to look at this storm, and we also can look at South Dakota cameras along the border down in this area. So as we take a look, and let's get right down in towards Hettinger. No, this is a little west of town. Let's see what we got. Big time heavy rain pushing its way through. This looks like somebody towing a camper there, and you don't want to be in and around that. I don't know what's going on with the camera view there, but something ugly is happening to that. And now, let's see. They might be chopping out some of the view there. And then this is the main thunderstorm event up there. You're seeing the base of the thunderstorm cloud. And here's our same camper trailer making a turn off of Highway 12 there. So probably a good idea with storms like that brewing in the area. So again, I'm not going to get a straight in look at it. This one's a little farther away. This is in the Haines area. We talked about the storm is heading towards you. We're seeing a lot of camera views here that are simply pointed at the road, which is their job. So I can't complain about that. Let's go to South Dakota view and see what we got going on here. So we take a look at the South Dakota roads. Now what we're going to wait for this to load up here. It's taking just a second. Okay. Trying to catch up to Hutch, who's talking fast here. Okay, looking from Lemon. That's a ways away. Let's see what we can see. Low, dark, ominous clouds. Do you see this huge long line there? That looks like either a roll cloud or a shelf cloud. Hard to define for sure unless we can see if it's attached to the parent thunderstorm. It looks like it may be. So that would be a shelf cloud on the edge of the storm. That is the gusty leading edge of the wind outflow from the storm, creating that cloud out ahead of the storm's progression. Looking the other direction, as you see some beautiful sunset skies out there. And again, this direction providing a beautiful view of the crops out there and the dark, ominous skies ahead. The storm not close enough to Lemon yet to really see much in the way of detail on that. Let me see if there's any other cameras out in this vicinity that I can look at the storm approaching Hettinger. Here's one. This might give us a view from Ralph. Okay, Ralph, so we got beautiful buttes out here and we're seeing the darker skies as we're looking out that way. Now let's see if we can see any more definition. Yes, you can. Waiting for it here. All dark skies, rain. Behind my melon. Look at this. Can you see it? No, I see right up to this point. Okay, let me move my camera view over on my broadcast software here. Bear with me. There. So on this edge of the storm, that is the updraft part of the storm where we can see light through it. That's oftentimes where we would be able to see a tornado. But remember, that wind is cutting across the south side of the storm. You're seeing a low cloud there too. So it's blowing this way, and we might get what's called a rain-wrapped tornado where we're not able to see anything from there. But this is the best view that I've had of what's going on. The rain-free base is the updraft part of the storm. That's where the rising air is going in. If that updraft is twisting, that back behind that rain shaft there is likely where things are happening with regards to that particular storm. Okay, here you go. Ralph, thank you, Ralph, for this front row seat. Grab the popcorn. This is a wall cloud right here. This is a wall cloud attached to the thunderstorm, the parent thunderstorm. We have a lot of clouds hanging down here that look scary. I call those SLCs, scary looking clouds. Okay. They are also caused by wind that's rising up into the storm. And when the moist air condenses, it makes a cloud. That's it simply, but they do move. They do shake, and they do kind of flow around and have a scary, ominous feel to it. Most tornadoes come from a wall cloud, which is simply a lowering of the flat thunderstorm base. Do you see how flat this thunderstorm base is? And then bloop, it drops right here for this whole section. What a trained spotter is trained to do is watch one side of the wall cloud, this lowering, and see which way it's moving. Then look in the distance and see if you see clouds moving the other way. Then you know you have rotation in the updraft that's creating that wall cloud. So we have a pretty good view of this wall cloud on this storm. Remember I said sometimes they cycle and we have multiple areas? Look at this. There is another wall cloud back on this side. Over here, it looks like a little bit of a lowering, maybe decaying or whatever, and more heavy rain down over here where we can't really make out the cloud base anymore. So we'll keep our eyes on this particular view here. Again, you're looking at this from Ralph, South Dakota, with the camera view there. An incredible storm, a dangerous storm, and a storm with a tornado warning on it at this time. So let's go ahead and back out. These are dangerous storms. The good news is it's not necessarily in the most heavily populated areas, right? But it's this tornado warning is moving right into Hettinger. Here is the rotation. This is gusty wind blowing right towards Bismarck. This is wind blowing away. Storm relative velocity might show us a little bit better where we have, remember, looking from Ralph over here, we're looking at this and we're seeing this from a different angle here. And you're seeing, remember how I said that we could get some rain in the way. You're seeing the area here of the lowering cloud base, which is right underneath this part of the storm. The updraft's coming in. Now, where's it raining and hailing? It's so far away from the radar site, sometimes it's hard to tell, but it looks like the heaviest of the rain and hail is just off to the west of Hettinger on Highway 12. So that's where things are happening there. And again, the rotating part of the storm moving very, very close to Hettinger. So you should be in your safe place now, Hettinger, and being prepared for a significant storm with big time hail potential, as well as a huge gusty straight line wind potential, but also tornado potential. And it's moving, the dangerous part of this storm is moving right over Hettinger, North Dakota right now. So please heed the warning. There are more storms along this, and you see all these little fingers that stick out in different directions. All of that nonsense is meaningful to us meteorologists, and I like to use this single site radar data as opposed to this, which is what you oftentimes see on other sources, and that would be what's called a composite radar. It tends to smooth everything out, so you're not able to detect what it is you want to. I can see a pooch, and some little fingers hanging out here, but not nearly the detail that you want to see when you're analyzing storms. So I prefer to just show you the straight up views that a meteorologist looks at. Down here, you got a monster hail core developing. This is what was a monster hail core out here, and now the hail is collapsing and it's causing the wind, and the wind blowing out from the hail is causing shear and spin in the lower levels of that storm. When it interacts with the updraft, that's where we could have that pulling of that twisting updraft and making of a tornado in Hettinger right now. Big time hail heading in this general vicinity of Bison right now. As we take a look, we got a wind report from this baby. This wind report is 8:15, so a little bit ago, near Sorham out here, 8 miles south of Sorham, 54-mile-per-hour wind gust measured there. And it looks like a pretty good hail core aloft above the ground is developing. If it's hitting the ground in this spot, we don't know for sure, but it's making its way off to the east. So that's a big time hailer. And the Weather Service's warning here says that this particular storm is considerable damage threat 1.75-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. And yes, a tornado is possible. Let me analyze where the shear is in this storm for our South Dakota viewers. There's shear right here showing up, shear right here, all along the leading edge of that storm. Not everywhere, but that's where it's showing up in a few different areas. Little shear here, stronger shear right here, stronger shear right here. And let's switch over to the Rapid City radar, shall we? Just one moment here while I reset this radar out here by Ellsworth. All right. Thank you. I'm reloading up on some water here from my throat. There's benefits to having a home office. All right. Thanks to Amber. All right, now let's take a look at this. Now, as we go through, look at this huge warning for Phillip. Big time Boeing line segment here. Wind is the main threat, but isolated tornadoes along that path are going to be possible. I will analyze that for you here in just one second. Now, on this cell that's working its way toward Bison right now, it says tornado possible. There is a little bit of shear on this part of the storm right here. It's not exactly how I'd like to see it, but there's wind blowing towards Ellsworth in that area, and then wind blowing away right next to it. So there is some spin showing up on the far southern flank of the storm. As we look up north, look at this. This is motion towards and motion away. That's backwards. That's clockwise shear. Can a tornado spin clockwise? The answer is yes. Not as common, but it can happen. So there is some clockwise shear in that vicinity as viewed from the Rapid City area radar. More shear showing up as you go all the way up. So there are a few areas along this huge line of storms heading through northwest South Dakota and heading towards Bison that do have a risk for some rotation and shear. Now let's look into this bad boy. This is a huge thunderstorm warning south of Dupree and Eagle Butte and Faith and moving all the way down towards Phillip and well, let's see, that's Kadoka out there in Midland as you go along the Wall area, just exiting Wall. Now this red means the wind is blowing away from the radar in Rapid City, and the green shows towards. Do you see this little area where the green and the red is done? That outside of Phillip could be a possible spin up. There's another area here, another broad area of rotation right in here as well. So along this leading edge, the number one threat is going to be wind. Now let's take a look at the Weather Service's conversation with it. 1-inch hail, considerable damage from wind, gusts to 70 miles per hour, and I do not see a tornado tag on this particular warning from the National Weather Service. But if you happen to be in any of these areas, Kadoka, Cherry Creek, Milesville, as well as Quinn, Belvedere, as well as Billsburg and Ottumwa, to name a few more, you're in the path. It's a huge warning area. So where are the concern areas? Hail. Is there hail? 1-inch diameter hail was a threat. Let's look at Hutch's hail tracker here and see if it's picking out any hail balls in this thing. So it takes a second. Boom. Got a few thunderstorm cells making hail. Phillip, there's some over you, but right here as you go into the river channel and it dumps into Lake Oahe here, that cell is capable of some pretty sizable hail there. Let's see how big. The estimate is 1.25-inch diameter hail from this cell up here on the northern flank. Moving through and just north of Phillip, we have some 1.25-inch diameter hail as well. So when you see the reds, that's what we're looking at. We do have some wind reports outside of Phillip with regards to this storm. And those wind reports showing 60-mile-per-hour winds as they blew through the Wall area and west of Wall and Wasta, 50-mile-per-hour gusts. On the west side of Wasta, 60-mile-per-hour gust and 51. So here's our hail cores down near Kyle. We got problems here. Big time Oglala seeing a hail core right here. Now that hail core has the potential for some sizable hail from that. We're talking 1 to 2 inches in diameter. This is picking up 2-inch diameter hail. This is off to the west of Oglala. And now as we take a look at Kyle, we got a pretty good thunderstorm cell there that's poking in. No pun intended from Porcupine. Nope, it just moved off to the east. So still a good hail core. Now let's see what the hail size says. So in Kyle, South Dakota, 1.25-inch diameter hail from this cell as it moves off to the east as well. So very stout thunderstorms. Woo! Look at this. So as we get down here, and we're talking Nebraska now, this is some big time hail from this thunderstorm cell that's working its way up here towards Rushville and Gordon. It looks like I'm seeing some purple in there. So 2 to 2¼ inch diameter hail potential from that cell as it's moving off to the north and east as well. So here's a look at those hail cores. We do have active tornado warnings. The tornado warning for you folks in and around the Belfield area has expired. There was a report of a possible tornado north of the Brockton area. So I'm efforting to find out a confirmation from the National Weather Service office. I have not heard a peep yet from them, but the bottom line is thank you for your report. West of Circle and heading just away from the south arm of Fort Peck Reservoir here, we have a thunderstorm cell that's severe. So this is the big picture. Huge amount of wind warnings. This wind warning and tornado warning in and around the area of Hettinger and Mott and Regent and Lemon, South Dakota. Thunderstorm warning in the yellow and the pink. That is a tornado warned storm in that vicinity. We're going to take you back to the tornado warned storm that was moving through Hettinger. Let me take a look at shear markers with it. And yes, we're seeing some near Regent, we're seeing some near Hettinger. And now let's look a little bit more closely at the storm relative velocity. And we still have some ridiculous wind speeds that are coming into the area. Let's look at straight velocity. This is going to be high because I guess I'm looking at the radar a little farther away near Rapid City. Let's switch this over to the Bismarck radar so that we can get a really good look into that storm and see as best we can what the wind direction's doing here. So now as we take a look at the straight radial velocity values, as we look into the storm, we're getting some wind here that is showing up above the ground level of about 65 to 70 miles per hour near Regent right now. In and around the Hettinger area out here, we do have some inbound wind coming out at about 60 miles per hour, 65 miles per hour, and we have some outgoing wind. So there is your rotation couplet right there, just north of Hettinger. So still a extremely dangerous situation with regards to the possibility of a tornado. Strong rotation in that storm. Now, what I do want to say here is that let's take a look at a couple of other things. Sometimes if a tornado does make contact with the ground, it can slop up some debris, and our target similarity here kind of goes bananas. It goes low. If we have targets that are all alike, all raindrops, all the same, all hail, all the same, then we get some similar values, and there's red, which would mean a high similarity of targets. So that's what we see. I'm not seeing evidence here as this system has pushed its way through the Hettinger area of what we would call a debris signature, but this is way up above the ground. So keep that in mind. We're talking about a couple of miles above the ground. So for a tornado to loft things up a couple miles up isn't impossible, but we're not seeing it on this particular view. Now, as we take a look at the target differences, boom, as it moved through Hettinger, and gusty winds can cause this too. We got high target differences right there. So this could be some confirmation because it's following exactly where the rotating couplet is, that there was some possible debris lofted up in the sky in this general vicinity. Tornado warning continues for this area. Hettinger and points east now as that storm system pushes and surges its way off to the east. Here is a look. You notice at the National Weather Service, the warning started out here. They've now chopped that baby off. Realistically, the rotating part of the storm is now Hettinger and points north, moving off to the northeast, north of Haines. So the warning for your area as far as a tornado warning, not there, and the gusty winds have come in. Now let's see what we got for peak gusts with regards to the storm. I do believe we have some instruments out there to measure that. There we go. Okay, so here's a look at peak gusts, and we got 82 miles per hour here just north of Beach, North Dakota for a peak gust in that area. That's a bad hair day in the making squared. Then as we go down here, the storms are just coming in. We've got about 46 mile per hour gusts in and around measured at this particular exact site. Look at this. This is that north of Belfield area, north of Dickinson, and we do have some pretty healthy wind gusts of 77 miles per hour measured from the station there. So we do have some very healthy gusty winds, over 50, over 60, over 80 miles per hour that have occurred. And these are just the ones that have hit the rain gauges across the area as well. So that is a look at the regional view. Oh my goodness, we just got the biggest thunderstorm warning almost that I've ever seen in a long time. What do I mean? It covers a huge amount of square miles. So let me try to explain. From Dickinson to Killdeer to Newtown This whole area here is now in a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me go ahead and go to just the latest scan. This severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for all of these communities, and we're talking about many counties here as well. For a storm that's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, there is a wind threat of 80 miles per hour. It's observed, so there's a significant and destructive risk with this storm. 80 mile per hour winds, let me tell you, you need to make sure your garage door is shut. This wind will be coming at you from the west and from the southwest. If your garage door is open and it's facing that direction, it's going to scoop up that air and it can throw the roof off your garage and you're going to have a bad day. So shut the garage doors, get in, stay away from those windows that are west facing, southwest facing, and get to an interior room, staying away from windows. Now, if we look down the list, I don't see that we have a tornado possible tag on this, but we definitely do have some very gusty straight line winds as we head toward the 9 o'clock hour with this line of storms. Now, what you're looking at is some red on the display here, and that could be some high differential reflectivities here that are going on as a result of something being lofted in the air or some targets that look different. So let's take a look and see if we're seeing any shear in this same spot. Storm relative velocity in a very similar spot here. This is very far away from the radar, but we do have some motion toward the radar here and away on this side. So south of Kildare, a little shear there. And there's another area shear here just north of Gladstone off of I-94 as we take a look. So one more look at the velocity display here, and we'll see that south right here and east of the Kildare area, we do have something showing up here. And then in the similar area back here a little bit more, there is some shear. So it's not co-located or in the exact same spot. So bottom line is that that storm does have a little bit of spin in it. South of Kildare and north of Gladstone, there's another area of that going on right now. So that's what we have going on. All severe thunderstorm warnings. The tornado warning does continue for the Lemon, South Dakota area, as well as, Hettinger, North Dakota area, and points north and east of there, north of Haines, North Dakota. Still very, very tightly rotating there in this area just off to the east. So that is a big thunderstorm that's capable of some strong winds. I believe we had a view of that from South Dakota. Let's see if we can go back and take a look at what we have for a view of that storm from South Dakota. So let's get back on it here. Okay. So this is again from Ralph. This is where we were looking before, and this is where we have dark skies, big time dark skies. And I'm not seeing the same scene. In fact, that means it's just basically moved away. Now it's moving closer to Lemon, South Dakota. Let's see if we can pick it up. Here is your Shelfie McShelferson cloud. Big, ominous, potentially tornadic thunderstorm moving in and north of this position in Lemon, South Dakota. There you're looking at some sun reflecting off the skies. That's likely looking off to the south. And they have that rotation signature still showing up out there. Looking at all areas of the photograph here that we're getting from South Dakota. Difficult to make anything out of that. It is a little bit too far away. I am going to go back now to the North Dakota end-on sites and take a look at those and show you what we have with regards to the tornado threat there. This is in Hettinger, South Dakota. And here's a look now. Fields that were dry are soaked with water. We do have some low clouds. These would be scud clouds. They're not attached to the parent thunderstorm at all. And I do not know what that red is on the line, if that's taillights or who knows what that is, but there's something going on out there. You're looking at end on site 1 mile north of Hettinger. North of Hettinger is where we did have the rotation, but now is a little bit east of that particular location. Let me see if we can see it from Mott. Yes. And is this looking south? I believe it might be, or else it's looking off to the west. There is a line. This is a thunderstorm line making its way towards you. This is likely the bottom part of a shelf cloud, and then behind it is the ominous heavy rain, hail, pushing its way in towards Mott in North Dakota right now, thanks to the end-on sites for providing us with this view of what's going on from Mott, North Dakota. Elgin, here's what we see from your particular area. This camera is looking west. into the teeth of the storm there. So this is quite a ways away yet, but ominous storms with a tornado warning attached to it and a severe thunderstorm warning attached to it heading in your general direction at this time. So now let's see if we can look from Leffer. Leffer looking northwest. Okay, right behind my head, you're going to see some scary looking clouds, kind of some detached little low-hanging clouds drifting around in the sky 10 miles southeast of Leffer. We continue to see pretty tight rotation on the storm as it's working its way north of Haines, North Dakota, and towards the general vicinity of you folks north of Haines, basically. So it's pretty rural. I'm not seeing anything from that view. Let's see if I can get a view up here. Oh, we just looked at Leffer. My apologies. And New England looking west. So looks like some rain has gone through the area, and that's what's going on there. So continued tornado warning for you folks north of Hettinger. And again, the latest look at the radar does show that that rotating couplet is now over here, right here, still moving off to the east. It's moving to the east. I think it was at about 25 miles per hour or so. Let's double check that now. It's moving off to the northeast at 41 miles per hour and is basically 1-inch diameter hail. That hail threat has diminished just a pinch with that cell. So still a pretty tight rotation showing up on this storm. As the crow flies from Hettinger, the rotating part of the storm is right about here, about 7 miles to the northeast of Hettinger. And from Haines, it's about 8 miles northwest of Haines. So that's the location of the rotation on the Doppler radar that we are seeing right now. Elsewhere across the region, if you happen to be in Dickinson, strong thunderstorms, severe thunderstorms pushing through. Killdeer, we have some strong and severe storms pushing through the area. And here's what's going through Dickinson, heading into Richardson through Taylor right now. This bowing line segment means some very gusty wind potential with it. Where you see a bowing shape, by the way, like this whole backward C shape where the apex of the bow is, like where you're pulling back on a bow and arrow, that's where the strongest winds are oftentimes found. Now we can look at the velocity, straight velocity from Bismarck, and get an idea how fast the winds are above the ground in these vicinities here. Just a sliver now of the tornado warning left right here as there's rotation there. Right here, and then there's some leading edge rotation right there. So tornado warning does continue for areas north of Haines and north of Hettinger. Hettinger, you are free from the tornado warning at this time. It has been cleared, and you can come out of your safe space now. Looking at wind velocities pushing into Mott and towards Richardson right now, looking right at it from the Bismarck radar. Let's take a look at some of these wind speeds. And where we see these pink colors here, some pretty stout wind speeds are being measured above the ground by the Doppler radar as being incoming and outgoing. So we got some outgoing next to ingoing here. So some pretty good spin or shear, not too far from you folks in Regent. But these wind gusts could be hitting your area at a velocity of about 60 to 70 miles per hour. Now we're seeing some more up here near Gladstone, pretty straight up and down from the radar site here. So we should get a pretty good estimate, not quite as strong of the winds as we're seeing down south. So where we're seeing these bright blues and pinks, this is where New England, Regent, so the Enchanted Highway exit, right, all the way right down through here, we're seeing that chance for some really strong winds pushing out. They're causing a bowing line segment here. They're causing some spin down in the storm down not far from Hettinger, and that's what's going on. So I'm going to keep continuing to watch the weather for us tonight. You're watching meteorologist Hutch Johnson. If you're new to the channel, thanks for watching. Hundreds watching now, and I appreciate each and every one of you. I know there's a lot of questions that have come in. Okay, I'm watching from a demo laptop in Walmart in Dickinson. Can I get an update? I don't know when you posted this, and my apologies, but let's go Red Sox. All right, so in Dickinson, the bowing line segment is making its way out of your area. Still very windy, but the strongest of the thunderstorm threat is through Dickinson. And wind speeds with these storms have been hitting upwards of 80 to 90 miles per hour. What went right through Dickinson, I'm not sure, but the warning does continue. Although as we take you in, We are seeing these storms up here in Dickinson. You are on the backside of the heaviest of the rain. The biggest wind gusts are now bowing or pushing right into Richardson as we speak. And when I look at the single site, unfiltered, unsmoothed data that I like to look at, you can see that the latest scan showing that it's pushing out towards Kildare and Richardson now. You still have some thunderstorm activity going on here as we are looking at the scans, but the heaviest of it is pushing through and surging out towards Hebron at this particular time. So that's an update for you. My apologies if I missed it when it came in. Watching from Williston, North Dakota, thank you very much for watching. I do appreciate it. See if I've got any other questions over here on this channel. That was crazy. I was driving home trying to beat it and the heavy rain caught me. Made it home safe though. Carrie, I'm glad to hear that. Thanks a lot. Let us know your town name, but I know where you're from. Thanks for watching and I appreciate you. Let's see out here as we're checking in from Minot. Eric, good to have you on board. Brenda, good to have you on board. When will Minot get hit? Wonder what's coming for Fargo and early morning. Okay, it's time for me to regroup and grab us a forecast. So here's what's going to happen. Tornado warning does continue for this area here, just off to the north of Haines, North Dakota right now, rotating part of the cell here. More hail and rain coming. You are not done yet, Haines. You are not done yet, Hettinger. You're still in a severe thunderstorm warning in Hettinger, but the all clear is passed for this. But you got more junk coming up from South Dakota at this time, just south of the border. Lemon, South Dakota, this cell is moving off to the north of you. We'll keep our eyes on it right now. Let's go to the forecast graphic and the latest on what and where things are happening. We still do have a tornado watch in effect for much of the region. We have thunderstorm watches in effect for the west. And here's where those watches are. The watches in yellow have been dropped from southeast Montana, and likely the tornado threat here in the far western parts of the Dakotas, including southwestern North Dakota, far southwestern North Dakota and northwestern South Dakota. Most of that risk has passed you by at this particular time, although I should turn on the composite radar data to show indeed there is nothing going on the backside of these storms. Boeing line segment blasting towards Pier right now. Big time wind bag there. Big time wind bag heading in toward the capital city of North Dakota. But first will make its way through Morton County. So if you're in Elgin, if you're in also out here toward New Salem, Sioux, be aware, very gusty storms coming through. Lake Sakakawea, if you're camping, it's over you now, pushing in on the west side. So if you're in Beulah Bay, Hazen Bay, up here at the Garrison area and Newtown, Mandaree, all of these areas will be seeing the push and the surge coming at you from the southwest, and gusty straight line winds will be one of the main threats out there. We cannot rule out the tornado tonight. The good news is we don't have an abundant amount or reports of them. The atmosphere does have some spin in it. The strongest spin is down here in parts of South Dakota where we have storms racing across the area right now. That's the big picture. Now your forecast. So many of you are asking. Let's go over it right now. Drop your questions. Let me know where you're watching, and I'm going to take a second and call. I've got Watertown, South Dakota. I've got Sioux Falls. I've got Galesburg. I've got Brenda. I got you, Minot. I've got Rob here. Tornado sirens went off in South Hart about 5 minutes ago. Thank you for the report. Hutch needs a breather. Wouldn't hurt, but I'm here. Tornado dropping near Belfield. I think we got most of that covered. So now let's go over your roll call. Let me know where you're watching from in the comment section. If you like the videos, please give it a like, share. It does help others know that I'm covering the storms. Now your forecast and the very latest. Let's see. Some of the weather balloon soundings went up at 7. At 8, they pop and come down, and the models are just going on what's called the 0Z run, and that's the best run that we're going to get until morning. So keep that in mind. Now, this model is a look at the 0Z run, but it's not all the way in yet. So let's take a look. Good location of the storms along the Montana-South Dakota border as we head towards now and close to the 10 o'clock hour. It's over Lake Sakakawea pushing in towards Minot. So 10 to 11 o'clock for Minot. And if you happen to be in the Bismarck area, here's New Salem, Sioux. I know you, and you're going to get wet, utterly wet, as we go into the time frame of around 10 to 11 o'clock as well. Now, South Dakota, these Boeing line segments are really strong and pushing through to the east. Fargo, Moorhead seeing not too much as we go through the early part of the overnight. 5 o'clock minus 5 is 0, and that's midnight. So when the clock strikes midnight, the storms are on the prowl here as we go through. Now, as we go through, the risks for tornadoes usually drop. The risk for hail size usually diminishes some, but the risk for wind tonight looks to be real and continuing past the midnight hour. Here we go. It's east of Minot. Here is you folks in Bottineau and in Belcourt and in Towner County here. As you look down south towards Wells County, it's moving in your general direction, as well as Stutzman County, Medina, Cleveland, Kidder County. So as we go towards the 1 to 2 a.m. time frame, that's where it is. Okay. Now, as we advance it, it goes through the Devil's Lake Basin and on its way. And this is as we go in towards about that 2 a.m. time frame. Still a Boeing line segment, still could be stout and sturdy and strong, and I'll keep my eyes on the skies. We have another batch of Boeing segment of storms along the North Dakota-South Dakota border, but down here, I think will be the strongest ones during the overnight hour for 2 or 3 or 4 reasons. Number one, there's something called Tailhook Charlie. The lowest one, the south one, is in the flow of the moist air. That's the one getting all the energy. Now, there's still some inflow coming into these puppies, but these southern storms can grab it most, and it's at the tail end of the whip, if you will. So this is where most of all modes of severe weather threat, I think, will continue into the overnight. Gusty winds likely from some, not all, of these storms. Gusty winds likely from some, not all, of these storms as we approach 3 a.m. When are they in Grand Forks? When are they in Fargo? Boom! Here you go, Donaldson. Here you go, Larimore. Here you go out there in Emerado. Chance for these storms arriving as we get towards 4 to 5 a.m. So that looks like the ETA. 4 to 5 a.m. here in the Red River Valley. So this is the Red River Valley counties of North Dakota. Richland County straight up to Cavalier County and Pembina County. That's where it's blowing through as we go through that time frame. Then we see it kind of split off into a couple different clusters. I do agree with this. This South Dakota cluster, I think, is going to win over. This oftentimes will cause a death of this as we go through time. Quite possibly because it's stealing some of the warm, moist inflow from the storms up to the north. So keeping that in mind, Minnesota, southern Minnesota, as we go towards 6, 7 o'clock, if you happen to be towards Pipestone, if you happen to be down near Marshall, if you happen to be in these areas along the I-90 corridor, some pretty stout thunderstorms first thing in the morning. And by the way, Fargo, again, we mentioned, we're talking about that 4 to 5 a.m. time frame, the way this model is looking for our neck of the woods. So these will continue to perturbate, work their way through off to the east. The severe weather threat is over after we get beyond about the midnight hour in places like Bismarck, and in places like Minot, it will be exiting as well. These will fizzle out, and now let's see what the models are doing for the afternoon on Sunday. All modes of severe weather are possible. I want to go through this with you. Tell me if you're on board. Chris John. Pay attention. We're going to look at the Sunday threat. You just asked about the thunderstorm threat for Fargo on Sunday. Here we go. We're going to analyze the donkeys out of this. So taking a look, isolated thunder showers start to develop in the late afternoon and early evening, and here we go. Now, what we're looking at is an area of low pressure down here. You got another little area of low pressure kind of left over back here, and we have outflow boundaries from all of the thunderstorms that went through tomorrow morning, okay? Now, this does not show widespread storms at all. Why? It's starting to get hot in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere, and this caps off the thunderstorm development. So expect hotter temperatures, warm air punching right into South Dakota, very humid. There could be some concerns for heat indices that rise, but what about any storms that do form? Well, they still have the potential for being severe, and there we got some night storms making their way through. So this shows that as we go through Sunday night, the best chance of storms look to me to be up north, and these babies could be strong to severe. Now, what about spin or shear in the atmosphere? Is it still there? And this is just one model. We're looking at it together. It just came in. I have not studied this yet, so we're going to look at it together. As we take a look at the Sunday spin in the atmosphere, do you see this? Southern Minnesota, I-90, up and down the Red River Valley. This is for not just small tornadoes. This is the significant tornado parameter. Is there a chance of significant tornadoes? That chance is most elevated as we go into southern parts of Minnesota, but I didn't see any thunderstorms forming from the model in this area. So if any thunderstorms form down here or in the Red River Valley, there'll be a chance for some spin or shear in them. That's all this means. Does that mean we're going to get violent tornadoes? No. Does it mean we're going to see a lot of tornadoes? No. But I'll be watching it, and it's worth watching. Now, some of the other models will be coming in here as we go through time, but Monday was another risk of severe weather in our area. And look at this. This was very similar to the last model run we looked at. This is noon to 1 p.m. on Monday. Look at the areas in the path of spin. Now, if there's thunderstorms that form on Monday in this area, there's an enormous amount of shear and supercell strength in the area. As we zoom into the Fargo Moorhead area, these are significant tornado parameters of, I gotta look on my screen, about 6. That's pretty high in Clay County, pretty high near Fargo. Does that mean this is where it's going to hit? No. But what this does mean is if storms form in this area, which they could because there's heat and humidity and all the ingredients are here, and now we have areas of spin as well, it does not mean a tornado is going to absolutely happen. But I'm just saying that this area here has all the ingredients for volatile thunderstorms and, quite frankly, strong tornadoes if storms can take off. What would stop the storms from forming is called convective inhibition, a big meteorological term that says, is there going to be a cap in the atmosphere? Is there going to be a lot of energy? And yes, this is going to be so dang hot in the area where all this spin starts up as we go through our Saturday. Let's go back to Saturday. So we do get some hot temperatures aloft, and that can limit or deviate from storms being able to punch up through it. Think of a hot bubble of air rising. If it hits another hot bubble of air up above, it doesn't want to keep rising. It just slows down and stops. So we can have volatile energy in the air, but until it gets enough oomph to go through that cap or the hot air above, then it isn't going to happen. So I'm going to take a look at one more thing here as I'm analyzing this in front of you. I'm going to look at some temperatures in the kind of the mid-levels of the atmosphere, and let's look at what this says here. Whoop, that's wind. Me apologies. Oh, this isn't going to help me. Okay, so on this particular model, it's not going to be friendly towards analyzing this, but essentially we are going to have some warm air in the upper levels of the atmosphere out there, and because of that, we will have what's called a cap in place for some. That's good news. It means that thunderstorms may have a hard time forming. But as we look again at the forecast then for Monday now, as we go into Monday, what does it look like for severe storms on the most recent model run? Boom. Low pressure making its way through you folks in the Devil's Lake Basin. Nothing forming down here where we have an inordinate amount of shear in and around the Fargo area at the time that this ends. And this is Monday evening at 7 o'clock. So anything that forms, yes, we could get some thunderstorms that form, but because of the hot air in place above, we may not see that. I don't know that all models agree with this, and some of them are just now coming in. This one's just coming in. It isn't all the way in, but let's take a look at how far it's getting us. So this is getting us into your Tuesday storms that are making their way in the morning hours. Sunday, my apologies, Sunday storms. And those storms exit, and then there's the redevelopment in the midday and afternoon hours, mainly in the northern part. Why? Warm air punching in from the south. That is a look. Let's take a look at your radar. Thank you. I hope that answered some of your questions. We still have risks for severe weather as we go through the next couple of days. Here we go. So for your Sunday, the risk of severe weather is going to be highest in these yellow areas. This will be updated very, very late tonight as we get past the 1 a.m. time frame. And this is where we'll have all modes of severe weather possible. Models are showing that the best chance of thunderstorm development may indeed be in the northern part of this, but we'll keep you posted as to that. And then as we head into Monday, the risk for severe weather in the yellow here is where the greatest risk will be. Once again, because of hot air in the south, well, maybe the best chance of storms will be north. However, if they do form down here, all modes of severe weather will be possible. So that's, I hope, a great way to explain to you. You're watching Hutch's Weather. I've been a meteorologist here on broadcast television for the better part of 30 years, teaching college-level meteorology for the better part of 17 years, and now I'm broadcasting with my own company, Hutch's Weather, on all channels. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for the shares. Tonight, we have severe thunderstorms that are rumbling into the central part of the Dakotas right now, with severe thunderstorm warnings aplenty. Numerous reports of severe wind gusts over 50, 60, 70, and 80 plus mile per hour gusts. Some of the strongest are here. Some of the other strongest are here. Big time Boeing line segment here. Big time Boeing line segment heading towards Bismarck. Severe thunderstorms rolling out of Montana towards Williston right now. It will not be long. Solid severe thunderstorm warnings, it looks like, from the Canadian border all the way down towards South Dakota, all the way down to almost the Nebraska border. A little bit of a break there, and then more severe thunderstorm warnings. Any of these storms will be capable of gusts to around 80 or 90 miles per hour. We'll have that hail risk, although we're seeing a reduced number of hail reports now as we get into the later part of the evening hours. We're losing some of the updraft strength, maybe, okay? And that does help with that particular situation. We also have very heavy and flooding rains. We do have flash flood warnings in parts of northeast Montana, south of Brockton, Montana, right now. And one of the reasons the rain will become more of a factor as we go through the overnight. We had 5 inches of rain reported in parts of northern North Dakota today. And this was earlier in the day when it looked like just garden variety thunder showers. We have so much moisture in the air as we go through the overnight. These are going to be some gully washers, some worm stranglers that will be working their way through the region. So you're watching my channel. Thanks for keeping your eyes on the skies. Come back. I will be back here momentarily, but gosh, I got to tell you what. It's been a very busy night. Storms are heading out of Dickinson towards Bismarck, into Williston right now, and heading towards Pierre. And I will keep my stream going. That's my commitment to you. And I will be here monitoring and updating the weather as we go through the entirety of the overnight. You're watching Hutch's Weather. And now I take you to the latest updates right here. I will return.
You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. For the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports, the Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. We see you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission. When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, on HutchesWeather.com. You won't find any hype here, just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com. Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your We see you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission. When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch is the weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, our HutchesWeather.com. You won't find any hype here, just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com. Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your We see you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission. When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call. Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, on HutchesWeather.com. You won't find any hype here, just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call. Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com. Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your See you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission. When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch is the weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, I'm HutchesWeather.com. You won't find any hype here, just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com. Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your see you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission. When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch is the weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, on HutchesWeather.com. You won't find any hype here, just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitor of the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com. Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your See you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission. When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, on Hutch'sWeather.com. You won't find any hype here, just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, at Hutch'sWeather.com. Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your see you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission. When storms arrive, we come live with
local television and radio, they go silent when the storm goes loud.
Anyone actually covering this tornado warning?
Yeah, Hutch does. In a world where the news waits for 6 and 10, one man brings you the storm while you're in it. Critical updates. Real-time coverage. The voice that stays with you until it's over. This is Hutch's weather! Anywhere, anytime, at hutchesweather.com. Local television and radio, they go silent when the storm goes loud.
Anyone actually covering this tornado warning?
Yeah, Hutch does. In a world where the news waits for 6 and 10, one man brings you the storm while you're in it. Critical updates. Real-time coverage. The voice that stays with you until it's over. This is Hutch's weather! Anywhere, anytime, at hutchesweather.com. Local television and radio, they go silent when the storm goes loud.
Anyone actually covering this tornado warning?
Yeah, Hutch does. In a world where the news waits for 6 and 10, one man brings you the storm while you're in it. Critical updates. Real-time coverage. The voice that stays with you until it's over. This is Hutch's Weather! Anywhere, anytime, at hutchesweather.com. Local television and radio, they go silent when the storm goes loud.
Anyone actually covering this tornado warning?
Yeah, Hutch does. In a world where the news waits for 6 and 10, one man brings you the storm while you're in it. Critical updates. Real-time coverage. The voice that stays with you until it's over. This is Hutch's Weather! Anywhere, anytime, at hutchesweather.com. Local television and radio, they go silent when the storm goes loud.
Anyone actually covering this tornado warning?
Yeah, Hutch does. In a world where the news waits for 6 and 10, one man brings you the storm while you're in it. Critical updates. Real-time coverage. The voice that stays with you until it's over. This is Hutch's weather! Anywhere, anytime, at hutchesweather.com. Local television and radio, they go silent when the storm goes loud.
Anyone actually covering this tornado warning?
Yeah, Hutch does. In a world where the news waits for 6 and 10, one man brings you the storm while you're in it. Critical updates. Real-time coverage. The voice that stays with you until it's over. This is Hutch's weather! Anywhere, anytime, at hutchesweather.com. Local television and radio, they go silent when the storm goes loud.
Anyone actually covering this tornado warning?
Yeah, Hutch.
You're watching Hutch's Weather, live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing. We're together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. Take to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. See you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's.
Hello, everybody. It's meteorologist Hutch Johnson. I'm back here. 9:57 is the time. We're watching storms pushing in on Tioga. And I'm getting a little bit of feedback on this, so bear with me while I check it out. Okay, let's give this a try. All right, for some reason I was getting feedback from somewhere. Why don't you let me know in the comments if you're hearing this feedback from me, and whether you're hearing two things or just me. And somebody just asked if Pedro's going to Norway. Do you know Norwegian? No. All right. So let me know if you're hearing that feedback or if it's just me. If the audio sounds good, let me know in the comments. I can hear it. Okay, good. Carrie, thank you very much. Let me know in the comments. I can hear it. Okay, good. Carrie, thank you very much. All right. And if you don't hear an echo, that's good, because I'm hearing an echo. Just you. Hi, Pedro. Okay, everybody, here we go. We do have some severe thunderstorms continuing their way through parts of North Dakota and South Dakota, a couple of main lines going on right now. And let's go over the latest with this, your forecast as well, and what we're watching for the overnight hours. Here is a huge line of thunderstorms right now that are working their way through North Dakota out of Montana. Now, this backwards C-shaped curve here, this is a Boeing segment of storms, and anywhere along this leading edge, we're going to have gusty winds. Now, the thought is that as we go through the overnight hours, these usually decrease. We're not seeing as many hail reports from these. We are seeing that we still have some wind gust reports, so wind gusts will be the main threat going through the overnight hours. There is spin and shear in the environment, so we can't rule out tornadoes, but we'll keep you posted. So again, North Dakota seeing thunderstorms. We have flash flood warnings aplenty in northeast Montana. All these little green boxes here. Big time rainfall estimates over 3 inches, and a lot of terrain there to cause that rain to move fairly quickly. Be very careful. And we do have an alert here, not a severe thunderstorm warning, but let's go to the alert in parts of northeast Montana to let you know what this is all about. It's a weather statement. See if I can pull it up. And let's see. Okay, bear with me while I put this up and take a look. So there are strong thunderstorms impacting the area: Garfield, Roosevelt County, Valley, Macomb County, and Dawson County. Let's see if they have any specifics. Wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour is the main threat from those storms as they work their way through. So we'll keep our eyes posted on those. And again, that's northeast Montana. Still plenty of thunder, lightning, and gusty winds. A couple of severe thunderstorms still in the area. I guess we'll start here and get you on with what's going on in Montana. Boom. Here we go. Severe thunderstorm warning here as we look up to the north of Brockton, Montana. We have 1 inch hail potential from it, gusts to 60. And it's in effect until 10:15. That's 10:15. And this is all Central Time. So 9:15 your time there in Mountain Time. Culbertson, we have a flash flood warning for you. That's new since the last time we spoke. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. Now, one thing that we do have is a lot of terrain up in these parts. And we're talking about flash flood warnings for areas here that have received an inundation of rain. This is until 11:45 p.m. tonight for Culbertson and Fort Kipp out there in parts of the Roosevelt County area. Now, Freud up there, there's also a chance for some flooding going on with your area. And if we take a look at some areas that have gotten the heaviest estimated rainfall by Doppler radar here, let me turn that on for you. And what you're going to notice is some of these areas here have significant rainfall. Let's see what, there it is. Okay, sorry about that. So in the center of these flash flood warning boxes here, this is where we have these bright blue spots and some very, very heavy rainfall estimates by Doppler radar. These estimates can sometimes be skewed by things like hail, which we did have some, but check out the rainfall totals south of Brockton here. 3 to 4 inches of rain rolling into the Missouri River Valley and heading off in towards that area south towards the big lake out there in the reservoir. Culbertson, we had an area up here just north of Highway 2 with very healthy rainfall totals in blue of over 2 inches to nearly 3 inches of rain. And then where the pink colors are, 1 to 2 inches of rain. So showing a pretty widespread area here from Culbertson to Brockton and points south of very heavy rain. Now, between Sydney and Ritchie, Montana, we did see some 3 to 4 inch estimates of rainfall totals out there. Big time gully washers, worm stranglers, if you will. The threat for flooding is a concern out there. So that's what's going on in northeast Montana. But these storms are now fixing to work their way across the border and head into parts of Montana. Jordan, you have a flash flood warning going on there at the intersections of Highway 259 out there with over 3 inches of rain estimated in the blue in that particular area right now. So this is rainfall totals. What's going on in North Dakota, South Dakota? Buffalo seeing very heavy rainfall estimates there. Northwest South Dakota. And in the western reaches of North Dakota, rainfall estimates are heaviest up here as we go on to the south shores here of Lake Sakakawea. So as we take a look at that. Belfield points north there. This is where we had that tornado warning storm for the longest time with rainfall estimates in this area of upwards of 2 inches of rainfall as we go through the night. Our rainfall is going to continue drifting off to the east. Here's a look at the radar data now. Copious amounts of lightning going on with these storms and a solid line of 1, 2, 3 severe thunderstorm warnings that take us all the way from Crosby and northwest North Dakota through Bismarck, Mandan, and point south. Now, Bismarck, Mandan, not in the warning yet, but if you are in New Salem, Sioux, seek shelter now. These storms are heading in your general direction. Let's go ahead and turn over to the Minot radar and examine these northern North Dakota storms. So there is some hail markers in these where you see the purple colors here. That's where we have the best chance at some sizable hail approaching 1 inch in diameter. Stanley, just north of Tioga and to the west and south of Crosby. But the wind has been the main problem here, and this is a 67-mile-per-hour gust measured 8 miles northeast of Grenora, as the storm moved through that area. Near Newtown, how about 62 miles per hour, 1 mile southwest of Ross as we go through that area. Now, these extend down through Stanley, and then also we're seeing a line of storms from near Partial down towards the Beulah and Hazen area and right across Lake Sakakawea right now, and a new wind gust report in and around the Beulah area. Let's see what that measurement was. 60 miles per hour. So gusty straight line winds are aplenty as these storms make their way into Glenolan and are heading right in towards New Salem, Sioux at this time. So that's what we have going on. Now let's go back and take a look at this northern branch of storms. These are moving in a more northeasterly fashion. They're moving, look at this, northeast at 67 miles per hour, considerable damage threat. Nickel-sized hail, but observed wind gusts to 70 miles per hour. That's a pretty good clip of movement up there on the north side of the storms. Let me go to the radar here and turn on a look at individual cells and get an average and see if 67 seems to be the common measurement that we're seeing. Northeast 55, some of them are moving north at 53. So we're going to use about 55 to 60 miles per hour. Some of these cells are not moving as fast as that. On the south side, they're closer to 30. So let's measure the top part here. They're moving at about 45 to 55 miles per hour. These are moving into Crosby right now and Tioga. Now they're moving up in a northeasterly direction. How about 55 miles per hour as a rule? And this is an estimate here, 10-11, the storms will be pulling into Crosby. There is a little hail core on that, Powers Lake and Noonan by between 10:19 and 10:25. Now, if you happen to be in Larson or Columbus, the storms will amble on in toward the 10:30 time frame. Lignite, Flaxen, and Portal, all as we approach the 10:48 or 10:50 time frame. So that's this cluster. These storms will be moving into southern parts of Manitoba. So look out, Estevan, those storms are in your area as we speak as well. Southern Manitoba under their own watches and warnings from Environment Canada. Now, on the south side, you can see these cells are kind of drifting, but more to the north and east and a little bit slower at about about 35 miles per hour. So I'm going to split this big box instead of saying everything's moving at 60. And we're going to try to do a little better. And you can let me know in the comments if you have questions or concerns. So here's Tioga. Storm's directly over that area right now, moving more northeasterly. We'll go northeasterly, but I'm going to put these in at about 45 miles per hour, a little bit slower than that 65. Palermo, 10:11 will be the time these storms impact your area based on Hutch's estimates here. 10:21 for Powers Lake, Kenmare. How about 10:41 for you? Donnybrook, Lignite, another cluster of storms. Since these are moving north and these are moving northeast, you might get swacked by a couple different cells making their way through there. Bowbells by 10:48 and on towards Tully at 10:56. So that is a look at that section of the storms. Now, taking a look at this line that's moving into the Minot area, check it out. Damaging threat of considerable wind, 70 mile per hour gusts will be the main threat, moving northeast at 43 miles per hour. We're going to double check this entire line area moving in towards Minot because not every thunderstorm cell along this is moving at 43 miles per hour, and not all of them are moving in a northeasterly direction, although that has been the trend tonight. So this storm moving 45 miles per hour, this one moving about 45, 50 miles per hour, 20 miles per hour. 41 miles per hour. So we can basically say that most of these thunderstorms here are moving in a northeasterly direction, in the direction of Minot. The average speed is about 40 miles per hour, so that's what we'll use. Now, as we go ahead and draw the leading edge of these thunderstorms moving northeast, we'll put it at 40 to 45 miles per hour. And if you happen to be in, let me go ahead and move this over so we can clearly read the ETAs for cities. Makoti, 10:12. The storms will be near you. Pick City, Riverdale, and Garrison, all around that 10:15 to 10:20 time frame. Berthold, Max on Highway 83 north of the Bismarck area, south of Minot, 10:34. Carpio and 10:42 and 10:42 for Des Lacs as well. Burlington and Minot by 10:52. So a little bit of time. Why? Well, these storms have to move in a more northerly fashion to get to you, so it'll take them just a little bit longer to get there. I'm sure that won't disappoint you, and hopefully they will lose some of their punch as they do so. I'll keep you posted. Now, going in along the leading edge of these northern storms, because there is a tornado watch in effect, I do want to analyze any shear that's going on in these storms. Now, I'm not seeing any rotating thunderstorm markers, but here's what we do see. The backward C shape here, classical gusty wind that's pushing in from the southwest into Stanley, into Tioga, as well as the Wild Rose area and heading up to Noonan, Lignite, and Crosby. These little backward C shapes, pretty indicative of some gusty straight line winds. Here's a hail core we talked about moving into Crosby and a notch in the storm right there. And those are things that we watch closely as meteorologists. Now, as we go ahead and take a look at the storm's rotation, let's see if we're seeing any areas of concern. In and around the hail core here, not far, we've got motion towards the radar. This is in Deering, and then motion away. So right over Highway 5, Crosby to Ambrose, we're seeing a little bit of rotation in that storm. It doesn't mean a tornado is on the ground. This is a long ways from our radar site, and that makes a difference. So what we're looking at is spin or shear in the cloud, and it's a good mile and a half up above the ground. So keep that in mind. But there are some areas that are showing some signs of rotation. Storms did just move through the Tioga area. Here in this region, we have motion right here. See this area right here? Motion pretty fast, moving away from the radar and during motion towards right here. There could be some concern of some spin. This is a really long area of spin where we have motion away. This is likely the inflow into the thunderstorm cell on the front side, and then this is the outflow coming over on this side. But there is shear at this level of the cloud, not far from Stanley, or some spin as well. Here is where the Deering radar near Minot is showing the ridiculous winds making their way through places like Partial now, and Garrison, it's on the doorstep to you, heading in towards Max. Let's analyze these wind speeds for just a second. Now, this is storm relative velocity. The storms are moving this way, and also we have the wind that's fairly strong by all those pinks that we're seeing there. Let's go to straight velocity. This is called Doppler or radial velocity. And now we're looking at that. Now what we do is we take our estimates here and we take a look at what it's measuring. So up at cloud level, this is going to be about a mile or so above the ground. We're getting 40 to 50 mile per hour outgoing winds. That's moving away from the radar. But here's the incoming wind blowing out from it, and it's 20, 30, 45 miles per hour in spots. Now, again, this is very high up in the atmosphere, not as high as some of the others. Let's go ahead and check that really quick here. For this little area here, the height above the ground is not quite 1 mile, so a little less than a mile above the ground, and we're measuring these wind speeds at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. So anywhere these thunderstorms collapse, we could see some pretty significant gusts ongoing as they work their way through. The Beulah area is reporting that there was a gust there, and let me see if I can go ahead and effort to put that up here. It's 60 miles per hour from the emergency manager out there. This was in town in Beulah, and that's heading to Washburn right now, the burn on Highway 83 up towards Underwood. The gusty winds are pushing in. Center in Oliver County is seeing that. On the north side, Garrison by the dam seeing that. So those gusty line of winds right here moving off to, in this case, the west. In this case, they're moving from southwest to northeast as we go through. So we'll have winds from the west here and winds from the southwest up here on the northern side of this particular line of storms. Back to the radar data we go, and we're going to take a look again at the cells with regards to these storms. And what you're going to see is there's a few of them with hail markers, these little green triangles here of about 1 inch in diameter. So those are the ones that have the best chance at seeing some hail of size, maybe nickel size, making their way down to the ground. The area of Ward County, as well as you folks in McLean County and in Oliver County and Northern Burleigh County, are in this particular warning, moving northeast at 43. And again, the main threat is going to be the gusts to 70 miles per hour. And we do have that basic movement northeast at 43 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and time these out for this central cluster of storms. Boom. Northeast. All right, so here we go. So Garrison, Max, Berthold, Burlington, all between 10:17 and about 10:30. Burlington a little later, and 10:48 for Minot. Velva, Sawyer, and Surrey, Glenburn, all in and around as we close in on that last quarter hour as we push towards 11 tonight. So there is a little rotation icon here, or what we call a mesocyclone showing up, some rotation showing up on this particular cell that we see right here by White Earth heading up towards Powers Lake north of Ross. Here's another one near the partial area. Again, we have this Boeing line segment, so we're seeing some areas where we're getting some shear in the storms, and I will take a very close look at this for you to see if we're seeing, and yes. So right here we have bright wind moving away. The brighter the colors, the stronger the wind speed is. And the bright greens would indicate that here between Stanley and Palermo, we got this little area of rotation. There is a weaker wind in between, which means it's a more broad rotation. So it's like this. Does not necessarily mean a tornado's on the ground, but we have heading towards Powers Lake and heading up in this direction north of, say, Stanley and north of Highway 2, some rotation in the thunderstorm cell right there. So that's what's going on that little chunk of the storms, and there are some areas there where we do have some spin and shear going on with those at this particular time. Now let's go into Garrison to Washburn stretch here, and let's take a look at the timing for your particular area. We see a couple of hail markers here, a little bit of lightning moving into center right now. This is surging out faster than the rest of the line. Oftentimes that can lead to some problems here with shear or spin. And then we are also seeing that out of this collapsing hail core right here with a little bit of a notch kind of poking out of the backside of that. So let's take a look at that real quickly. Again, thanks for watching. If you have questions, I'll do my best to get them. Raining hard, lots of lightning up here, and that is Megan, thank you very much. And where does Bismarck look like? Let's get to you out here in the Bismarck area. First, let's go with these storms moving off to the east-northeast at 45 miles per hour. That puts these Garrison to center storms that will be pushing off in this general direction. And here we go. Pick City by about 10:18, Riverdale 10:22, Garrison same thing 10:22 for you. If you're in Washburn, it looks like about 10:32, same for Cole Harbor. So you get in and around on the east side there in the Highway 83 corridor on Lake Sakakawea, and we do have some concerns for all of these areas in and around 10:30. Turtle Lake 10:50 and on towards Voltaire and Butte by the time we get to 11 o'clock and thereafter. That's a quick look at that second cluster of thunderstorms that are warned. Now, New Salem, Sioux, the storms are moving in on you. Mandan, if you happen to be out here as you go in towards Almont as well as Flasher, Carson has seen the heaviest of the rain and hail. See how zigzaggy everything is here? As a huge towering 50,000 foot cloud top collapses, the rain and hail, then that pushes out ahead and it causes these little things. And in and along that, that's where we would expect to see strong winds from the west-southwest to the east-northeast right here, heading in the general direction of boom, boom, right in towards Mandan and the Bismarck area at this particular time. But these storms here for the southern flank of these storms down toward the South Dakota border are moving generally east-northeast at about 52 miles per hour. Pardon me, 70 mile per hour gusts right now, 1-inch diameter hail still possible from a couple of these cells. As we take a look at where the risks are, look at this cluster of hail cells here. So from McLaughlin, South Dakota through Sioux County and moving in towards Fort Yates right here, the Cannonball River Valley, this cluster of storms is moving in hard on Lake Oahe. So if you're south of the Bismarck area here in the Sands, make sure that you're seeking shelter in an interior room. This backward C shape means gusty straight line winds, and even though there's no warning issued for you, that's an intensifying area of storms. And if it doesn't collapse over the top of the Missouri River Valley here and Lake Oahe, it will be pushing into Emmons County here shortly. Now, with this movement of storms, when are the storms going to arrive? You can see that if you're in New Salem, it's on its doorstep or on your doorstep right now. And again, I'll go ahead and loop this for you real quickly so you can see that these storm cells, each individual cell is moving a little bit more. See that? It's moving more northeasterly. So it's these cells down here that'll be moving into New Salem, even though the whole line is moving off to the east. So that's important to recognize there. And we'll go ahead and do that in our analysis of when the storms are going to move into New Salem. So let's start there and let's double check the movement of the cells that are making their way in toward New Salem. This is saying mainly more of an easterly movement and very long, meaning quite. Well, there's the newest scan and information. See how much it changes from scan to scan? So essentially, we're looking at these individual cells moving generally north-northeast. The average speed of movement here, we'll get a quick answer because the storm is on the doorstep right now of many of these places. North-northeast, we're talking about 50 miles per hour, so everything looks good. Little rotation picked up in a couple of these cells. It certainly doesn't mean a tornado is on the ground, but we're going to average this movement more in a northerly fashion here at about 50 miles per hour. So here we go, New Salem, 10:25 rather. So in the next 6 minutes, it will be on your doorstep with a hail core, rotating storm making its way through. Gusty wind will be the main threat, some hail up to 1 inch in diameter. Oliver County and center there. So we go 10:47 time frame, then Washburn, another round for you at about 11:07. Underwood and Cole Harbor will be in the path of these cells down to the south of you as they're moving off in that northeasterly direction, northeasterly direction. So the cells that'll be most likely to impact the Bismarck-Mandan area will come from the Flasher area here, as their movement is similar to the ones to the north. So we will go ahead and diagnose this middle cluster, and that's moving off to the north at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. So if you are in Mandan, it gets there first. Fort Lincoln, 10:46 for your area, 10:57 for Bismarck here as the storms make their way towards you. Wilton, 11:05. Hey, thanks to everybody out there who has taken the time to upload photos. I'll share some great ones with you here in a moment. But again, big time storms heading in the general vicinity of Bismarck-Mandan. We do have some hail cores in here, and we do have some shear, but gusty winds will be the main impact with these storms, with the potential for tree damage and damage to cars and wind-driven hail. So all of that will make things problematic. Now, as we take a look on the south side of the storm here, this goes back this way. These cells are moving off this way, but these are moving right in here towards Fort Yates right now. Again, not warned for, but certainly strong as they push their way in. What we're going to do here is analyze this little cluster. They're moving off to the north and east, an average speed of about 30 miles per hour. So if you are in the path of this line of storms here, I do believe them to be strong or very, very close to severe, and we'll put them in at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Fort Yates by 10:27, you can expect storms. Solon, 10:34, Cannonball, 10:45. Hazleton, and then may clip the south edge and the east side of Metro Bismarck-Mandan by hitting Lincoln in the airport area, as well as you folks out there by the University of Mary at about 11:12, counting up or down. So let's go ahead and take a look now at what's going on in South Dakota. That covers our North Dakota storms here pretty well. These are going to be making their way east. We do have a marker here And this is of a tornado vortex signature. We're going right back up to this one. This is in that Stanley area. We talked about this. There is a surge in the outflow right here and the possibility for a tornado. Now, tornado possibility does happen tonight because we do have that tornado watch. So it behooves me to watch for you where the shear is. From the Deering radar, boom, it's moving this way with spin coming this way. So again, that is where your rotation is. It is crossing into the Highway 2 corridor right now as we head into the 10:30 time frame. So dangerous storms, these are moving in a more northerly direction towards Kenmare and Bowbells, but there is some shear in this exact area right here. It's moving right up towards the Highway 2 corridor right now. So it'd be a good idea to seek shelter in that interior room, stay away from windows. And again, even though a tornado warning isn't in effect, we have numerous reports of very strong straight line winds. And because those straight line winds can react with inflow into the storm, we can get spin ups fairly quickly from these storms. So let's go ahead and shoot down into South Dakota real quick. I do want to take care of you as well. The blue lines mean these are not severe storms moving into Gettysburg, south of Mobridge. Not severe moving into Chamberlain and through Pierre right now, but mighty close. And we do have some recent wind reports here of 53 miles per hour. And now 53 is not deemed a severe gust. And we got 2 reports in and around this area here just west of Pierre saying, you know what, they're not quite severe. They're strong, but not quite severe there. 51 there, 52 there. So some of the wind gusts in parts of South Dakota seem to be exhausting, if you will, out of the storms. Here's what those storms look like. Let me go ahead and grab the radar data here from the Ellsworth area and Rapid City and take a look. Now that's the velocity. Let's go ahead and see straight velocity where the gustiest storms are. Boom, right here outside of Murdo. Moving off to the east, we have some pretty healthy colors here. Healthy colors up on the backside of the storm system as well. But all in all, thunderstorms up in these areas are not producing the wind that they were once, and that's a really good sign. And again, here's a look at the radar data showing that up here near Pollock, as well as the McLaughlin area, the strongest cell that is still thunderstorm warned is moving off to the north and east and crossing into the Sioux County, Emmons County line in southern North Dakota, south central North Dakota. It's moving northeast at 35 miles per hour, 1 1/4 inch diameter hail potential, and that'll be pushing in right over the Missouri River Valley. Right now, there's the 1806 corridor. Here's the 1804 corridor. So be prepared for that. And if you're camping on Lake Oahe or anywhere in the sands south of Bismarck on the Missouri River Valley, get out of mobile homes, tents, manufactured homes, and into something a little more sturdy. You want to be kind of away from those trees if you can help it at all as well. This is a backward C shape. Some very gusty winds are going to be crossing this area, including Sioux County into western and southern Emmons County right now. Solon, Cannonball, your area is in the path of those very gusty storms as well. All right, so here's a look. And again, if you're in Gettysburg, Oneida, down towards Pierre, we're expecting some hail, small hail, about 1/4 inch in diameter, and 55 mile per hour gusts, which is just shy of severe. So isolated places could get some pretty good packs a punch of wind. These cells right here seem to be deteriorating a little bit, getting more isolated in nature, becoming less intense looking on the pinks and the blues that we see for hail cores. So that's a good sign for this cluster of storms. But here, Pierre down to Murdo, they still have a pretty good punch to them. And the Pierre storms that are moving through Pierre right now, capable of a 55 mile per hour gust for the capital city, as well as that easterly movement at 45 miles per hour. So that main threat will be gusty winds to around 55 miles per hour. Now, south of you, I'm seeing near Murdo on the I-90 corridor here, some little hail that could be possible with this cell. And we could be talking about maybe 1/2 inch to nickel size hail. Let's take a look at what the Weather Service's discussion says. 3/4 inch, so that'd be around nickel or just a little smaller, with a 50 mile per hour gusts possible from this cell as it works its way through. But you can see here the brighter colors would indicate the potential for some more sizable hail. So that's a good news there. And as we go down into all the way into Nebraska, that's where the more stout thunderstorm is heading right towards Valentine. And well, our hearts are hoping that's not hail wiping out crops out there, but that's a pretty bright hail marker out there on that cell. A recent gust report at 9:58 was of a 60 mile per hour gust from that particular thunderstorm cell. So hopefully that is something that we're all prepared for. Here's what's going on. We're going to go over your forecast as promised, and I do want to go ahead, turn on the composite radar, but let's go through the forecast here hour by hour style. What can you expect through the overnight? Then we'll get to your questions here in a minute. Is Fargo getting anything? Taylor, there's a chance as we go through the overnight hours. Let me show you when right here. Your forecast discussion looks like this. As we see this forecast model showing the storms almost exactly where they are. Let me make sure I've got one here that'll get us well into the day, overnight tonight and into the day tomorrow. So here we go. Putting this into motion, boom, we stop it. Here's Minot on the doorstep as we go through the 9 to 10 o'clock hour. So that's about now. And this model then is a little bit fast with those storms because they're not quite in Minot yet. Now, as we look down towards Bismarck, they're pretty close. And here in South Dakota, they're pretty close to what we're seeing now. Now, as we cross into the overnight hours, this is 1 a.m. These are now exiting central North Dakota and the Highway 83 corridor and pushing off to the east as we go into the eastern Dakotas. More widespread rain down here, and I think some of the strongest of the cells will likely be on the far southern flank because we have inflow into it. You're closer to the low pressure center there, giving you a little more oomph and a little more lift. Things are getting stretched out like a big old long piece of candy right there, and that still has this backwards C shape to some areas, meaning we could get some gusty winds. And this is, again, at about 1 in the morning as we go through. Now, when do they get into the Devil's Lake Basin and the James River Valley? Boom, 2 a.m. So pushing through, still a pretty pronounced backward C shape here. These look like they're steering into the inflow of the storm down to the south here for a little bit. And then as we head in towards 9Z, so this is 4 a.m. They're going through Pembina, they're going through Cavalier, they're going through the Drayton area, you're going through Grafton, and also through Emerado. So that's the best chance at storms and the timing of those storms as we look up to the north that we have available right now. Still lagging a little bit on the Highway 200 corridor as this Boeing line segment and this other Boeing line segment make their way through. Will these be severe? Here's my gut feeling. There is a chance that we'll have some gusty winds with these storms. That'll be the number one threat. Hail up to around 1 inch is all we're seeing right now. That's dropping off, and maybe even a little lower than that. So wind gusts could still be strong. Maybe not the 80 to 90 mile per hour winds we're seeing in western parts of North Dakota and parts of Montana, but we're talking about 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts still possible. Here in South Dakota, I think because there's a little bit bigger area of thunderstorm activity right in the inflow from the south of the storms that feeds it the fuel it needs to last, these could be a little stronger. That's my gut opinion at this particular time as we go into your daybreak hours. And again, now you're looking at 6 a.m., 7 a.m., decreasing intensity up north, the strongest cells down to the south. These still could be windy. They could be marginally severe, very close to severe with their wind gusts, upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour. You're looking at Roseau County and Kitson County line right here, moving in towards Badger and in towards Roseau and Warroad, Roosevelt, as well as you folks up here in Marshall County on the east side for Grigla, Thief River Falls, Red Lake Falls. Storms first thing in the morning. You're looking at 7 a.m. on this snapshot. So morning storms moving through. We still could have some isolated windy ones. Then as we put this into motion, these are off toward the Twin Cities, straight south for you folks out there from Hutchinson and Wilmer, straight down in towards the Red Wing area now, heading into Mason City, Iowa as well, with a little development of some lower pressure on the backside of it as well, meaning it could stay quite windy on the backside of the storms. After that, these exit into Wisconsin, northern Iowa. This falls apart, and we set the stage for tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, with the heating of not only the surface, but the upper atmosphere, everything changes. Now, it's going to take a lot of energy to get these storms to punch through the upper atmosphere's heat dome, if you will. It's called a cap. And if we get a rising bubble of air and it hits warm air aloft, the warm air don't like to rise anymore when it hits more warm air. It just stays there or kind of sinks back down. So thunderstorms have a hard time taking off. That's what this is showing, a couple of isolated cells. If any one of these storms form in this area here, any one at all in the eastern parts of North Dakota and western Minnesota, there's plenty of energy and moisture here for big time rain and severe storms, including tornadoes, because there is spin in the atmosphere. So we see evening storms here as we approach the 8 to 10 o'clock hour, kind of taking off here on the north side. Those could very well be severe. Will this be exactly what your radar looks like tomorrow? The answer is a 2-letter answer. No, but it is going to be close, and it could be nothing Literally, we could have no storms forming because it's just too hot above our heads. However, we could very easily see a few isolated storms pop off. And folks, if you have isolated storms in an environment like this, they take all of the energy available. Now, we do have more models coming in, but I did want to take a moment to tell you we do have a severe weather risk in eastern North Dakota and northern parts of Minnesota as we go through your Sunday night into Monday morning. And then this low pressure system starts exiting out of Colorado and pushing through the Dakotas. As it does so, it will bring an increasing chance on Monday of thunderstorms. Once again, here in the south, they will have a hard time forming because of the high amount of heat above us, but the better chance will be where there's some cooler air aloft above the ground, and that's where we might have a better chance at severe thunderstorms with this Monday wrap up. And as it goes its way through, anywhere along here that we get storms forming, we could have severe thunderstorms. It looks like the best chance will be north, but there are 2 days in a row with that risk for some thunderstorms. Let me take a look at one other model and see. There's been a couple models that have done pretty well with the progression of storms. Let's take a look at this one. This one is a Canadian model, has more of a smooth flow to it or look to it as we go through the overnight hours tonight. Showers and thunderstorms approaching the Red River Valley. Look at all the thunder showers making their way through parts of South Dakota. Down here, closer to the inflow, a lot more moisture getting sucked into the storm and kind of starving what's going on up to the north out there. But after 5+ inches of rain in northeast parts of North Dakota, probably wouldn't hurt for a little break. These dive into southern Minnesota, and that's how we go through midday. What does this storm model say about storms again then as we go through your Sunday night? Not very good chance on this model. It's really until we get into Monday afternoon and night when this will move in and re-energize and have a chance for some strong to severe storms with all modes of severe weather. This is a warm front right here. And along a warm front, we get more spin and shear in the atmosphere just by the nature of the direction of the winds as we go up through the atmosphere. So again, Monday may be our next best chance at severe thunderstorms that are bringing a pretty good chance of some tornadoes in there. There is still a tornado risk as we go through the day tomorrow as well, but will we get thunderstorms? So I call that a conditional chance of thunderstorms tomorrow. If they form though, look out, they could be severe. I'll be here keeping my eyes on the skies for you. Now let's go to one more model that's new and see a look at this one. How's it showing things progressing tonight? Splitting in two. It does not have the southern Minnesota storms at all. It doesn't have anything in parts of Nebraska. Not necessarily the best takeoff of storms. Sunday afternoon storms forming in northern parts of Minnesota. All modes of severe weather will be possible with those storms if they form. And again, as we look up towards Brandon, Manitoba and push out into parts of Regina, we do see those storms having more luck getting started because of cooler air aloft. Boom. Here is your low pressure system and another one and attending warm front right in this vicinity right here. Any storms that form in this area near the warm front, wherever it sets up, will have the chance of all modes of severe weather, including tornadoes and maybe strong ones because of the speeds of the wind and the amount of energy that'll be available. This model does say, yep, we're going to fire a storm off here as we start our Monday morning, and then that progresses off to the north and east as we go through. Then we get a cold front style or cool front style batch of storms on the backside. All in all, it does mean that the next couple of days will have the chance to be stormy. These storms that are now in parts of the west will not necessarily make it towards our area in the Red River Valley and eastern parts of South Dakota into southern Minnesota until daybreak. And the wind is a threat. Isolated tornadoes cannot be ruled out, but the good news is we haven't seen a lot of reports of them. We have had some touchdowns tonight, but not a lot of them. So that's good news. So let's take a look at what's going on with our watches, warnings, and advisories from the Storm Prediction Center and our local National Weather Service Forecast Office. Let me turn those on for you. They're going to be taking off or dropping them from west to east as we go through. The tornado watch is still in effect in parts of southern North Dakota here, south of Mandan, and also down in towards Pierce. So they have left the tornado watch in the red box area. Now, we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that's been positioned from central North Dakota, including Bismarck and Minot, and out towards, well, let's just call it the Pierce County area as we go down through Stutzman County and the James River Valley. It does not go in to northeast North Dakota at this time. and it does not go into southeast North Dakota at this time. I think the National Weather Service, by the way, in Grand Forks, North Dakota, is responsible for these counties here, and they have left out that risk for severe at this time. Prudent, because we're just going to wait and see what happens to these storms as they go through and see if they still are packing a windy punch with them. So that's what's going on. Let me reiterate this. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch now that has been posted and is in effect for central North Dakota. It's in effect until 4 a.m. Let me just say this, that the National Weather Service really does a great job at timing these things out. But this line of storms then will likely go from here at 10:30 to the right edge of this watch by 4 a.m. and then off in toward the Red River Valley as we go towards 6. So very similar timing to what we just talked about here. I do think the Devil's Lake Basin, I do think some parts of the southern part of these storms especially will have a chance at being pretty strong as we go through the overnight hours. The areas in red include the Beulah area. Now you kind of see the red glow here. It's a little bit hard to see. That's the tornado watch. It remains in effect. Now that tornado watch is not in effect all night. In fact, it expires at midnight. So at midnight, the tornado watch does expire. There has been a new severe thunderstorm warning for the storms that I was just speaking of, moving through eastern parts of Sioux County, pushing into Emmons County. Right now, one of the stronger clusters of storms, as well as this Morton County dancer there that's starting to illustrate some blue. We did get a 61 mile per hour wind just recorded out near Judson. So that wind has confirmed the fact that these storms are still capable of burping out some nonsense as they travel their way off to the east. So that is a look again at what we have going on. Down in South Dakota, same thing goes, and that's what's taking place right now. So till 4 a.m., we have a watch in effect. Thunderstorms are pushing in on Minot right now. Now, we analyzed this just a bit ago, but we do have this backward C shape pushing into Berthold. I am not seeing a lot of wind gust reports from this area. A new warning was just issued from Lignite through Sherwood and on towards Kenmare at this particular time. I'm going to keep talking, but I'm walking off camera here for a second because I need to turn this fan on. Things is a little warm in the old laboratory here at Hutch's Weather with all my lights and my computers a-shining through. My apologies. All right. Again, question time is now. We have Minot on the doorstep of storms moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour to 50 miles per hour. Kenmare, these storms are moving in towards your area now. Sherwood soon. Lignite, those storms will be on their way towards you. And again, where we see these bulges or these backwards cup shapes right here, there's a backwards C shape. There's another one moving into Garrison and Max right now. Those areas are likely going to see the greatest winds. I am going to take a look here now at a product that only Hutch has access to my knowledge here in this area, and I call it my burp follower. We're going to look at the wind gust estimator. Now, this is going to estimate the wind gust potential from these cells as they work their way through. And now let's take a look. What we're looking at here is from Rapid City. So these are the wind storms. Will go from south to north now. Where we do have the brighter orange colors here, that's where the strongest estimates of wind are. And we do have a wind report down here that's fairly recent of 60 miles per hour, just about 21 miles south of Merriman. Now, what does the estimator say? Now, this means not everybody will see winds to 70, but there are, and is calculated to have the energy for some 70 mile per hour gusts in here approaching Valentine. So keep that in mind. And boom, just like that, we have a new thunderstorm warning for the Valentine area. So the National Weather Service has issued that. Let's see what their Weather Service burp calculator is telling us for wind speeds up there in Valentine. This is a 1-inch diameter hail and an observed wind threat of 80 miles per hour. Somebody got a gust that blew the old toupee sideways because that puppy has an observed wind threat of 80 miles per hour. Tornado possible with that one. Backward C shape making its way right through. So in moving into Valentine right now is a gusty line of storms. Hutch opened his wind burp estimator at the exact right time. That's when this warning was issued. So in Cody right now, that is where we have a huge burp of wind pushing its way off to the east, heading towards Valentine. Let's check that velocity, shall we, and see if we see any shear. And yeah, sure, you betcha, we do have some shear showing up with this particular storm. Now, as we take a look, we are using the radar in and around the Rapid City area for this. So good to keep that in mind. So Valentine, Nebraska, Cody, boom, we have some shear along the leading edge of this. It's both clockwise and counterclockwise. Here's one area, and then there's another area on this north side near Cody. Rosebud, you have a chance for this same storm moving through, likely the same threats. Gusty straight line winds in excess of 75 to 80 miles per hour. It says 70 mile per hour, 1-inch diameter hail, considerable damage threats, so prepare for gusty winds. Back to the burp calculator here. Okay, and the wind gust estimator is showing that if you are in Pierre, Murdo, and to Oneida, these storms don't have quite as bright of a return, but still isolated places is showing that we could have some gusts up to 60 miles per hour. So keep that in mind, that isolated areas could see some stout wind gusts from the storms moving through Murdo and Pierre, and we'll let you know as we go up to the north, though. Gettysburg, not as big of an area, just all these little thunderstorm cells along this cluster. Remember, it was kind of breaking apart there, so we don't have as many big updrafts collapsing there, just a few. And in isolated places, we're talking about 55, 50 mile per hour gusts with this line of storms. So Mobridge, we still have stout thunderstorm gusts in around your area, particularly as you go toward the North Dakota border, where we have these yellow colors here, and this is showing 65 to 70 mile per hour gusts possible in and around Fort Yates. So I'll let Hutch turn on his wind gusts here for the surface. Gusts, boom, now. Now, not every town has a wind gauge called an anemometer at it, but we do have one in Linton, 23 miles per hour there ahead of the storm. That's out of the south, and now we'll wait and see what comes its way as these storms make their way through. 32 mile per hour gust in the Fargo area right now, Bismarck area right now, with Flasher seeing a little bit of heavier wind making its way through. What are the wind estimates by the burp calculator here? 65 mile per hour winds or greater. So that's what's heading towards you folks out of the southern Morton County area and western Burleigh County, crossing right over now the Missouri River Valley. If you're camping, get out of tents, get away from trees, and make sure you're in sturdy structure to withstand these winds out here as they gust through. A New Salem report of wind gusts looks like it's come in, and let's see what they're reporting in this little vicinity here. 61 miles per hour southwest of Judson out there. So this is what's heading into Morton County right now. And now as we take a look at the Bismarck radar, let's go ahead and switch over to that, pardon me. I think I'm going to have to turn my wind speeds off. It's messing with my selection properties there. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now we'll get the burp calculator going up to Minot. What we're looking for is the hot orange spots here when it does come in. If it doesn't, we will switch over to the regular radar data here to stay abreast of what's going on. Coming into the capital city right now, all the way up to Washburn, Minot, it looks a little weaker. Tornado warning now issued for Bismarck. We're going right to it. Here is a look at a tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service north of Bismarck. You see this little notch right here? That is the area of rotation. Moving northeast at 56 miles per hour, it is a tornado warning for a radar indicated tornado. This is something that if you're on the north side of the capital city up here on Highway 83, on the Mandan side of the river or the Morton County side of the river, all the way in towards the folks out here in the center and Oliver County rather area, that's where the concern is with this twisting part of the storm. Here is a look at the velocity with regards to the storm, and what we're seeing here, boy, we got this little purple area is kind of no data, so we don't have it. But right here, bright red and greens next to each other, just on the Mandan and north of Mandan side of the river here is where that is being detected. Now, if we go up a little bit in elevation angle on the next scan up, and let's see if we can see it there, because that Bismarck radar is located at the airport here in the River Valley. So it's shooting up over the hill and into this area here. So we are seeing still a little bit of evidence of rotation on the north side of Mandan. And there it is there as well. So definitely a deep and broad area of rotation showing up there. Let me see if I've got any debris signatures with it. And now what we're looking for is blue here. A lot of blue, so it's a little bit difficult, but the tornado part or active potential tornado is right here. Tornado warning, seek shelter, Mandan on the north side of town here, not far from you folks, right here at the bend as you're dropping into Mandan on I-94. Just make sure that you're seeking shelter, get away from windows. Now, what we're looking for here on the blue is target similarity, meaning low similarity. Debris, some of it's big, some of it's small, so we get a lot of difference in our data on the radar reflectivities. Now, here is a look at the target differences. What we'd be looking for a debris signature would be red, and I'm not seeing that right now, but that does not mean that we don't have problems going on. Spin and shear in the immediate area of North Mandan, areas north of Bismarck on 83. As you get out of town here, just a little ways here, you're not even talking about that far out of North Bismarck. So as we go from 83, Highway 83 and Interstate 94, the tornado warning is just 4.5 miles north of town right there. So that is where the tornado warning extends. So there's a lot of neighborhoods and whatnot on the north side here that will be impacted or very close by this tornado warning. The entire 83 corridor, as you go up in the general direction of you folks up here in and around the Wilton area right before you curve and head back out towards Washburn. So let's go back to the regular radar display and the storm relative velocity to see the spin or shear in the storm. Again, it is right in this vicinity, working its way toward the river valley now, in the river valley now, and making its way toward Highway 83 on the north side of town. Let's go. Let's get a look at what's going on from cameras around the area and see if we can see this. There's numerous cameras in and around the Bismarck area. So let's go in and take a peek now. We got the north side of Mandan. Let's go there first and see right at the bend what we're seeing. It's dark. Okay, we expect that at this time of the day, and I'm seeing a lot more road conditions there than I am anything else. That's okay. Let's go to north parts of Bismarck here and see what we're seeing from that perspective. Pretty dark, some low clouds moving overhead, but a little bit too far away from the impact or area of concern. Here's what it looks like in Bismarck at this time from the top of the Capitol building as you're looking out to the west. So stormy weather making its way in to the Bismarck area right now. A severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Bismarck and Mandan, and we have a tornado warning north of town for a cell that's developing and moving right here north of Mandan, about 8 miles, 5 to 7 miles rather, north of Mandan now, crossing the river valley right now. So there is a rotating thunderstorm in that area. Let's go on the north side of town and see if I can see anything here. Yeah, there are some dark and gray clouds going on in that vicinity. Now let's go to the end-on sites and see if we've got one that we can look at there, and then we'll get back to the radar coverage. And again, as a meteorologist, we don't always have a perfect view of everything from DOT cams, but it really can be a good asset or tool to help us. Now, this last photo was taken at 9:50 p.m. as we've gone past that time frame by a considerable amount, so it's an hour old, so not going to provide us much information there. And these cameras, what I found is I don't know that they take pictures at night, so keep that in mind. Tornado warning continues. Areas in northern Morton County, northern Burleigh County, and extends right in towards Wilton for a pretty tight rotation that is showing up right here on the radar. I'll get you right back to that now as I put that on the screen. My apologies. There we go. So tornado warning for the pink box area. This is the area of rotation right here. It's making its way to the north and to the east. So those are the areas impacted. So the Bismarck neighborhoods go this high. This is 4.5 miles north of town. Here is where it's going to be crossing Highway 83. So still a lot of people that live up this way, and a lot of people could be impacted. So make sure you're heeding these warnings. Seek shelter in an interior room. Stay away from windows. I'm going to take a peek and gander if the Weather Service has any other information that I can garner from this. And then we'll go through some pictures that have been shared with me in Bismarck. Let's go here. Okay, so we've got in Crosby some low clouds moving in through the area about 10:10. All right. So the cities are not in the tornado warning, but they're just picking up this rotation showing up on the screen. Now we got a little bit of a notch showing up here as well with a stronger current reaching the north part of Bismarck right here. And again, That doesn't mean it's a tornado right there, but this area has some stronger flow that's moving in toward the radar site, as does this with flow away. So there is your tornado, and it's still very evident on the radar scan there. How much higher does it exist above the ground? That's the lowest level. We're extremely close to the radar site here in south parts of Bismarck at the airport. So very good low-level data from the bottom of the cloud there showing tight spin. It exists at the next elevation angle up at 1.3 degrees elevation angle. It tilts a little bit, but it's still there in that vicinity. Does it go away as we go up one more angle of scan? Nope, it tilts back a little bit more even on the other side of the river. And we still are seeing motion towards the Bismarck Airport here and away on this side. So there is some shear still evident in that particular area, but it's really the lower levels of the cloud, which is where your concern would be. So severe thunderstorms working their way now in towards Emmons County, Linton, Hazleton, Moffett, Braddock, Napoleon. You're going to be in the path of some storms there. We did get a thunderstorm wind gust report here in the southern and western parts of Morton County, 83 miles per hour just a few moments ago. 83 miles per hour. So again, Hutch's burp estimator doing a pretty good job there of keeping us up to date with what's going on. Now let's look on the north side, moving into Minot. We got some storms. Let's switch radars over to the Minot radar. We're looking at velocity here so we can take a look at spin in these storms first of all. Now from Deering, which is where this radar is, we're seeing down by Max here that there is some shear or spin in these storms on the Highway 83 corridor here, just a little bit, and it's a ways away from the radar, but it is detecting it not far from Garrison. There is more of this straight green, meaning the motion's just right toward the radar here in Deering. However, we're seeing a little pockets of shear and spin there. So in these storms, a lot of wind where the brightest greens are, and along the boundary, we're watching for these backwards C shapes. See this backwards C shape right here? Those are bowing out big gusty wind potential moving in towards Mohall through Kenmare right now. And that's what I'm seeing now on the latest radar scans. So that is a look from north to south through our region. We do have the severe thunderstorms down on the South Dakota-Nebraska border. Bismarck and points north, I should say, of Bismarck and points north of Mandan remain in a tornado warning for the cells that are making their way through and north of the capital city right now. I'm going to keep a close eye on this right now because a lot of folks are living here in this area. Now this is interesting. You got motion towards the radar here and then away from the radar here. Do you see how it really max speeds are here? And then the max speeds are here as we go through. So there is a little bit of a turning of these winds as they go through and out of the storms that are coming into the area. Here you've got, let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on into Emmons and Sioux County. Look at this right here, boom. So here we've got motion towards Bismarck's radar next to very strong motion away. There's a very tight spinning going on in this particular area. Again, motion toward the radar and motion away from the radar right there is a possibility of some pretty tight rotation on the south side of the Bismarck area. So again, a lot of terrain, and as these storms are approaching the Missouri River Valley, south of the capital city here, south of Mandan, into Morton County, and they'll be crossing over down in towards Sioux County here. There's stout storms too, but these will be crossing the river. There is rain and shower activity, but the rotating and strong wind part of the storms right over this area right now. So let me go ahead and measure that south distance away from the Lincoln and Bismarck areas here, and show you that from Bismarck, let's go South Bismarck and the airport. This rotating couplet is about 16 miles straight south of town, right there. Let's go ahead and see if this rotating couplet does have any confirmation of any other indications of shear or spin. We're going to go up through the atmosphere, see if it's persistent. It is there. One step up, 2 steps up, 3 steps up, and then it's kind of closed off up there. So that's 3 or 4 steps up. It's still evident and it's still in the same spot. That's what we would expect to see from a rotating part of the thunderstorm. It's deep. Now let's see if there's any other evidence here. I am not seeing anything in this exact area right here where my pointer is of any indication of any debris or the like at that particular scan. And I'm not necessarily seeing it now. I'll need to use my finger and point at where the shear is and then come back to this one. So bear with me. Shear is going to be located right here. See that spot? Now let's go back to the debris signature. A little bit of red in here, so that's what we'd be looking for, red in the same spot. That tells us that there is some different types of targets right here. Could be wind gusts blowing up dirt and debris as well, but on the lowest elevation angle scan, there is something going on right down here. Now, there's a lot of red out here. Why am I not concerned about this red? Why am I only concerned about that red? New scan, new information, and now it's moved off to the east just a little bit. Let's take a look at that. The answer to that question is everything has to be lined up. Boom, we got blue right here. There is a possibility of a debris signature right here. We could be looking at a tornado making contact with the ground right now because we do have some low target similarity, meaning there's a lot of different targets here in the same spot. Let's see if we've got some reds. And we got a few. Some of them have blown off in the other direction, I think, from where they were earlier. And let's look at the shear or the spin in the cloud. That has now moved on to this direction. So the good news is this is continuing its way east. There is still some shear there, not nearly as strong as it was. Maybe there's some more down here. Along this leading edge of the storm, we have wind flow out away from the radar here and wind flow toward the radar in green. So there's quite broad areas of this shear. This is one spot I'm concerned about here. It's the same spot as we were looking at moments ago. There's another little wiggle here, and those are the things that I'm watching for you. Now, if I was in the path of this storm in the Missouri River Valley along 1806, I would be seeking shelter in an interior room on the lowest floor possible. And because we've had 80-mile-per-hour gusts reported from a couple of these cells still, I would be getting out of things like mobile homes, manufactured homes, or campers, RVs, and into a sturdy structure because of the magnitude of the winds making their way in. Speaking thereof, now that they are blowing into and around the Bismarck area, the strongest winds are still on their way into town now. And as we look at the tornado warned part of the cell, we still have motion towards the radar, motion away, and it is right over Highway 83 right now. So let's share with you what's going on. Again, a dangerous situation with regards to a tornado warning. It's a radar indicated tornado warning. It's not something that I've seen confirmation of at this particular time. Reports of... Okay, so we're still looking at just the shear on the radar as far as what the National Weather Service is telling Hutch with regards to our risk of severe storms. So, pardon me, I'm doing multiple things here. All right, very good. So, down near the Missouri River Valley, along this boundary here, we've had an 80+ mile per hour wind gust, and these storms are moving into Emmons County. If you are in Burleigh County and Emmons County, these storms are moving off to the east very quickly, and we do have some shear or spin-ups that could be happening along that leading edge. Now, in Minot, the storms are getting ready and fixing to blow into your area right now. Again, thanks for dropping in. Thanks for your comments, and thank you for your support, and thanks for your questions. You're part of Hutch's Weather. Hutch's Weather is showing that we do have the strong thunderstorms that are pushing into Minot as we speak, but look at this. It looks like they're weaker here. Is this true? Well, no, we're looking from Bismarck. Let's switch radars over here real quickly and get to the Deering radar, and now you should see a little bit more detail, and now it looks like a solid line of thunderstorm cells, but there are missed spots. There's spots that don't have thunderstorm activity. A cell here, a blank. A cell here, nothing. A cell here. Dozens of cells along this line. Some of the strongest are just north and west of Lignite. We have this backward C shape showing wind blowing through Kenmare with the recent lightning strike there, moving off to the northeast at a clip of about 45 miles per hour. Moving into Minot right now is a line of thunderstorms. I'm going right to a camera in that area now to confirm or deny what we're seeing here. Let's go to the DOT ones first. I think some of the end-on cameras do not take pictures at night. On the southwest side of Minot, Highway 2, we do have hazy skies. And folks, no surprise here, it is dark. There are some dark clouds that are starting to make their way in, and that particular view has shown me what it's going to show me. But west of town on Highway 2, where the storm is happening, we got rain aplenty coming down in the skies there. It's coming straight down. That's a sign of, well, heavy rain. So we got heavy rain making its way through. Very difficult to see if there's hail there. Let's look north of town. Not going to see anything there. Let's look in town, or that's up by the air base, but let's go on the north side of town here. This is a look at North Minot, Highway 83. and northbound, southbound, and now let's take a look at the road. Okay, so yeah, storm's moving into the Minot area right now, south of town. What do we got? We got some lights, some cars, and nothing that we are going to be able to make use of with regards to that. Now, up in and around the areas near Kenmare and out towards Crosby, we have strong to severe thunderstorms up in that area making their way through as well. And I'm not seeing any evidence of anything that I can see, and that's part of the problem. So blowing through the capital city right now, that's the Minot area. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect there. We're expecting the gusty winds. Those winds could be gusting as high as 60 miles per hour. Maybe outside of Garrison is the stronger cell that I see. So let's get dipping down on that general direction here, pardon me. And now let's go into the Washburn area and see what we can see on the camera. Actually, we can see some low clouds rolling into the area and region on that shot right there. There's our law enforcement out there keeping their eyes on things, and we definitely have some heavy rain pushing in. So again, my camera's not going to give us too much information at this particular time. If you have photos to upload, I appreciate your help covering the weather here on Hutch's Weather. I have some photos that have been uploaded. Let me just double check and see if there aren't any more, and let's go to those right now. My apologies, I clicked the wrong button and it was playing the outro music. I'm still here. Strong storms working their way through. You guys are all helping Hutch cover the weather. We have the tornado warning still in effect north of Bismarck. It's been shaved off in Morton County. Now it's over the river and now off towards Wilton and points in northern Burleigh County. Again, not in town. A lot of people live up in this area though. Tight rotation. You see a little pooch in the storm here. This is likely the outflow from the storm that's causing it to pooch out in that direction. And the latest on the storm relative velocity, the spin in the storm, showing it's really broad and it's right here. So we do have still some areas of shear. Remember, the radar's down here by Lincoln. So we got motion towards on this side and motion away on this side. So if there is still a tornado, it's right here. Okay, so it's moving through the middle of the box and it's right here, maybe right here, another possible spot for it, but that's what we're seeing. Look at Wilton, motion towards the radar, motion away. So that would be an anti-cyclonic spin going on there. Now, thanks again to all of you who have taken the time to upload your photos. Let's check out a couple of those tonight because again, the coverage from you and the confirmation of what we're seeing has been very helpful as we've gone through this event now through Montana and parts of North Dakota. HutchesWeather.com is where you can get the latest, and it's also where you can find an easy access download point for my app. Or you can search Hutch's Weather on your app store today. That app is free. Now, your photo uploads, I appreciate each and every one of you taking the time to do this, but back when we did have some daylight, unbelievable clouds, some storms working their way through. This is Scobie in Montana. Look at the piles of hail in the streets. It looks like we need the snow pall there. Paul, thank you very much for your Scobie view out there. That was some big time hail. Wonder what the largest size stones were, but nonetheless, that just covered and blanketed the ground in Scobie, Montana. Thank you so much. Here is a look from Hettinger as those storms there did have a tornado warning on them. Look at that monster. That's Hutch's hat right there. You see it? That baby is a shelf of all shelf clouds. Behind it, underneath it, how ominous is that? It does look like a mothership making its way in towards the Hettinger area. Thank you so much, Danielle Cook, for sharing your photo. Unbelievable clouds rolling their way into the Hettinger area. Here's Bowman as the storms were rolling through as well. Very dark skies. Christina, thank you very much for your shot here looking southwest towards the incoming storm. And it says, we have had it on our tail for 3 hours. They were driving away from it in their vehicle. And then I believe there was another shot of that same said storm as they were doing their best to stay out ahead of it. Here is north of Buffalo, South Dakota. Again, this is from Christine. And pardon me, looking west at the storm on our tail as we try to get home. Traveled over 800 miles today, and it's stressful being chased by a tornado for hours. So a severe thunderstorm, tornado warned storm, and look at this mothership out here over the plains as they are approaching and looking west at the storm north of Buffalo, South Dakota. Thank you so much. I sure hope you arrived safely from your trip as those storms made their way through. A little quieter in Detroit Lakes, Minnesota tonight. Beautiful shot of the church. Thank you very, very much, Julia, for uploading your photo there. And now Williston, North Dakota, as the storms approached Williston. You can see the dark skies roiling. Scott, thank you very, very much for sharing your photo. This was before it hit Williston, and it's looking out to the west, which is where the storms came from. Thanks again to everybody for uploading your photos. Keep them coming. Now let's take a look at what's going on with regards to our storm that's making its way through Bismarck and north of Bismarck right now. So here we have the thunderstorm with the rotation. It does look like the tornado warning is in effect until 11:15, so 10 more minutes here. And I had mentioned last time that there was this little area of spin that was still showing up, but right now it's not spin if we're looking from the Bismarck radar, and I'm just verifying that I need to make sure we are, so we get the closest radar. Here we go. Okay, so yes, we have motion towards the radar and away from the radar. So this is a pretty broad area of spin. It's working its way in this general direction towards the end of the tornado warning box. It looks like all the rotation has passed over and is now east of Highway 83 now. And so that's where the threat is now as we go into northern parts of Burleigh County here, just to the south and west of Reagan, and it's heading in the general direction of Wing. Still some rotation evident in that particular storm, and that rotation does extend vertically up into the mid-levels of the cloud. It leans a little bit in toward the wind, and here is an area where we still see some pretty bright greens, even up at an elevation angle of over or almost 2 degrees. So that's a pretty healthy rise into the cloud there. All right, now as we take a look, new tornado warning has been issued right now. This is for you folks on 1804. Here's a look at the rotation. It is right here. Here's the radar in Lincoln. You're talking about 1804 south of town. So if you are in this vicinity, please seek shelter right now. The rotating part of the storm is pretty evident right here, greens and reds next to each other. That's where the spin is, and it's moving off to the northeast, and it's going to be crossing now into Emmons County. And in fact, it's just literally has just crossed over the river and is now making its way through. There's some of us that I've heard say, oh, we're on the other side of the river and never makes it over the river. Yes, tornadoes can pass over rivers. So please seek shelter. This is a dangerous storm here. Let's get the basics from the National Weather Service office regarding this tornado warning. It is a radar indicated tornado warning. It's moving to the east at 43 miles per hour, east-northeast, I should say. So that is a look at that next tornado warning now, south of Bismarck. So south of Lincoln. If you're in Lincoln, if you're up here on you got the University of Mary here, and just as you come across that, there's a couple of areas shear, but this is a strong one that has prompted the National Weather Service to issue the warning right there. So that's where it is, moving northeast at that clip of about 43 miles per hour. Look at it. It just jumped and leaped all the way over here. Still evident. We got a couple little wiggles, one wiggle there with motion towards the Bismarck radar and away, motion towards and away. This is the one that's warned for, but we could be seeing another area of that shear. Let's go ahead and time this out, moving east northeast at 43 miles per hour. Again, if you are in the River Valley working your way off into Emmons County, this is let me redo that. Okay. Here is the rotating part of the storm moving east-northeast. 43 will do 45 miles per hour. It is basically going to stay over rural portions of northern Emmons County, southern Burleigh County, and Kidder County, southern and western Kidder County. So points Steele and points south. We'll see if it lasts this long or whatever. By the way, each little change of color on my color map here is 15 minutes of time. So you can get an idea of when and where it'll be there. So it will be, the rotating part of the storm will be crossing over the Highway 83 corridor here as you go down through parts of Emmons County, my apologies, as we get to about midnight is when it's expected to cross over that. Oh no, time till impact, that's ETA. 12 minutes, not midnight. So it's less than 12 minutes away from this area here and crossing over the Highway 83 corridor. And then it will be a little bit as we go to the Steel area here and points just south of Steel. It'll be about 40 minutes before it gets there. So a long time, and a lot can and will change with this storm by that time. So National Weather Service will keep us updated on that. But again, here is your rotating part of the storm. It's just outside of Highway 1804 down here as we go across the Missouri River Valley. Here's 1804 on the east side, 1806 on the west side, and that is your rotation. Bright reds away from the radar, bright greens towards the radar, and that rotation moving northeast towards Highway 83. Now on the Burleigh County line with Emmons County down to the south. This tornado warning does include areas very, very close to Hazleton. Right now, the big rotating part of the storm is up here. This is a very windy part of the storm right here, and that is indeed an area where we could be getting some very, very strong straight line winds. So even though a tornado might be on one part here, but we can have what's called this rear flank downdraft coming down on the backside of it. And if it stays attached to the ground, that can be some very serious gusty straight line winds that accompany the storm as well. So there is another tornado warning in and around the Bismarck area. Here is a look at what's going on north of town. As we take a look, motion towards the radar in green would be about here. Yeah, we got here, and there's some red. So right here is the tornado, and we are seeing reds as away and greens. Nope, this is not showing shear. That's where the original tornado marker was, but there is still some shear on the edge of that box. I'll keep you posted as to whether or not the National Weather Service does maintain that tornado warning. In and around Minot, let me switch the radar up here and show you what we have going on for the cells all the way up and along the northern tier. This is looking from the Deering radar. You're seeing motion coming through Minot now with those winds. So your wind has changed directions and is coming at you from the west-southwest. It's blowing through town, rolling right into the air base now, and it's crossing out towards areas near Glenburn, Granville, and Velva right now. Now there is a little bit of some motion towards and away from the radar very close to Velva here. Let me get you in a little closer. And as we see, we got movement towards the Deering radar next to motion away. It's not particularly bright on the motion away though. So that is some weaker shear showing up there on the radar. And let's go ahead and take a look at the radar data. There is certainly a little bit of a hook shape in that as it moves into the Velva area. Now let's take a look at the new warning for this area. It says a severe thunderstorm warning does last until 11:30. So for the next 18 minutes or so, 46 mile per hour movement to the northeast. The wind threat is 60 miles per hour, and it has been observed. It does not say tornado possible, but along this leading edge of storms here, we cannot rule that out. So we'll keep you posted here. So those warnings extend here. Now you see how it's pooching out right here too. So another little area where we're getting a big strong outflow. Here's a little finger showing up here. There could be some shear or spin in that particular area as well. That's moving in the general vicinity of you in Sheridan County and northern Sheridan County at this time, and heading on towards Drake on Highway 52 as well. So you take a look at the spin on that just to analyze that for you. All right. I would say based on radar data from that area, I'm not seeing a really strong shear marker on that particular storm in that area where we do have the little extension or pooch coming out. This can sometimes be, or looks like, a hook echo working its way out of that storm. So here's what we got going on too on the backside of the storm, just so you're aware. If you're in Tioga, Crosby, Stanley, partial, big time heavy rain on the backside, not severe, but you could still see some very strong wind gusts, a lot of thunder and lightning going on behind the storm as well. Now, out near Linton and south towards Strasburg, we have a little hail core out here. Could be capable of some sizable hail. Let me do a double check for you on the velocities with the storm. That's too far away. I got to get to the Bismarck radar here. My apologies. We cannot use the Minot radar for that storm. It won't show up too friendly. There we go. Okay, so thanks for bearing with me. Now, as we take a look at this cell that's down near Strasburg, we do have on the leading edge some area here near Linton where there's wind blowing away and towards, and then again near Strasburg, same thing goes. So along this leading edge, we do have a few areas of shear. Now, this is not strong motion away from the radar, so it's not as strong a shear as what we're seeing on with the tornado warning storm to the north, but it is indeed a shear marker, a weak shear marker at that as it's working its way through. Let me answer a couple of questions here and take a drink of water. Okay. All right. So it says, how's Bismarck looking, Hutch? Any idea of the timeline for this to blow through? Jill, thank you for your question. There is still severe thunderstorms right over the top of you and pushing its way through the region right now. And those storms are moving off to the east-northeast at a pretty good clip. You have one tornado warning left. The one north of town has been allowed to expire, but the one south and east of town, as the storm has crossed over the river into Emmons County here and into southern Burleigh County, still does have a shear marker right here. So a rotating part of the storm that has prompted the National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning for points on Highway 83 north of Hazleton. So as you know, Highway 83 joins Interstate 94, goes through Bismarck, and then picks back up over here. So here's Highway 83, and this is where that tornado warned part of the storm is heading. In Bismarck itself, you got some pretty strong winds that are coming. These will be blowing from kind of a west-southwesterly direction towards Wing here. You can see this backwards C shape helps Hutch diagnose that, but essentially these winds through town could still be quite strong. We did get a measurement south of town and south of the interstate of a 61 mile per hour gust. Let me effort to put up the old gust presently on the map here, and let's turn those babies on. So in Bismarck at the airport, we've got a 46 mile per hour gust. I don't know if that's the peak, but that's what's blowing through right now. And based on the radar position right at the National Weather Service site here, some of these stronger winds with the storm are moving here. They're just on the north side. And then this is motion away from the radar, and we have another one here. So what's going through Bismarck right now, not as strong as what we're seeing here on the south side of town and on the north side of town, based on the radar display that I am seeing. So I think this is very strong motion from west to east here across parts of southern Burleigh County, moving into Emmons County, and that's going to probably cause a little bowing echo that goes through here. But in Bismarck, we do have some heavy rain. As far as the hail goes, let's take a look at that standard radar display here for you, Jill, and see what we have going on. Okay, so the main line is pushed through. It's pushed through Bismarck, it's pushing through Minokan, and it's on its way out into central parts of Burleigh County right now, and it's on its way out and out towards Kidder County. We got a lot of ugly shapes on the outside of this, all the jagged sawtooth type of stuff out here. These are areas where outflow is pushing out, and we're getting inflow here, and there is spin along these areas. So these are the areas of concern. Moving into Bismarck, you still have rain. You're in a thunderstorm warning. The hail threat is not as high. I will put up my burp measurement tool here to see how fast the wind gusts are estimated by my gust estimator. And the gust estimator is showing that the strongest gusts are on the leading edge. This one here with the little burp coming out, there's a strong gust there. Another one down here by Hazleton. And it's these stronger gust areas here that are pooching out of the storm. Linton and the Hazleton area seeing the same thing. Indeed, very, very strong. Now, as we take a look at what these values mean down here near Strasburg, still some gust potential to near 70 miles per hour. Linton, maybe even higher than that. Let's look at that 65 miles per hour. Hazleton, 60 mile per hour or so. So those areas, the gust estimator is giving me isolated places that'll still see on the leading edge of the thunderstorms here east of Bismarck-Mandan, where we have the best chance for some strong gusts. Now, you see this little eyeball here? That is the radar site. That's called the cone of silence. We can't estimate, nor do we get data from around the radar, because the radar beam bounces off of cars and things low to the ground, including buildings. So we just erase that data in the center there, called the cone of silence, if you will, from the movie. You know what I'm talking about if you've seen Twister, the original, the OG. So that's what's going on in and around Bismarck, north of town towards Wilton. Still the potential up there for 60 mile per hour gusts in a few spots as it moves its way through. Washburn, the windiest part of the storm, is moving its way through your area. Some spots could see 55 to 60 mile per hour gusts. Outside of Max, we have a couple of areas south of Benedict moving in towards Butte, 60 mile per hour gust potential on that side of the storm. And that is moving its way out into northern parts of Sheridan County right now. For McCluskey and you folks out near Keefe, you can expect the storm moving its way through. Now, Velva, we're seeing some lower wind speeds here. Again, 58 miles per hour is severe level winds. This burp estimator here estimating the winds in this area from west to east, or more of a southwest to northeast, at 50 miles per hour. In and around Minot, I'm seeing wind gust potential in isolated places near 50 miles per hour, and now get northern parts of this storm here as pushing into Glenburn. Now we're back up to 60 mile per hour potential in this area. So from Glenburn to Lansford, this is where the gustiest part of the storm looks to be right now, and that is where we have the best chance at seeing those really severe level winds the way it is right now in these storms. So what they do is they pulse up, make big hail, a lot of rain, and then the rain and the hail collapse, and out comes the burp of wind. Hutch's wind burp estimator. Thanks so much for your question. I do appreciate it so very much. Jill, stay safe. Tonya, I know it's early, but tomorrow in Bemidji, we will be able to race at 5. Are you talking at 5 a.m.? Looks like it could be a rainy in the early afternoon. Okay, so you're talking 5 p.m. So there is a chance for isolated storms tomorrow. We went through the model on that a little bit ago. And as you look into the area of northwest Minnesota, north central Minnesota, there is a chance for some stout thunderstorms and severe thunderstorms as we go through. So a quick review of that real quickly. Let's go and see if we've got an update here from the Storm Prediction Center. It's 11:21. Here's today's risk of severe weather. Storms are moving into the yellow area, so slight risk of some being severe as we go into the Devil's Lake Basin and the James River Valley. A lower chance, isolated or marginally severe tonight as we go into the Red River Valley. So the risk as we go into our area in western Minnesota, not as good. Now turn the page, would you, into tomorrow? Now that risk for severe storms looks like this right now. And somewhere around, I think 1 to 2 o'clock, they usually update this. This is in the morning. I may actually be up to update you before anybody else does. And I'll tell you what, this is looking like we could see thunderstorms. Any storms that form in this whole area, they have a lot of energy. There will be a chance for severe storms, all modes, tornadoes in the works. The problem is we're getting hot in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So rising pockets of air may not make it, and they may not form thunderstorms tomorrow. So that would be your best bet in Brainerd and in Bemidji and in Park Rapids and all the way up towards Lake of the Woods, that we just don't get storms. Is there a chance of storms? You betcha. And we could see some here in eastern parts of North Dakota as well. And in fact, the model that I showed that it's a little bit better chance right there. So we'll go ahead and do that right now, and keep in mind, all modes of severe weather will be possible for your area. Hi, Simon from Duluth. I hope you're having a nice night. These storms could be trucking over into your direction. This is a look at tomorrow's forecast for severe storms. Storms form here in the eastern part of North Dakota, if they do form, and will move off in your general direction. But then there's Monday, back to work. Hey, how you like that? Severe weather risk on Monday looks like this. So Red River Valley, almost all of Minnesota, western parts of the state of Wisconsin. A little cheesy there as we go into the South Shore, North Shore. Severe weather risk. All modes of severe weather will be possible if the thunderstorms can even form. Why do I say that? Because it's hot up there aloft. Up above the ground. So that's what's going on. 64 hundredths of a rain tonight, Mark says, and still raining. Mr. K, Mr. Kidder, thank you for your report. My friend, I hope you are doing well. Wish you and your family the very, very best out there in the Bismarck area. And thank you for your service and what you do, my friend. All right, let's see. Tonya, 5 p.m. Okay, that's good to know. Hello from Duluth. Thank you so much. And boom, 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 boom. What can we expect in Cullum? Okay, so let's get back to the radar for now. I feel like an older gentleman wearing my glasses like that. I have not gotten used to these puppies, these bifocal things. Bismarck, tornado warning south of town continues. Let's start there. Don't want to forget about that. But we have all these little jagged sawtooth areas, and in anywhere along this line, I can't rule out a spin up. Would it be brief? Probably. Could it be strong? Yes. We have very gusty winds that have hit 80 miles per hour at the surface. If that updraft is pulling and twisting, then you concentrate that spin into a tiny area of a football field or less, you're going to get some ridiculous winds in there. So kind of the old figure skater analogy in meteorology, where the figure skater has the arms out. I got to back up. If you have your arms out like this and you spin on your skates, you spin slow, but when you want to spin fast, you then take your arms in. And now Hutch is dizzy. Eating some blueberries here. My apologies. Wing, air, burping out of the storm, pushing your way. It's developing a new line of storms out here. This is likely the outflow from the thunderstorm. It's kicking off new ones out here, which means an acceleration. So now you're seeing why thunderstorms and their outflow kick off new ones down here as well. Let's go ahead and look for severe spin. Let's see where the spin is with regards to this Burleigh County, Emmons County storm kissing Kidder County. Here we go. Boom. Shear right here is where the spin is. There's another area right here. So there's two areas of spin. This is the strongest right now. And it's moving off to the east-northeast. So Braddock, it's moving in your general direction, but it should be just north of you. And the spin is right smack dabbly-doodly-doo, right over the top of Highway 83 right now. How far north of Hazleton are we talking? Well, if you're in Hazleton, you're a lucky person. It's a beautiful community. 9 miles due north of you. Here we've got our estimate here of about 9 miles. 9 miles north on Highway 83 of Hazleton is where that spin is. That's where the tornado is. So now if we take that back off, and we know that that tornado is moving off to the east-northeast, and it says it's moving at 43 miles per hour. Let me time it out for you. Here's our rotating part of the storm. Boom. Moving east-northeast. Good clip. Braddock, it'll be very near you or just north of you by the time we get to 1137. Otherwise, it's in rural parts of southern Kidder County and your neighbors down to the south here near Napoleon. And so Emmons County still in the area of where this puppy's moving. There is another little area of shear here. There's another area of shear here. See how the bright colors are separated by a distance there? So that's a broad area of shear going into that, but this is a nice little pooch coming out on the south side of this tornado-warned storm there. Well, so again, we could be seeing something happening down here just outside of Hazleton as well. So that's what's going on with those storms now as we sneak a peek at the velocities up north. I'm going to switch radars again back up here, and then we'll go and check on our friends in South Dakota. And if you have a question, let me know, excuse me. Okay. Hey everybody, I thought I lost my YouTube feed. Have you been with me? Let me know in the comments section if you've been with me. I got a question here. It looks like, how's your drought map? Well, I did do a video on the drought map moments ago. I apologize for eating in front of you, but hours of coverage will do this to you. So let's see. Reynolds, how's your drought map? Lots of wind and lightning west of Minot. Thank you for your reports, by the way. All of this stuff comes in handy. I'm going to move this up north here. What we're looking at in and around Minot is we do have some areas of wind. Let me switch the radar over here to the Mayville radar. Excuse me, the Deering radar. And bam. Big time shear, very close to the radar site right here. Motion towards, motion away. That's pretty strong, not far from Granville right now. So again, these storms could briefly create tornadoes. This is a pretty good indicator right here. Let's see, let's put our hand on this spot right here outside of Granville. And now let's go ahead and mark that spot and look at what's called the correlation coefficient. Is there blue there? Nope. Nope, there's no blue in that exact spot. So that means we don't have a similar area where we see a low target similarity. And then we're looking for red in the same spot, and I'm not necessarily seeing it in the right spot that I need to. That doesn't mean that this storm isn't spinning. It is. There's some shear in the lower levels of the atmosphere right here, just to the south and to the east of Deering, just off to the west of Granville. And as the crow flies, or the red chicken, whatever you got there flying out of the coop. Let's see if we can put this line on here. There it is. Okay, so this is about 7 miles off to the west-northwest of Granville right now. That's the road. Oh, it's even more pronounced there. So we have a very, very sharp area of turning showing up in this storm. Deering radar's right here. It's looking right into it. And so we should have a pretty good look at, this is motion away from the radar, motion towards. So you got this counterclockwise spin right here. And as the crow flies, now that is a little bit different spot. So let's go here and let's go here. Whoopsie. Whoopsie doodles. Yeah, so we're talking about 7.5 miles to the, if Granville's in the center there of the city name, then it would be about 7.5 miles to that area of rotation. That's pretty tight rotation right there. And if we try to mark that spot, okay, so if I mark the rotation, trying, there we go. Okay, so we'll mark the rotation like that. And now what we'll do is switch over and see if we can see the area of correlation coefficient. Nothing going on there. Nothing going on there. We'll go up in an elevation angle and see if there's anything else. No, not so much. Okay, well, that's a good sign, but there is some definite shear showing up in and around these storms as they are working their way off to the north and east. So keep that in mind, that we do have the possibility of tornadoes. It's not likely that we'll see tornadoes as we go through the overnight hours. Let's see if I can get my crayon and put it back in my pocket there. Now you are looking at gusts of wind that are plotted here. You're looking at the warnings that are in effect from the North Dakota border to the South Dakota border, the Canadian border down to the South Dakota border. These are rainfall estimates, flash flood warnings in northeast Montana. You're looking at Brockton, Montana, Freud, Montana. You're looking at Culbertson, Montana. You're looking at areas south of Brockton, south and east of Poplar. These blue areas here, estimates of rain over 4 inches of rain. Solid warnings right now for storms that are making their way in through Minot. Notice the rainfall estimates are not as high there. It's still raining and calculating through the area. We do have a few areas as the storms are blowing through that show surface wind gust measurements to 46 miles per hour. Now, as we take a look at the peak gusts that have been reported with these particular storms, here's a look at that. And what we're seeing is Montana border, 70, 80 mile per hour winds. And then as we get into the central part of the Dakotas, we did get a 69 mile per hour gust right on the McLean-Sheridan County border here, and some 50 plus mile per hour gusts, but we did get 80 plus mile per hour gusts at other measurement devices out here to the west of the Bismarck-Mandan area. So keep in mind, even though this is a very, very nice grid of weather instruments across the region, a burp of wind can happen between a rain gauge, and we don't know what happened unless you measure it or unless you pass along your damage reports as well. So thank you so much. All right, I appreciate it. Lynette, thank you very much for the stars. Well, wow, Monday, it really expanded. Yeah, it did. And how about Wahpeton? What does it look like as it gets to the Red River Valley? Josh, we've been doing regular updates on the forecast for these storms. The windy storms are now in the central Dakotas, crossing through and heading in towards the James River Valley, and they kind of lean back this way towards Minot right now. So it's going to take a little bit longer for those storms in the north to get up all the way up into the Minot area. But indeed, there's a chance of some windy storms as we cross between 4 and 6 a.m. as we go into the Red River Valley, and the James River Valley will be there just a little bit before. So that's what we're looking at for timing there. Let me see if I have some questions on the old YouTube channel. For those of you who are new to the page, welcome. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson. I've been covering weather up here in the Northern Plains for the better part of 30 years, and it's wonderful to have you on board. I teach or have taught meteorology for the better part of 17 years, and that's at the college level. So it's fun talking about the weather, and I did used to do this on television for the better part of 30 years. And some of you may remember me from that. Now I have my own company, and it's an honor and a privilege to have the ability to continue to cover weather like this for all of you. So now, as we continue through the overnight hours, if there's a storm threat, I will be here. I'm leaving my stream up so that we can keep you all apprised of the information as it comes in and as it goes. And I will also, well, I appreciate, I see those hearts coming in. Thank you for sharing hearts on my YouTube channel. I really, really would appreciate it if you hit the subscribe button on my YouTube channel. I'd like to get the numbers up on that YouTube platform to help more people see my content here as I cover weather for the Northern Plains, from Montana all the way through parts of Western Wisconsin, from Southern Canada right down into southern parts of South Dakota and Northern Iowa. I'll keep you up to date with the very latest. And again, I appreciate all of your support over all of these years so very, very much. Snow Pants. I see some hearts there. Thank you so very much. YouTube overlaid a commercial so we can't hear you. Oh, no. Well, I'm sorry. I hope I see a picture of me here, so I hope that commercial goes away really quick. Thank you from Grand Forks. I appreciate that. Jump into the fall. Legal derecho possibilities. I would say that we have had still some conditional wind gusts in isolated places to 70 and 80 miles per hour in the last hour to 2 hours. The chances of that happening are not super duper. And a derecho by definition is wind gusts like this for hundreds of miles. We're talking 400 or more miles. So here, if you cross the Montana border, you get 100 miles and you're in the central Dakotas. It's got a long ways to go to, by definition, be a derecho. So I'm going to say the chances of that tonight are fairly low. Now, if we do take a look at the forecast models, some of the storms in southern and central South Dakota have a better chance at seeing some gusty winds lasting into the morning hours on the radar. So let me turn this radar back over. There we go. I lost my radar. Here we go. Okay. So let's turn this back over. We continue with the tornado warning right now as we take a look at what's going on in and around Bismarck and points east. This is a composite radar, so it will include what's going on in South Dakota. Remember, there was a pooch here. That pooch has gotten overtaken by a new pooch up north. See this backward C shape? Big time wind potential in Wing. Big time wind potential now moving into parts of Emmons County. I think this is going to jump. I'm not sure if this is the most recent scan showing up here right now. Yeah, it's pretty close. Okay, it is. South Dakota, you got a long line of storms here. They've been non-severe. I'm not seeing a lot of severe wind gust reports. Just to the west of Bodel, we did have one. That gust was 59 miles per hour. Now, as we look down in towards the Rosebud area here along the South Dakota border, there's some strong storms, 53 mile per hour gusts. Storms moving into Valentine, 52 mile per hour gusts, 60 mile per hour gusts outside of Merriman. So there's some strong storms there. However, see this lag in the storms here? These puppies, they may be skirting along the Wyoming border as opposed to moving straight west to east, kind of skirting down this way, heading into, I said Wyoming, I meant Nebraska, my apologies. And then here we have some gusty winds from these storms that'll be pooching out, but they're just below severe criteria. We have not gotten the number of severe weather reports in South Dakota from that southern line of storms. So the strongest activity right now, swirling around an area of low pressure back here, line of thunderstorms all the way through the Minot area, through Bismarck, tornado warning, solid line of thunderstorm warnings across that region as well. And we'll see what kind of wind production we get out of these storms as we move through the next little bit. All right, let's see if we got some more questions here. Pardon me while no, I'm not going to kiss the sky. Okay, here we go. All right, so going back in time here just a little bit, and I do appreciate you letting me do this. Let's see. Hutch, are the South Dakota storms coming to the Twin Cities? So the South Dakota storms look like they're going to come this way, and yes, move along the I-90 corridor in southern parts of the Twin Cities area. That's been in the forecast potential as we've talked about the last little bit. So yes, thank you for your question. I do appreciate it. Thanks for being live, says Casey. You're welcome. Turtle Lake thunderstorm, thanks for your report. We definitely have some storms moving in towards the Turtle Mountains as well. So keep that in mind. Being on the Amtrak, okay, good to have you on board Lake of Fire. Enjoy your ride. Thanks for doing the live. South Dakota storms coming to the Twin Cities. Yeah, we just touched on that. Is Maddock going to get hit. So we got thunderstorms that are on their way towards the Maddock area and the Devil's Lake Basin. The north branch of storms moving a little bit more slowly at this time, and they're getting a nice big rain shield on the backside of them too, which will help them push along. But big time rainfall amounts here. This is some humid air these storms are coming in contact with. I'm now going to change what's plotted on the radar here, and we're going to take a look at what's called the dew point temperature. Dew point temperatures in the 50s. Nah, not too humid. But as we get dew points in the 60s or even 70s, there's a lot of water in that air, and that can lead to some very, very big time rainfall amounts. So here we go as we take a look at the basic dew point. Where are you? Okay, there we go. So these numbers will switch over. So drier air punching into parts of Montana right now. That's to be expected behind the storm system. Dew points in the 50s right now in the stormy areas from Minot to Bismarck. And then as we go into the James River Valley, 60s for dew points here, 70s in parts of Nebraska. So I expect that some of these 70s will be blowing our way as we go through the day tomorrow, lacing the atmosphere with even more humidity. So it's been a sticky day here in the northern plains. It's going to continue to be sticky into the day tomorrow. So thanks for your question. Now let me see if I've got a couple more. All right, let's go. Yep, we're here, it says. All right, I appreciate that. Nazi Reed, thank you very much. I don't know, let's see. The outtake known as Wolf. Oh, here on YouTube. I hope you have been doing well. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well on YouTube as well. My YouTube works good. Thank you for the feedback, by the way. What's your thoughts on the southern Red River Valley tonight or early in the morning? Thanks for your question, Holly. These storms are making a beeline towards us. They can steer any way they want to. There is going to be a risk for some smallish hail under an inch in diameter, but the gusty winds will continue to be a possibility. Will tornado risks make their way through? I am not too confident that that'll be the case, but I am confident that some of these storms could burp out some strong straight line winds in excess of, say, 60, maybe even 70 miles per hour in isolated storms. Remember, when these move into the 63-degree dew point air, that moist air is just less dense. It wants to rise faster. So we might get more pulsing of stronger cells here and there as they come into contact and to inflow with some more moist air. So yeah, there's a chance of that. The timing looks to be 4 to 6 a.m. and that's how it looks. Tornadoes, Denise says, where are the tornadoes? We have not had an overabundant amount of tornadoes. There is a tornado warning active right now south of Bismarck. We had tornado warnings down in the Hettinger area, had a tornado warning out in Montana or two. We did have a couple of touchdowns out near Belfield. We had a touchdown of a tornado, but not widespread, thank goodness. And strength of tornadoes, no reports, no damage reported from many of these storms, so that's a good sign and a good thing. Now, these nighttime tornadoes can be a little bit less than fun. They're scary. You can't see them. You can't look out the window. So don't. If a storm approaches and there's a tornado warning, I'm going to do my very best to be right here with you throughout the overnight hours and keep you apprised of the information as to what's going on. So thank you very, very much for your questions. I'm going to continue with a couple more here. Thanks from Grand Forks, says Peggy. Thank you for watching. Denise says, hey, you came back on. Good. I'm glad I didn't disappear. Firefox with an ad block plugin, no commercials. There you go. Snow pants. That's not a bad idea. I appreciate that. Ad free, says Bubbles. You can pay for that. I didn't know that. That's wonderful. Hi, Hutch. Watch you every thunderstorm. Thank you so much. That Kid 21. It's a pleasure to have you on board, and thank you for your trust. I really do appreciate it. Cam Duffner, what can we expect in Buxton? So same thing, 4 to 6 a.m. Probably in Buxton, we're talking a little bit closer to the 6 a.m. time frame for thunderstorms. They could still be windy, smallish hail, and those are the main two threats as we go into the morning hours. Not everybody is going to get those storms. They will tend to kind of dwizzle out just a little bit as we go through the overnight hours. YouTube needs to stop overlaying those commercials. Downdrafts or microbursts, question mark. Well, Definitions of downdrafts, yes. Downdrafts for sure. Those happen in most thunderstorms. Microbursts have a pretty particular definition where we just get a deluge of downdraft winds. Now, when we see gusts of upwards of 80 or 90 miles per hour, it's not a bad bet that something like a microburst happened. And that's where we get the hail and the rain coming down. The hail drags the air down with it, starts to accelerate that downward motion of the air. When water or hail evaporates, it cools the air even more, making it more dense, which accelerates the air a little more, and bam, it hits the ground, and it spreads out in all directions, and it starts rolling back up into itself. That's called a rainfoot. And when you see those can be ridiculously strong. So yes, there is the possibility that a couple of microburst type situations did happen. There is a difference, and you're right. Downdrafts are a certainty from these thunderstorms. Microbursts in isolated events are a possibility. Great question. I like your questioning here. So, what are my chances, says Pamela, of going fishing tomorrow near Fergus Falls? Well, yeah, you can go fishing in any kind of weather, but in the morning hours, 6 o'clock-ish, they're going to be moving through the Red River Valley, 8 o'clock-ish, heading into Lakes Country. If they're holding together and they hit the Fergus Falls area, then it's going to be soggy, and then as we get through mid-morning, those will go away. I will take a moment here to go through that forecast once again. A couple more. Theodore, good to have you on board. When the dangerous heat coming to Missouri? Theodore, great question. The forecast for central Missouri, we got some serious heat making its way up even into the northern plains. I'll go over that for you in the forecast section. Appreciate you, Hutch, Karen says, and I appreciate you. Thank you very much. And Sunflower Famine, thank you for keeping us safe. Well, you do the job of keeping you safe. I'm doing my best to keep you informed and pointing out the strong storms. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Aberdeen, by the way. Tornado warning continues. So let's go over that real quickly. Now let's get to a forecast, because I know a few of you are and have been asking about your hometown. So I'd ask you, pardon me, I think I found my echo problem. There it is. Wow, that took me all night. Okay, so now I'm hoping that I don't hear any more echoes. Shazam. That was good. Wow. Ever feel success when you finally find something and you couldn't figure it out? Let's go ahead and take a look at your radar. Right now, tornado warning does continue. It's elongated and now extends north of the Steel area. Look at this little skinny tornado warning. So anywhere along this line, we could see a tornado, and there's been rotation showing up. The National Weather Service says the tornado warning does continue until midnight. 37-mile-per-hour movement to the northeast, and it's a radar-indicated tornado. So let me help you find that, or at least the areas of spin in this particular storm. Storm relative velocity, taking care of that for you. Thank you very much for watching, and thanks for telling a friend, because that's how people know Hutch is here covering the weather for you, as I have been for the better part of the last 30 years here in the Northern Plains. Pretty easy to see where this rotating couplet is. It's right here. Big time wind blowing out, big time wind coming in towards Bismarck. This is the rotating couplet. It is stout, it is strong, and it's moving south of Steel. Okay, so if you're in rural areas south of I-94 in Kidder County, I'm not kidding, this is a serious storm. Tornado warning does continue until the midnight hour. Let me put the clock on the top line for you here. It's 11:47. So for the next 12 plus minutes, we have a tornado warning for this rotating part of the storm. Again, this is a personal preference, but if you're waking up and hearing thunder and lightning and this storm moving through, gusty, strong winds will be accompanying this storm as well. So some areas will get just straight line winds, and that's a good bet. And some of those winds could be upwards of 70, maybe 80 miles per hour. But in isolated places along that gust front, we're going to see some spin up potential. This has been a persistent one for some time now, and that's what I see. Now, why do we have this extension of it all the way to the north of the highway? I'm not sure if I'm seeing something different or thinking differently, but if I loop this, we'll be able to see the history of the tornado warned storm here. So let's watch this together and see if it expanded up to the north, because there is a little pocket of shear right there too. So Yeah, it's pretty much the same box. It's just shortened a little bit. So we have a little weak area of shear right on the interstate, but the big strong one is right here. This is the area where we have the tornado. Its approaching area is just south of Steele, North Dakota. Seek shelter in Steele, even though you're not in the warned area, and point south. This is moving out to the north and to the east, and it will be crossing out and toward the Dawson area as we go through the next bit of time. That's what's going on in Bismarck. Now let's take a look in and around the Aberdeen area. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me go to the Aberdeen radar here because I haven't used that yet tonight. Now the storms are close enough for us to make use of it. I want you to see that this Aberdeen storm here that's out near Roscoe, no, not P. Coltrane, but Roscoe, we do have ourselves a rotation in this storm right here. It's not strong as what we were seeing on some of the other scans tonight, but it's there. So a rotating thunderstorm is pushing its way to the north and to the east. Let's see the speed of movement of this puppy. It's moving at 44 miles per hour out of the Roscoe area, and it's 1-inch hail and 60 mile per hour wind gust potential. Here is the thunderstorm's leading edge. Here's the movement at 44 miles per hour. That puts it in Ipswich by 11:56, Loyola by 12:21, Westport by 12:38. We'll let you know if it continues on past towards Frederick as we get to 1:45. But again, strong storm, gusty wind potential to 60 miles per hour, and it's moving northeast, and it's going to impact Ipswich here. This part of the storm is. The rotating part of the storm more up here just outside of Roscoe. So keep that in mind. It's not a bad idea to get in that interior room, staying away from windows as that storm approaches your area. So that's the first one in northern South Dakota for a little while anyways, as we take a look and keep you up to date with the latest. So switching back up to the north. Up in the Deering area. Let's go up and hop a look up there. Bottineau, you got a Bottineau County warning up here. West Hope, Upham, also seeing it up in the Willow City area. Storms are going to be making their way to the north and to the east right here. Now, this is the Deering radar. So as we take a look at that radar site right up over here, this is going to be making its way. See that? We got motion away and motion towards. So there is some shear still in this storm right outside of the Deering radar site. And that storm has not only some shear, but some gust potential. National Weather Service says that the main threat's 60 mile per hour winds, penny-sized hail from that particular thunderstorm cell. It's moving northeast at 52 miles per hour. So when will it be in your neck of the woods? Well, not all of our neck of the woods will see this storm, but let's go to the leading edge of the storm. There we go, 50 plus. Newburgh 11:52, Upham by 11:54, West Hope by 11:58, and Kramer by midnight. And that's just in the next 9 minutes or so. Then Landa, Gardner, and the Souris area as we cross over midnight and get towards 12:10. Bottineau, it's on its way towards you by about 12:17. I'll keep my eyes on the storm for you there. Again, gusts to 60 and some penny-sized hail will be possible from that particular thunderstorm as it's moving to the north and east. Now, if you're in Towner, if you're in Drake, a line of thunderstorms making its way towards you. The greens and reds, just velocity data. I think it's important I keep an eye on these velocity signatures here so we can see if there's any shear. There is some shear showing up in this area, motion towards Mayville, Deering, and motion away. That area is right on the Highway 2 corridor, just outside of Towner, moving towards Towner. Its damage threat is considerable. There is a wind threat of 70 mile per hour winds that have been observed with this storm. So 70 and pennies, 70 mile per hour pennies and gusts. Will there be a tornado? Oh, it's not likely, but it is a possibility along this leading gust front edge here that we could see that. This is one area of concern there. And there may be another one forming in and around the Drake area, maybe right in here, but that's yet to be seen. So that's what we're watching. When will these storms be? Moving at 60 mile per hour to the north and east. Leading edge here, 60. New warning, we'll get to you. Drake, 11:55, shortly Towner, 12 o'clock. Then around 12:13 to 12:20, Balta to Rugby, Knox, York, and Rolette as we go into and around the 12:30 time frame. You other communities there, a little bit farther out in time, and we'll let you know if that storm remains severe or not. I do think I just got a warning or an update here from the National Weather Service. So as I'm answering your questions to the best of my ability, thank you all for sharing stars on my Facebook page. If you're new to the channel, would you please do me a favor? If you like the content, hit the like button. You can throw a comment down. But if you're watching me on my YouTube channel, please hit the follow or the subscribe button. Hit the subscribe button on my YouTube channel. And you hit that little notification bell too to make sure that you get notifications of when I'm on. Been covering the weather up here for the better part of 30 years as a broadcast chief meteorologist, and now I get to stream, and it's fantastic. I get to be descriptive. I get to watch things that you just don't normally watch. We talk about everything from forecasting techniques and why we use certain models and what are the weaknesses and strengths of different things all together right here. So thank you on my YouTube channel for hitting the subscribe button. If you're watching on my YouTube channel, thank you. If you're watching on my Facebook channel, I'd love to have you hit the follow button. Hit the follow button there and the like if you like the content. The follow button will help you get more notifications of when I'm broadcasting and talking about the weather here. You can also, well, by following, allows me to get to more people. I'm approaching 90,000 followers on my Facebook page, and I'd appreciate to have you there as well. All right. Tornado warning, storm just south of Steele is the rotation. We do have some Harvey activity going on in Wells County that's going to be moving in from the Goodrich area right now. So let's take a look at that. How's South Bismarck looking? Andrea, thank you for your question. That was just a couple minutes ago. Sorry, I missed it. But South Bismarck, the warning is canceled and the storm is pretty much exiting your area. Going back to the regular radar data for Bismarck, you're going to see that most of the storminess is out. Drier air moving in. You're all but finished with that big time severe weather threat. It's moving off to the east. Behind it though, we're seeing some areas with what's a big shield of rain on the back side of it. These can be very windy, a lot of lightning and locally heavy rain. There is a possibility of something like that setting up just on the back side of the main storm system for your area, just like we're seeing up here to the north in Minot as well. But suffice it to say, the main event is through your area. Maybe some rough and tumble stuff on the backside here. Okay, a couple of storms starting to fire out here in the very humid area south of Wishick as we go in towards the Lemoore and Dickey County areas. A couple of cells trying to fire up there. So that's what we have going on. Here's a check-in on the tornado warning storm. I'm seeing a couple markers for maybe some hail showing up. Let me go back to the Bismarck radar here and get a look at the velocity. So we have the sawtooth shapes on the front of the storm, anywhere in there. Look at Napoleon here, this backward C shape. Big time burp of very windy storms moving in towards Napoleon as well. So in this area, Tappan, Napoleon, Wishick, there's a severe thunderstorm warning until 12:30 for the next half hour. 1 inch hail, up to 1 inch hail, but more than likely less than. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and a tornado possible along the leading edge of these southern storms in southern North Dakota. So this threat does continue as we take a look. And I will go ahead and look at the storm relative spin or velocity in the storm. There is still some sharp spin here and here. So this is the main tornado warned storm part here that's moving just south of Steele right now by only about 3 miles, I think. It's fairly close to Steele. So Steele and Point South, this is a pretty clear marker here that we could have or do have tight rotation in this storm just south of you. Grabbing my line measure, boom, and shakalaka. It's about 4.5 miles straight south. It's moving northeast. It's going to shave the south side of town. There's the latest scan. Again, still some shear in this area, definitely evident right here. So now it's 4.8 miles to the southeast of Steele as it continues its trek off to the east-northeast. So hoping it stays south of Tappan. Do you see this is another one down here? So we do have another rotating part of the storm down here, 16.3 miles south-southeast of Steele right now. And as far as the crow flies from Napoleon, we're looking at only 6.5 to 7 miles just northwest of Napoleon. So it's getting ready to cross over the Highway 2 corridor here. Napoleon north towards Tappan. 2 areas of rotation, one here, and now we'll take a look at the rest of the storms in this particular area. Let me turn off my measurement line here. So this solid line of storms here, all the way from Bismarck and down through Wishick. I am seeing a lot of greens and reds down here. There is some weak shear here. There's stronger shear here, stronger shear here, a little weak shear there, just north of the Wishick area. Not overly impressive. The Bismarck radar is back here, so I don't think that's very impressive. This is more impressive. So keeping my eyes on this, anywhere along this leading edge, gusty straight line winds, and Hutch's burp calculator here that I've been advertising throughout the evening, helping me keep my eyes on areas where I think that risk of gusty winds is going to be the greatest at any given time. So let's go ahead and load that puppy up. I'm trying to load it up. I'm gonna have to go to temperatures or something different. Let the radar think it's getting a break. 51 mile per hour wind gust measured in Linton. Okay, so at a station, we observed 51 mile per hour gusts from those Emmons County storms. Wind gusts are at 37 miles per hour, most recently from Bismarck. In Garrison, 40 mile per hour gusts. So those are all sub-severe gusts, but in isolated areas along the leading edge, we certainly could be seeing some stronger gusts. So now going back to the burp gust estimator, let's see if we can get this puppy to load. Okay, I'm going to sneak in a different radar view. There it is, it's loading something. There it is. Okay, so this is the radar view from Aberdeen. Now let's go to Bismarck. Let's see if it'll work. Calculating, recalculating. Okay. We'll just go to Aberdeen's gust estimator. It's pretty close to Aberdeen. So as we take a look, it's these orange areas and colors where we have the strongest gusts. So going through Emmons County, now pushing into you folks out here near Ashley and Wishick, that area here, we have gusts approaching your area that are estimated to be over 60 miles per hour in places, but not everywhere. As you go up towards the Steel area and these severe storms pushing in with the rotation, straight line gusts 60 mile per hour or better in a few spots. And then it weakens as it gets up towards McCluskey a little bit. Now, as we go up north, I want to get a closer radar view here, if I can. There we go. Okay, so let's let it load up the gust estimator for the storms moving in and around Minot. So what we see moving in towards areas of southern Canada, we do have some gusts there. As we go up towards Estevan and points north, we are seeing some gusts up here that could be upwards of 55, 60 miles per hour. So we're talking, what, 70 plus kilometers per hour. Now, as we get down in towards West Hope, Bottineau, Belcourt, we're seeing some pockets with 50 to 60 mile per hour gust potential. Moving into Towner, there were a couple of areas of spin and shear in the storm here. We have a big area of bright here, and this big area of bright is where Carlsruhe and on out towards, say, areas south of Towner, north of Drake, could be seeing some 60 mile per hour gusts in that area. And that's the extent of the estimates there. So let's go ahead and take a look at the warning for the Harvey area and see what the National Weather Service has to say about your Wells County severe thunderstorm warning. So let's see.